Are we live? Are we good to go? Is it time? Is this the time? I think this is it. The Tower of God Theory Iceberg has begun. I'm gonna give this a couple minutes. If you're watching this as a VOD, skip ahead like 5 or 10 minutes before we really dive on in. There's a lot to cover, so I wanna make sure people can come on into the stream first. But yeah, welcome everybody. We are here. If you're kind of new to the concept of an iceberg when it comes to like a show or a series, essentially, it's an iceberg that ranks different talking points about a series, and the farther down you go, the more like complicated and crazy it gets, is essentially the idea. I named this like Theory Iceberg. Not all of this stuff are theories, but I'll be talking about theories related to these different topics. That's the idea. I want to communicate with chat a lot. I want to hear chat's input for like a majority of this so that I can kind of bounce off of you all, see what you think about it, and then we can kind of continue off of that. That's the idea, you know, just kind of a big, grand Tower of God discussion, you know? I want to give a shout out to Princess and Mana who created this iceberg. I put the Twitter to the person who made this down in the description. So if you want to follow Princess and Mana, put the Twitter down below. Give them some support for creating this awesome iceberg. As you can see, hold on, where's the tool? There it is. As you can see, this thing is freaking huge, man. This thing is huge. Honestly, I probably will have to kind of skim the early stuff because I don't know how long it'll take to cover everything. I'm guessing we're gonna be here for a while. I'm assuming this is gonna be a pretty late stream, but it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun. I've always wanted to do a Tower of God iceberg, but I was like, okay, do I create it? Because that sounds like a lot of work, you know what I mean? But someone else did, so it's the perfect excuse. So yeah. That is why we're here. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna put in the Discord that we are live. I'll also pull up images for whatever we're talking about. I have a little incognito tab that I'll be using for those purposes. Perfect. Discord is now aware that we are live. 24 Haku says 24-hour stream. To be honest, I mean, hopefully not. You know what I'm saying? But who freaking knows at this point? This could be a while. Hey Joe, nice to be here again. Need to catch up with Towers and Gods really fast. What's up, Eduardo? I don't know why I said your name with it like an accent. Hey Eduardo, good to see you. Don't worry, you know, take your time catching up with Towers and Gods. It's a long series, but I'm happy to hear you were enjoying it, and I'm sure you will once you pick it up again. Talk about Shinsu, Pentaminum. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all of that. Don't you worry. All that stuff is on here. The last one is the real deal. Oh, wait, I actually haven't looked at a lot of these. I didn't want to learn too much. I kind of wanted to experiment or not experiment, but experience it myself, sort of live. So I see the ones here, obviously, but I didn't like review all of them. So school night, fair enough. If you can't stay up for the whole thing, it's understandable. All good. Oh boy, yeah. B12 and Light, good to see ya. Good to see you guys here. Very hard accent. Greetings from Brazil. Awesome. Good to see you, Eduardo. Wait. Ultimate Theory Rack is V incarnate. Now that is a crack. Now that would be at the bottom of the iceberg. Honestly, from what I did see, most of this stuff is contained within the Tower of God lore. I've seen some icebergs that are like the equivalent of Kuhn is Arlen, and Arlen is like, was in love, you know, and like it just goes crazy, where it's like, Bomb is actually Arlen reincarnated. None of that stuff is on here. This is pretty grounded, I would say, but it does get a little interesting, a little bit like stuff that I've discussed on the channel that are like lesser known theories, I would say, but are still super interesting. So, yeah. Yo, Jeremy Joestar, thank you for the super chat. Finally got around to doing Tower of God Iceberg. Okay, so what do you mean finally? You know, you're making it sound like I'm kidding. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Shout out. Appreciate the super chat. While the Three Lords have basically not even been mentioned in the actual webtoon. Dude, okay. Haku, it's to the point where I wonder if it's even like gonna be in the comic, if that makes sense. Because, I don't know, SIU has retconned some stuff before, and to be honest, I think it makes sense. Like, a lot of the retcons have actually made sense to me. Like, Yama, changing Yama's backstory and stuff. But when it comes to the Three Lords, it's like, if these people are in charge of ruling when Jihad is inactive, but now Jihad is active again, it's like, you don't think they would have been brought up, like, once? You know, I agree. It's very weird. New cut? Not really. I've had this for a couple weeks now, but, well, yeah. Appreciate the comment, though. I read the time as 2 hours, not 2 minutes. You're good, you're good, you're good. Very long and very fun. We'll see, man. And see, like, every time I bring up something, feel free to throw in your own crazy thoughts on it, because I'd be curious to see, like, where you land on a lot of these talking points. You know what I'm saying? Let me just get, like, one more minute, and then we'll begin. SIU world building in the blog, but not necessarily in the story itself. That's also true, and I don't think he needs to. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like SIU's blog, it's for world building, but not everything mentioned in the blog necessarily needs to be in the comic itself. That's kind of why it's in the blog. But if it's something as important as the three rulers of the tower, I do think that that should probably be brought up at some point. You know what I mean? Sharky says, imagine knowing what an iceberg is, you know? Good point. I never really thought about it that way. I have caffeine here with me. You know, got to make sure I can survive the night. Many of the blog posts have since been retconned. Since been retconned. So I know the Yama one was. What else was retconned in Tower? Oh, well, Evankel, I guess, kind of. There was like a mini retcon with Evankel, right? A couple mini retcons there. I'm trying to think of what else got retconned. RA Han Jihad got retconned? Really? Like, how would we know, though? How would we know that got retconned? You know what I mean? Was there something that contradicted that information? I don't know. What's up, Christian? What's up, Remorsefuls? We have our members pouring in here. Good to see ya. I don't really consider blog posts canon until they show up in the actual webtoon, but they're fun for theory crafting. That's a good point. You know what I mean? I don't think blog posts, we shouldn't treat them as gospel 100%. You know, SIU is constantly toying around with things, changing the story. And I think that's a good thing, by the way, that they're not, because it kind of limits him. I feel like SIU having the freedom to play around with those ideas while also still giving us a good idea of what's to come and what the world looks like is good. And a lot of the stuff in the blog posts have been confirmed to be canon, like even stuff from years and years ago. So, you know, I thought she was originally meant to be the only REA princess, but now we know of Hagatherion and Rose. Really? That's interesting. So maybe there was like a mini retcon insofar as she was the only one. Okay, got you. I used to read the manga, but it was so long I just got tired of it, but still love the storyline. Can't wait for the anime. Ballhead, good to see ya. Yeah, it's long. It's a fun ride, but if you want to stick around for the anime and experience it that way, that's totally fine. You know, nothing wrong with that at all, I would say. Well, to be honest, everybody, looking at the time, we should probably begin. We should probably get started hopping into our first topics here. And the wiki is going to be huge. I'll probably be pulling up the wiki, pulling up pictures for every talking point, and sort of figuring out how I want to handle this as I go on with the stream. All right, talking point number 1, Shinsu. Let's talk about Shinsu for a couple minutes here. Shinsu is obviously the magic system for Tower of God. I'd actually be curious. I know Anaya's talked about this. Do you all like Shinsu as a system? Okay, so Shinsu is basically the everything in the tower. Let me see if I can pull this up here. It's a little bit, yeah, here we go. I'll just pull up an image here. So Shinsu is kind of like it's the magic system, but it's also just the world in general, right? Shinsu it's weird because on one hand, it's called divine water. That's kind of like what it means, divine water. And we see like the very first instances of Shinsu is Lei Roro creating like the water barrier. We see like Anak is able to, in the anime, we see that it looks like water when she does body reinforcement. It's obviously like water based. And that's also why the entire tower has this like water theme with fishermen and Quant calling Bomb like a minnow compared to a shark, or he calls him a shark compared to a minnow. You know, all these different like allegories for fish. And Shinwei are called divine sea creatures. There's divine sea fish. That's kind of like the translation or the meaning behind Shinwei. But the weird thing about Shinsu is that it's water that can be like transformed, which I think is kind of interesting, right? Oh, what's up, Hannah? Good to see ya. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so I'm seeing some positive stuff about Shinsu. My issue is that SIU is not making use of its potential. Now, that's interesting. I feel like Shinsu is weird, right? Because it's so broad, it can literally be anything. And you'll see, if you watch Towers and Gods, like, I feel like it gives me so much creativity because I'm like, it could literally be any superpower. And we could just say, oh, it's Shinsu. And it'd be believable, right? Which could almost be a flaw or a strength. I see it as a strength personally, but I see it as a strength that could be a flaw if not utilized properly. You know what I mean? But I do think the broad nature of Shinsu is really interesting. We see that most Shinsu is water-based. I mean, Han Sung, his Shinsu is all water-based, and he teaches Bomb that same sort of style. It looks kind of blue and clear and transparent, you know? It's kind of interesting, though. And it makes me wonder, like, so Shinsu is air. It's light. It's water. It's, like, basically everything. When do you draw the line, right? Because Rak is a native one. So it's like, okay, he uses, like, genuine, like, nature powers. That's not Shinsu. When he summons those rocks, as far as I'm aware, that's not really Shinsu. So, well, maybe I'm wrong, actually. No, it is Shinsu. It is Shinsu because that's, like, his Shinsu quality. I don't know. There's like a weird line where it's like, okay, are the mountains Shinsu? The mountains in the distance? I don't know. Interesting. It can enhance the body, change your or others, create the air and things around you. Right. It's very malleable, and it's basically the entire tower is so heavily reliant upon the Shinsu system. I actually saw a really fun discussion on the Tower of God Reddit earlier today. It was talking about, someone was like, why, like, the concept of swords versus needles, and why would a sword be that much more difficult to use than a needle, right? Stabbing versus slashing, is it really that big of a deal? Like, why? And someone had a really good response, which was like, put your hand out of a car and you're driving down the road, and if you have it like this, there's like barely any resistance, right? But if you do it like this, it's like much harder. And same for in the water. If you're pushing down in water, it's very difficult. But if you like slice it, it's very easy. And that kind of like just clicked in my head where I was like, dude, that makes so much sense. Like Shinsu, even the air is water in this world, which I guess even in our world kind of, but you get it. It's much more straightforward in Tower of God. I think rocks are actually real elemental rocks. So, okay, so it's not Shinsu. But then like, okay, but he discovered he could do that through Edwan's training. Wait a minute, but then Rak ate the rocks, like the real rocks, not Shinsu, and then he could do it. I think we're getting, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Fascinating. I love when Shinsu is used in good creative ways, like a name hunt station, hidden floor. Yeah, you have infinite potential here, and we saw it with Liboric. I thought there was a really cool way to show Liboric's powers, because he had like the water vapor with the electricity, which both of those things I can see in a Shinsu context. So overall, Shinsu is everything, and it basically is the magic system of Tower of God. And I think it's great. I think it's really good, but I do agree that SIU could be making better use of it. I think where it is right now, it's like, dude, you have infinite like you could have anything. You could basically do anything you want. And we do occasionally see not occasionally, we see a lot of cool abilities, like Charlie. Charlie was like a random Charlie was such like a one-off weird character for a lot of people, but Charlie's ability was like so cool, and I think a lot of people have acknowledged that. He basically traps you in this white light, this white noise, you know? It works better for regulars. Like, it's just such a cool concept. I feel like you could play around with so many things like the white noise that Charlie has. It's kind of cool. He discovered it through eating rocks, plus I'm pretty sure Evankel described her native one's powers as real primordial fire, not Shinsu. I think you're right. So, like, the Yan flame is Shinsu. Like, when Iwa is shooting out her flame, that's Shinsu. But Evankel, with, like, the elephant, that is, like, actual... That's like real magic, in a way. Like, Shinsu is like science, but then, like, Evankel is, like, doing kind of real magic. Or maybe vice versa? I don't know, but you get the idea. There's a difference there. I think that's pretty cool. His design? I like his design, too. I think, it's a little goofy, but that's why I like it, man. He's like a little clown. He's like a clown. It might be intentional how limited it is. Jihad likely spent thousands of years institutionalizing and standardizing it. Oh, okay. That's another interesting point. Maybe there's a reason why. But like my point is we've seen cool abilities come from Shinsu before. Like you don't have to go crazy with it, but I don't know. Boom. All right, moving on. Regulars. We can talk about regulars and rankers at the same time, I feel like. Let's cover so okay. I mean, obviously, we all know what a regular and a ranker is. I like this picture here. I'll pull it up as kind of like a good estimation. I think this one should be good. The regular and ranker system was probably the thing that first intrigued me about Tower of God. When Leiroro was first introduced, he was the first ranker aside from Yuri and Evan. And it was like, okay, these people have seen some crap, you know what I mean? Like, these people are the top of the top, and regulars are like the normal people. That's kind of what I thought. But I think something interesting about regulars is that these are the chosen ones. There are billions of people in this tower, probably, I mean, gosh, hundreds of billions of people in this tower, like genuinely. And these are the cream of the crop people. And then rankers are the cream of the crop of the cream of the crop, right? And I think that's really important to take note of. Like, even on the second floor, these regulars are well above average. Even like Shibisu, right? Like, Shibisu as an average person is probably still stronger than your random nobody in the tower. I think that's a really important thing to remember. Rankers, in a way, are sort of the regulars achieving their full potential. And there's a really sick, I think SIU first, like, before Tower of God, right here, this picture here of, like, the average ranker, I think is pretty interesting. Because it shows you that we know now that rankers don't have to be, like, they're godlike in comparison to regulars, but to be a ranker, you have to be insanely powerful, but more importantly, insanely lucky. Because tests in the tower are, like, really... what's the word? Like, tests in the tower are super, a lot of them are chance-based, you know? Like, you might just get stuck with a bad team and you might just fail on the spot. And sometimes failure in the tower means death, or you can't afford to take the test again. And so, I don't know, I see a picture like this. Like, what are these, like, observers? Like, these little eyeballs around him. We see he has, like, what? Like a Shinwei? He's an anima, perhaps? He has this inventory with these different, like, needles and stuff. This is so cool. Like, just seeing a picture like this as a representation of what a ranker is, dude, this and Leiroro sold me on Tower of God. Because I was like, so you're saying if Rak reaches the top of the tower, he could achieve this, right? And that just, to me, is so intriguing. And it's perhaps one of the valid criticisms of current Tower of God is that regular ranker dynamic is lost in a lot of ways. Like, obviously, Bomb is kind of different and special, but even if you look at someone like, Shibisu or Hots and Hockney and Elaine, who are kind of, like, participating with rankers and kind of being treated on the same level, maybe not power-wise, but just they're, like, allowed to be together, it kind of erases that hierarchy a little bit. And I think it creates, in a way, I get it, right? Because you don't want to just, like, keep these characters separate for the entire story. So I do understand, but I do think that one of the coolest parts of Tower of God was that, like, stark difference between the two. You know what I mean? What's up, Milios? Good to see ya. Deadly martial arts are no joke, dude. Okay, that's also why one of my favorite scenes in season 3 is when Shibisu, like, kicks Quattro, right? I love it because it's like, dude, Quattro's kind of a beast and Shibisu kind of packs a punch. Don't underestimate Shibisu, man. He'll kick you. He'll kick you and I'll do all kinds of stuff. When we look at the rankers, we can see the possible thousands of years they've spent in the tower, whether it's through their clothing or general aesthetic or the way they fight. I find it interesting. I agree. Like, one of the cool things, I feel like rankers have gotten to a point where they're a little bit more generic. And in season 1, Yu Bakdol and Hacks and those two, are those the only two that I can really think of that were kind of, they had, like, kind of standard designs, but like, even then you're like, okay, there's something about them. There's something about Yu Bakdol, right? Let me pull them up. There's something about these, like, random rankers that made them become rankers. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of insane. It's cool to think about. It's cool to think about, like, what is it about this guy where he could climb to the very top of the tower? Like, does he have, like, a special ability? Is he just, like, super good at spearmanship? You know? Like, what's his deal? Is he just super smart? I don't know. It's a fascinating... I agree that one of the coolest parts is, like, okay, so rankers, there's a reason they made it to the top, whether it's luck, skill, strength, whatever, you know? Pepe Instigator, what's up? We know that, oh, thank you for the super chat, by the way. I kind of just didn't even realize you super chatted. Thank you. We know that Hedon chooses regulars. That's also an interesting point. Is it possible for Hedon to select a regular from above the 135th floor? How would that even work? I have never considered that. I mean, obviously it hasn't happened because I feel like we would have known. That would have been like a big deal. That is interesting because it kind of means like, okay, are Hedon's powers limited? Or did Jihad put a limitation on his ability? Or is there no life above the 134th floor? Is there something worse than the rest of the tower, and that's the reason Jihad stopped climbing? Like, what's the deal there? Like, maybe above the 134th floor, there are only... Because, like, there's a thing in Tower of God. Like, there's a life form called demons. Like, White makes a pact with a demon, right? And there's, like, a demon with the 7 swords and like, the demons exist in this universe. What if, like, there are no, like, humans, quote-unquote, or, like, humanoid life forms above the 134th floor, and Hedon doesn't choose them? Interesting. Does Hedon is the caretaker of the tower. Wouldn't he know what lies up there? It's interesting. I don't know. I've always considered it to be that the population were on 2 to 134 were from climbing the tower. No, I don't think so. Well, we know that the population was there before regulars or rankers or Jihad was even a thing. Like, there were native populations in the tower that have existed pre-Jihad. Like, when Jihad entered, he met people. He met Grace Mershea Luzlek, for example. And Quadrado was another one. Quadrado was the original owner of the... of Yuri's weapon, the Kronos? What's that called? Shoot, the needle. What is that called? Kronos? Kranos? What is the Kranos? Yuri's just whipping around Kranos from God of War. What is that? Okay, let's look up Quadrado. What is that weapon called? Quadrado. It is Kranos. Oh my gosh, wait, I had it right. It was Kranos. Shoot, for some reason I thought that was something else. Well, I was right, okay. It is Kranos. Okay, cool. Anyway, so like, even just Kranos, there's an entire depiction of Jihad's climb on this weapon because Quadrado climbed with them. Quadrado and probably Luzlek and the native ones perhaps even like helped with the climb because we know that they met Jihad and stuff. It's pretty interesting, right? Bruh, Yuri literally wields Kranos. How cool is that? Yeah, we can see like images of the sun and stuff. Like there's a sun here and like what? Shinsu and mountains. It's hard to make out because it's not very, we don't see the detail too much, but it tells the story of their climb, which is so cool. Anyway, I feel like we covered regulars and rankers pretty well. I mean, it's the foundation of the Tower of God system. And like I said, that's what sold me. Shinsu was cool, but it didn't sell me on the series. I think the regular ranker dynamic, especially when you consider like F rank, E rank, D rank, and like high ranker, and then like blue holes later on, that's when it gets like super interesting. Because ranker just means you have a ranking. Like you have a number. Like every ranker has a number, I think. That's why they're rankers. That like dictates their like position in comparison. And it almost triggers this sort of like competitive system between them. Okay, let's talk about the 10 great families really quick. The 10 great families. I know just the perfect image to use here for the 10 great families. Here we go. Here it is. SIU revealed these symbols a long time ago, and we actually do know what a couple of them are, especially recently. Recently, this symbol right here was confirmed to be the Lopobia symbol. And that's fascinating because this is a really old image, right? And we were talking earlier about like SIU retcons. Like what if SIU doesn't include something that was mentioned before, like in a blog post? But this is such an old image, but this exact logo is used for Lopobia today. We see it on Traumarai's chair. We see it, I think, in his floating castle. We see it when Vicente is using the spell, is like doing the spell to unlock Leviathan, We see the symbol like in all of those locations, which is so cool. Top left, we can assume is R.A. Han, or Hone, R.A. Hone. I guess this could be Kun, but there's like a sword here. Yan, pink has to be Yan because we know the Yan symbol is the Zigana flower. The little like thing that Iwa wears in her hair. So it's interesting. I have no clue what this is supposed to be. Like, is this some kind of... Oh, wait, is that a Shinwei? I've always looked at this and not known what it was. But now I think it looks like a Shinwei. Let me see if I can, like... I think it's a Shinwei. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How about... Look at it like this, right? Interesting. It looks like a fish. Like the mouth is right here, and it's spitting out what, like Shinsu? It looks like there's like a saddle here, perhaps. I don't know. Oh, it looks like an inventory. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think you're right. It does look like an inventory now that you mentioned that. Hold on. Let me pull up an inventory and like compare it here. That's super interesting. Tower of God inventory. Yo, wait, it does. This is the very first inventory we see in the series. It's Yuri's inventory. If we kind of like tilt it. Ooh, oh, because like, is this like a hook or something? I don't know. I really don't know. Because it looks like a fish, too. I don't know. These two look... It looks like a cat? Okay, I don't know what you're seeing. I feel... Okay, I don't know about that. I'm going to draw the line at cat, because I'm not sure how you're seeing that. That's interesting. Anyway, I got a little sidetracked there. Apologies. Whatever it is, you know, it's very hard to tell, like, what these symbols are. But the families are an interesting talking point. I always immediately, when I think of 10 families... I think back to Kun during Crown Game, because Kun we think of as like the strategist, right? He's like the mind, he's the brains of the operation, he's the light bearer. But Kun, at the third round of the Crown Game, in like a split second, is able to dash to the crown. And he could have put it on right then and there if he wanted to, but he decided to kind of like mess around and, you know, throw them off with Minbar and Dina. That to me is fascinating, because it shows that at least early on, like even the most... Because Kun could be like a fisherman or a spear bearer. He could be a spear bearer if he wanted to, but he chose not to be. And it proves that there's some kind of, like the blood of the great families make you so special in the tower. Now, people can still stand up to you. Like, I consider Hats and Kun to be pretty equal in terms of power. I think Kun probably has the edge because he has, like, the lighthouse abilities and stuff, too. But purely hand-to-hand, I consider them pretty even. And Hats is the most normal dude. He's the son of a blacksmith. He has no special blood. He just trains a lot. And so, it's not like they're, like, out of reach, but innately they have this blood that just makes them so far above the rest of the pack. It's like... It's an insane distinction, right? You can't even compare the two in many ways. But what is interesting is that I kind of want to bring up, like, what makes the families themselves, why are they that special, right? So their blood is so strong. Like, the Jihad blood is number one. He can't have kids because of how crazy his blood is. But if like, Yurin and, you know, Traumarai and... Tuperi and Arihon and Arihan, they have this blood that is like so out of the ordinary. It makes me think that outside of the tower, we have hints of this, outside of the tower, they were already really special. Now, it could just be that everybody outside the tower is special in a way, or these 10 who entered had some kind of distinguishing factor, even compared to people outside. It'd be kind of crazy if everybody outside the tower was special. That'd be kind of wild. I'm not really sure how that would, I think that would kind of undermine the tower itself as like a testing ground, because the whole point of irregulars is they are unique ones that can enter and dominate the tower. So I feel like that would kind of make it useless, the tower feel useless as a trial. But I don't know. What is it about the 10 or the 13 great warriors, you know? Normal? He is the son of Ashul and Waru? Wait a minute, now that's a crack theory. What? Hats is the son of Ashul and Waru. I don't think so, but it's a fun theory. It's a fun theory. No, he's not. I mean, SIU has shared like blog post images and stuff of him with his little siblings, and I feel like if he was the child of someone that important, we would have probably had some kind of indication of that. But that is a fun theory. I've never considered that. Now that should be at the bottom of the iceberg. That's a bottom of the iceberg theory if I've ever heard one. What if the blue one with the circle is the Tuperi? Oh, I'm getting lost. Symbol. They're known to wield the eyes of God. That's true. So this could be representing an eye. I like that. There is a sword right here, which is like kind of weird. There's also like a sword down here, though. I almost feel like the one at the bottom right is the Ari family, because top left is REA, like for sure. Bottom right feels like it's some kind of lesser version of REA. If I could, I don't know. It's kind of harsh, but if I'm being honest, we have like flowers here on this one. Bottom left, for some reason, always gave me Eurasia vibes, just because it was like there's like a ball and someone's like riding on top of the ball, or maybe it's there's something very, plus green is kind of like, you know, we see like the Ponsical family has like green hair usually. Pink is Blossom though, and Irude. So I don't know. I'm not sure. The second one was on Kuhn's bandana? The frick? Oh, okay, so I did know this one. This fifth image here was all over the 20th floor. That's true. That is true. We still don't know who it is, but we can assume the ruler of the 20th floor is that family, whatever family it is. I didn't remember that. Hold on, can I look that up? Kuhn Tower of God. Let's just see Kuhn Tower of God. It was on his bandana? Like this one? You can't really see it here. Like this one? Really? Like in the comic, I would assume. I don't know. Not sure. Anyway, interesting kind of guessing like what these little... Oh, the bottom left looks like a black sun setting. The bottom left? This one here? Interesting. Or do you mean bottom right? Because this one looks like the black sun, right? Sponge of Knowledge, Augustang? Yeah, but then there's like little flowers here, which is like a very much like a Eurasia thing, like a Eurasia blossom thing. What if this isn't... Oh, wait. What if this isn't a sponge, but if you turn it over, it's like mountains peeking up over the sky? Either that or it's cheese, and this is Nanatona's family symbol. It's one of the two options there. This image here is very bland. This like pink and yellow one, it's so just like, it's just a square with lines, you know? You meant bottom right. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. There's like a black sun here. Yeah. Maybe even like an eclipse or something. I don't know. Fascinating though. I'm not sure. Oh, a door, like a rusty door. I don't know. So, okay, y'all are saying the second one is Kuhn, so I'll take your word for it then. I hadn't realized that. I didn't know that. So, REA, Kuhn, we have Jan here, we have Lopobia here. Every other one's kind of a mystery, man. I don't know. They're kind of interchangeable. 20th floor. What could be the 20th floor? I really don't know. The 20th floor had like the floating thing in the sky. That floating like skyscraper thing, you know, that floating island. But there was never any indication as to who would have been the ruling family, as far as I can tell. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, you messaged me? Let's go, Haku. Haku coming in clutch. Yo! Oh my gosh. Look at this. Yo, you're right. That's so cool. Oh my gosh. It's straight up right there. Wow. I never noticed that. That's so cool. That is really cool. That is definitely like 100% the same. It's the same sword. It looks like a different kind of like depiction of it because the body of the symbol is blue here instead of black, it looks like. So that's kind of interesting too. Like maybe the symbols can be sort of the colors can change, or like the way it looks can kind of change. That's really cool. Thanks, Haku. Appreciate you. Okay, that is pretty much all I have on the families. Jihad Empire. Oh boy, okay. Jihad, this entire like first tier of the iceberg could have just been a stream, but it's okay. We'll pick up the pace. So Jihad Empire. I guess this is a whoop. I clicked an ad. Whoopsie. Please no and thank you. The entire Jihad Empire, I mean, I'm not sure what I could even talk about here. Like, Jihad is the leader. He's the king. He made a contract with the administrators. They have the Royal Army, but they also have Red, the Royal Enforcement Division, which some people have thought maybe SIU is sort of not really having Red be a thing anymore, because, spoilers for the latest chapter of Tower of God, when Ren, Lopobia Ren, was reintroduced, it wasn't as number 66 or 67, I think is his number, Royal Enforcement Division. It was just like Jihad's army, Lopobia Ren, which was kind of like, his whole thing was he was number 67. You know, I remember doing the dub and Jared had to say that line like 3 or 4 times. Number 67, Ren, that was like his whole thing. So, Tuperia's 20th? I thought that too. That also crossed my mind. Because also, right before we see the 20th floor is when we meet Repalista, and my theory has always been that the Jaina branch is connected to the Tuperi branch because she's like a master light bearer. So, interesting. Ren got a promotion? Wouldn't that be a demotion, though? Also, why would he get a promotion when he failed his job? Like, his whole job was to assassinate a regular, and he failed, you know? I feel like if any... So maybe that's the answer. Maybe he got demoted to just Jihad Army. He's not even a part of Red anymore. Ah, maybe that's our answer. I don't know. Order of rankings? Oh, you're saying for these. So that would mean like REA, Kun, Ha? This would be the Ha family? It's an interesting symbol for the Ha family. See, if I had to pick one for Ha family, it's this one. This like inventory fish looking thing. Then it's Yan, then it's... And then Lopobia is here. I can see Ari family being last. I don't know. Interesting. Intriguing. Technically, he did locate a knock and an irregular, but that wasn't... Okay, but like, we see that Jihad's army is very serious about its missions, because Calavan fails his mission, you know? His job is to kill Bomb. No, capture Bomb, right? And he fails. And Calavan gets demoted from squadron commander to soldier, you know? Like, he doesn't just get demoted once. He gets, like, brought to the very bottom of the barrel as far as Jihad's army goes. So, like, Ren, sure, he discovered the irregular. But at the same time, he failed his mission. Like, straight up, he failed. I don't know. Interesting. They said Royal Guard, not Army. Okay, that's true. I think you're right. They did say Royal Guard. Actually, I can probably look that up, right? Tower of God. We can look at the latest chapter here. The screen is cropped, so you can't see the whole thing. But it'll be good enough. Member of Jihad's Royal Guards. So yeah, maybe there is some kind of distinction. But see, like, the Royal Guards is not red. You know, it's not red. So I still believe it's not, there's something, I don't know, maybe it was just a general introduction and maybe red is still a thing, but it's possible that there was some kind of, like, SIU just decided to stick with the guard instead of just like, you have the army or the guard, right? And then you also have red, that's like 3 different things already. I don't know, maybe he decided to kind of mesh it all together. I'm not really sure. What else about the Jihad Empire? Jihad's army, we can talk about maybe like the way that the army is like situated. We have the guides of the Jihad army, red right here. He always gives out 3 orders whenever he's gonna like do something. Jihad's army, blah, blah, blah. So the way they do this is like, they have squadrons. They have a number of squadrons. I don't know if we know how many, but there's at least 5. You have the squadron commander. You have vice squadron commander. Bro, McCage was the vice squadron commander. And he didn't do anything. That's crazy. Freaking McCage. Loser. Then you have divisions. So then you have divisions within the squadron. So Sharon was a leader of one, and then Chonhee was a leader of one. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I remember seeing an image that sort of like dictated exactly how they're structured. You got like Army Commander, Corps Commander, Vice Corps Commander, Division, Vice Division, Brigade, Regimental, Battalion. It's freaking crazy. I mean, we don't have to spend too much time more on this. I think the Ren discussion is an interesting one. And yeah, I don't know. Blood matter might be the cheese. Really? Flip it and have it be the mountains. Yeah, so, okay, you know what? I did mention the mountains. Let's go ahead and just look at it. What does this look like? Right? Because there's something about it, man. Those look like flowers, right? But if you look at it like this, I almost see mountain, little like peaks. And then it's almost like the sky above it. Otherwise, there's nothing else it can be. Like, it's really hard to tell what that is. That's the weirdest symbol, for sure. It's the weirdest. Hendo Lock vibes? Yeah, I mean, you know what? All right, let's confirm it. Hansong, blonde hair. Hansong, connection to blood matter. Confirmed. All right, we figured it out. Let's go. All right, next topic, tests. Tests are, I would say, the biggest, sort of the biggest thing when it comes to the tower. Freaking, I don't know. What are words? What are words? We have tests. Okay, the fascinating thing for me about tests is that they existed in the tower. This is not like a jihad concept, right? Here, this is a good image. This is not a jihad concept. Even though the Jihad Empire is now in charge of the tests, and you have like the testing bureau and stuff, the testing bureau, which is affiliated with Jihad's empire, but is also kind of its own faction, right? Because we know there's stories about like, what, Tommy, or Robert Isand and Tommy or whatever. You can look up those names, and there's like unique little character profiles on the testing bureau. But these existed since the tower's inception. Because the administrators, the only difference was the administrators were the ones in charge. The administrators conducted these tests. They were in charge of everything. They handled all the different rules. They handled the punishments and the penalties. But what's odd is that these tests were there for so long, but no one climbed. Probably for thousands of years, I would guess, when Jihad entered, right? Did anyone else ever take those tests? I guess they could have, but why would they have? To climb, to reach higher floors? But why? If there was no Jihad Empire system in place, no one ever climbed up to 135, obviously. Jihad was the first one to climb. Like, Jihad was the first one to take these tests. So these tests were almost set up for irregulars, maybe specifically. What if tests... Okay, now I'm going off on a tangent. What if tests were a way to challenge people from the outside and like coax them into the tower to prove their value, to prove their worth, to strengthen them? Like, what is the purpose of these tests? What if the administrators... Wait, I'm basically speaking canon information, because the only way that Bomb is able to take the administrator's test is because he's an irregular. He's an irregular. And he's like, oh, I can change the test because I'm an irregular. And that's why he can talk to the guardian of the second floor, and Rachel can participate if he wins, and she can keep climbing and all this stuff. It's almost like the administrator tests were made for irregulars. And then when Jihad's empire took over, maybe they struck a deal with Hedon or something. And then Hedon was like, I'll pick people from in the tower. And maybe that was Jihad's way of establishing his empire, like gathering strong people. You have to pay money to take tests. You probably didn't have to do that when the administrators were in charge. What would administrators have to do with money, right? So it's also a way to make money off of points. Huh. That's really interesting. I don't think anyone could climb until Jihad. Exactly. I don't think either. Maybe there wasn't a concept of climbing until Jihad took over. Right, maybe people didn't even know that floors or like administrators were like a thing. I play around with this concept in Towers and Gods. This isn't like a huge spoiler, but I introduced like a new sort of offshoot family that's very powerful, and they don't necessarily way in the past before Jihad know about the climbing system, but they establish like contracts with gods, quote unquote, administrators, right? Or like, it's kind of like this concept of like, you have the administrators who are kind of maybe seen as mythological creatures and gods, but then Jihad comes and he's like, I want to climb this, which is very different from people just residing on a floor with like a god. You know what I mean? I don't know. People were climbing before Jihad put in the regular system? Well, yeah, with Jihad, right? Like Luzlek or Quadrado. Is that what you mean? But before them, I don't think anyone climbed. Because I'm pretty sure Jihad has been talked about as like the first one to... Jihad was the first one to conquer the tower because he established what conquering the tower even meant. He climbed as high as the 134th floor, and that was it. He established that that's the top. I don't know. I just did a dive into the Korean Raws for the Ren topic. Okay, Haku, let's freaking go. It says Jihad's assassin... Wait, what? It says Jihad's assassination division in the most recent chapter. Wait. It says, oh, in season 1, Jihad's assassination division, but then in the recent one, Jihad's guards. So, see, okay, thank you, Haku. There is a distinction then. SIU intentionally made a distinction between Jihad guards and Royal Enforcement Division. Ren probably got demoted, bro. Let's freaking go. Ren getting demoted, okay. Don says, got it backwards. What do you mean, got it backwards? I'm curious what you mean by that. Other than the workshop, the first people in the tower were made of flowers. I'm pretty sure until the families and thousands of years of evolution. Well, okay, so like Cha is a descendant of the first man, right? And Doan is a descendant of like the flower nations. I don't think like humanity may have been born from plants or whatever. But I see that as like a myth. But I think more specifically, I don't know. I think, no. So there were other people that existed. Now that I'm thinking about it more. Like the Wraith Razor tribe. You know what I mean? They weren't created. Like they existed for a while. And the native ones, since the Wraith Razor tribe is probably a descendant, some kind of offshoot of the native ones. We know that people like Malik PGR, he was somebody who lived and was there before Jihad entered. Was he also a descendant of the first man? I don't know. I feel like there was just people living in the tower, you know? Just kind of doing their thing. I don't think that like a majority of the people in the tower came from the families because they'd all have 10 great family blood. A majority of the people are just ordinary people. Cha is a descendant of who? The first man. That's a whole nother thing. That might even be on the iceberg. Cha is said to be a descendant of the first man. Where is that said here? Maybe it's not in the wiki, is it? First appearance. That I'm not going crazy, right? That's like a thing, right? Yeah, Dave specifically said he's a descendant of the first man. And we don't know exactly what that means, right? I'm pretty sure it's during the Hidden Grove flashback that they talk about that. And I've always sort of... Oh, here we go. Right here. Wide range skill. Flower garden. Blah, blah, blah. Man, Kunhine Luck. He looked pretty cool when he was young. He didn't age very well. I'll say it, bro. And then, and also Cha uses abilities like Genesis Chapter 1. Right? Genesis. Beginning. First, you know? Leader of the Hidden Grove, Fisherman Cha. I swear. Here we go. Okay, there it is. And then the snake, what? Like Yurari, right? Yeah, Yurari. No. Yeah? This is Yurari, right? Like controlling the snake. Cha, the descendant of the first man. He calls him that. What does that mean? Descendant of the first man, right? We know that Dongwon is talked about, and Nen Nen, or no, it was Yasracha who actually talked about the origin of humanity and how is like flowers, there was flowers and there was machines, and like people were born out of flowers. Interesting, you know? You're not talking about companions of Jihad. We know that people started to climb the tower, but at the time, the system of regular was not in the place. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Cha is Bible Man? Cha is Bible Man confirmed. Let's freaking go. His father's name was Adam. Anyway, I feel like we covered the test topic pretty well. Next talking point, administrators. Okay. I did touch on this topic. Okay. I should make a more in-depth video about this. You know what? I should probably do Administrator's Tower of God. That would make more sense. Yeah, wow, here's my video. What the frick? Administrators. Administrators are the true gods of the tower. I truly think that aside from Enryu and Pentamonum, administrators are like, they are the supreme beings. Supreme above Jihad, above Yurik, above Bomb. They are gods, essentially. And I feel like Enryu and Pentamonum, you're kind of just cheating, right? Enryu was the only person who ever killed an administrator. But my theory that I've talked about with these administrators is that each one rules a floor. They're considered like gods, essentially. They are the true gods in my eyes. What if... Okay, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. The whole tower is about water, Shinsu, fishermen, and Shinwei. These administrators are like the kings of Shinwei, basically. And I've talked about this theory that Shinwei are essentially de-evolved forms of administrators. Or maybe the administrators are the evolved forms of Shinwei. It makes sense. I think it's almost like, that probably even goes without saying. Because administrators, they all look like fish. All the ones that we've seen. Except for Hedon. But Hedon's like his own thing, and Hedon kind of looks like a shark rabbit man. So I don't know. This one here, like they obviously have this like, here we go. This is the same one. This administrator is the same one that Bomb talks to. They're like fish. They're basically giant fish. You know? They're basically giant divine sea creatures. Also, I don't 100% remember because it's been a while, but I looked up Cha's move Tyrim for a video. And it could be written with characters for Womb and Tree. Yo, Haku with the in-depth lore. Okay, dude. So Cha's moves are all about like origin, first, beginning, genesis, womb, tree, where people were probably born. Is tower on our theory list? Yeah, structure of the tower, because I have a thought. Okay. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on administrators. Hedon is basically, in my opinion, the true god of the tower. I think he's the strongest administrator. I think he's the top. He's the true. I mean, freaking Huayang calls him that. The true god of the tower. That's specifically what Huayang calls Hedon. So, one of the 43rd floor is like a chimera. Yeah. So okay, I have that image here. It was like a chimera, but it was like a fish chimera. Like, look at it. Like, it still has the fish qualities, you know? But it could transform, which Hedon can probably also transform. Hedon, as he is now, is probably a humanoid version of his true form, is how I would see it. It doesn't surprise me he'd have the power to, like, have a human form or a humanoid form. I don't know. That, to me, seems pretty standard, I guess, or not that crazy. You know? I don't know. Interesting. All right, next talking point. Positions. Ooh, this is a fun one. This is a fun topic. Okay, I have a question for everybody. You know what? Maybe I can even like start a poll or something. That'd be fun. All right, I'm going to do a poll. Okay, how do I word this? Are positions still relevant in Tower of God? You can say yes or no. Are positions still relevant? I'm not going to share my opinion on that until I see your responses. Okay, positions. Let's talk about positions for a sec. So there are 5 basic positions that we all know about. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge. You get the fisherman, spear bearer, scout, light bearer, and wave controller. We're not going to like go into what each one does. You all know what they do, what their roles are. But what is interesting is that there are a variety of other positions in addition to these positions that are rarer, like guides or defenders. The only defender we've ever seen is Akka Williams, but we do know that Blood Matter was like a master defender. What I think is cool about positions is that two of them, like, there's pairings of positions that are like superb. So it's said that Wave Controller plus Light Bearer is like the strongest duo. If you had to just pick two positions to work together, you want to pick Wave Controller Light Bearer, which is pretty cool. And we see that with Shia and Viol at the hand of Arlen, which is pretty sick. But also, Defender Spear Bearer is also an insane combo because Edwan and Blood Matter were like the ultimate pair during their climb, which makes me think like, okay, Fishermen are good on their own. I would say Scouts to a certain extent, but are there any other pairings that would work really well? I don't know. But there are also other positions that SIU hasn't really touched upon lately. Anima is an obvious one. I mean, Anima is... that one has been shown quite a bit with the nest. Anima can control Shinwei. That's basically it. They contain them in a bowl. A bowl can be anything. It doesn't actually have to be a literal bowl. We see with Alfine and her Shadow Wolf, her bowl or her container was the entire room. That was the container for the fox. So we know about that. Juan Solsa. Juan Solsa is such an interesting position. A special position referring to controlling ability called Wansol, which circulates Shinsu into a perfect circle, causing it to gain much greater strength while retaining the same Myun and Su. Those are terminology for Shinsu, properties of Shinsu. Love, I believe, is the only Wansol. Nope, never mind. I am totally wrong. Love, Hansung, Yurik, and Grandalee? What the frick? Wait, Grandalee is a Juan Solsa? Did I miss something? And then we have Bomb and Data Hansung. Bomb because he copied Love's abilities. It's interesting. I mean, you can create circles. I guess that's a position, you know, if you can create circle, but like perfect circle. Like, we know how hard it is in real life to create a perfect circle. Basically impossible for the most part. It's not, you know, whatever. But to create it with Shinsu, it must achieve like a very unique property. Circles have kind of been known to be very important talking points because orbs are kind of circles. I don't know. Maybe I'm diving too deep. Dan Solsa. This is the weirdest one, man. This is Hansung Yu is also a Dan Solsa? What the frick? Is Hansung Yu just every position in the tower? Because he's a wave controller, Anima, Juan Solsa, Dan Solsa. That's kind of freaking insane. Pretty soon I'm going to find out he's also a flame user. So Dan Solsas are able to, as wave controllers, they're able to basically transfer their Shinsu from one position to another. A technique called Dan Sol. The user applies a great pressure on the target so they can't move, and then with a weapon, they crush the enemy. It can be teleported. Okay, so I guess Dan Solsa is just, I freeze you and then I hit you. I guess? That's what it means to be a Dan Solsa? Okay, I'm glad Haku is also confused. How in the world is Grandalee a Juan Solsa? What in the world? Is there like a panel where he created a circle? Oh, right here. Grandalee, Juan Sol, perfect circle Shinsu shield? He creates a barrier, so he's a Juan Solsa? Is that how it works? Sorry about the ads. I'm on incognito. Okay, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of... I mean, Kun creates the Enna core barrier. Is he a Juan Solsa too? I don't know, man. It's kind of, that's funny to me. He creates a perfect circle. Do they call it a perfect circle? How do we know it's a perfect circle? He just creates a circle. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That's funny, though. Unless SIU said he was. I don't know. Then there's Huayamsa, which is a flame user. So Evankel, Quant, Hana, Woon, Iwa, and Quattro. An excuse to talk about my girl Iwa. I'll take it, bro. I mean, Huayamsa is flame user. What else do I say? Well, no, okay. The cool thing about this is that I do like SIU's interpretation of flame in this story and how he introduced like the Yan Flame and Yan Woon and like the Firefish. As a concept, there's flaws with it, but as a concept, it's cool. Flame doesn't have to be just about offense, pew, pew, pew. It's like, no, there's more to it than that. And I think that's sick. And then finally, there's John Sulsa, which is super sick. Lightning user, right? You can turn Shinsu into electricity. We see that with Ron, Leiro Ro, all the Kuns, Mashini, unnamed Kun, Edwan, Kunhind Luck, Liboric, and of course, one of the features of a John Sulsa is the lightning pill, or the Radon, which some people claim is like, oh, only the Mashini branch can do that. But I don't really think that's true. I think that's just kind of like a John Sulsa thing, because Leiro Ro also has the little circles that on his cheeks. And you know that when Ron activates the lightning pill, he gets the little circles on his cheeks. So, I don't know. Little Pikachu reference there. We know SIU based Leiro Ro off of Pikachu. So there you go. Fun fact for you if you didn't know that. SIU did confirm that he based Leiro Ro off of Pikachu. All right, last one for the top of the iceberg. Let's freaking go. Princess System. Princess System. All right, well, right off the bat, we know the Princess System was developed by our good old buddy friend, everyone's favorite Pobadao Gustang. Our favorite Pobadao developed the Princess System. It's complicated, right? Because you have like the Ghost of the 13 Months, which Jihad intentionally put into place and like agreed to. The Princess System is basically an excuse to delay the inevitable, because the key to the tower, the key to the 135th floor, was split between the Jihad clones, or the Jihad brothers, or whatever you want to call them, Karaka, Wang Nan, the boss, and the 13 months. And he was initially going to give a piece to the 13 families. That's why there's 13 weapons. But the Great War happened. He changed his mind. He was like, frick that. The princesses can have the 13 months, which introduces like the color theory system, which Haku's made a whole video about that, which is super good. And yeah, I mean, princesses have the Jihad blood that is injected into them. Sorry, I gotta hydrate. Been talking a lot. The Jihad blood is basically injected into them in a manner that they can survive it, because Jihad can't have kids normally. They just die if he does, which is pretty fricked up. I love this panel because standard Jihad princesses, like this princess has a long horn. Kind of reminds me of Endorsi's horn, but like longer. This person has like a helmet, looks like. This one has like a cool mask. Really like it. It's pretty cool. I mean, so the princess system started out very bloody. Princesses were killing each other left and right. And the Ghost of the 13 Months didn't help, because that was like an entire thing, That was like an entire additional layer to the brutality and murders that kept happening. So, give us Hagatherion! Agreed. Oh, by the way, the poll. Let me check the poll. Let me end the poll. Are positions still relevant? 62% say yes. 36% say no. So 63 to 36. Thanks for voting. So, okay, most people say yes, it is still relevant. But a decent chunk of people don't think so, and I think that's interesting. I think they are, just not to the extent that they were once. Before, it was sort of like a huge focus was like, you have to work together as a team with the positions. But now it's like, positions help, but aren't required, which is fine, but, I don't know. I think a cool recent example, semi-recent, is Last Station, where Calavan isn't there to fight, so Sharon says, I'll take the role of the fisherman, because Calavan isn't here. Love that. That's such a cool line. That, to me, sort of rekindled the hype of positions, because they had a position. They had one person per position, which I thought was sick. Super sick. And, oh, was there like some kind of Nightbot thing? Yeah, Nightbot is pretty brutal. So watch out for Nightbot. What else about the princesses? I mean, that's kind of the main thing. So SIU, okay. SIU, Jihad. I was gonna say SIU marries the princess that, okay, sorry, Jihad. Jihad will basically marry the princess that collects all the weapons. So he says. He doesn't want to, because he established a system that would basically make it impossible to collect all 13, and I don't think a princess has ever had more than 2. I I think, at least in recent history. I'm pretty sure they said that. They can't get married, they can't have kids, because if they have kids, we see what happens with Anak. They spread the blood around, they don't want that to happen. They can't enter the floor of death. That's a weird rule. No floor of death for you, princesses. And we see Yuri, Endorsi, and Garam break that rule. So they not only can they not have kids, they just can't have relationships with men. So there you go. Super fun. Super, super fun. A lot of confirmed princesses, which we're going to get into some of them as we go further down the iceberg. So there you go. Positions are so relevant that Elpathion single-handedly stopped Evankel from instantly melting Calivan's whole squad. And he isn't even as strong as her. That's really true. I truly believe that before Sophia, Elpathion was by far the most skilled light bearer we'd ever seen, which we hadn't seen that many light bearers, so maybe that's not controversial. But the skill that he showed and demonstrated was on another level, man. Like, can we give a... I wish more people would appreciate Elpathion, man. The man was awesome. He's sick. He performed, dude. He gave his life to kill Evankel. And she just got a little bit ticked off. That was the extent of his sacrifice, which is pretty brutal, Jihad is still hung up on Arlen. Maidenless behavior right there. That is very true. Very maidenless behavior. All right, everybody. We made it past the tip of the iceberg. Let's descend down the iceberg. Okay. We have descended. I'll keep it right here so people can tell. We've descended the iceberg. We're now on the second layer. Bomb, he's still season 1 Bomb, but he's got the bandana. He's got like the Evankel second floor drip, He's all dripped out and ready to conquer Evankel's hell. All right. Structure of the tower. Let's talk about structure of the tower. I have a really interesting thought on this. At least I think it's interesting. The picture that I love to reference, I actually have it as a bookmark here because I love to use this image. It's on Reddit. Someone posted this image. What do you desire? And it's just a tower. Way off in the distance. I freaking love this image, bro. I fell in love, and by the way, I don't know if Irsyad Sihab is the artist behind this. Whoever is the artist, because the artist isn't credited, specifically. I love this. I love it. It might not even be a Tower of God image, but I see this and my mind is flooded with possibilities. Multiple towers, because we have multiple axes, I don't know. So are there multiple towers, right? I think there probably are. Was that mentioned? I don't know. There's a lot of lore that I forget. Believe it or not. There's a lot to go around. But regardless, I've always wondered if the tower itself is not just a tower, right? Bear with me here. Let's think about what we know of the tower. It's a trial and stuff, sure, but ultimately, it's a place where water, Shinsu, is everywhere. It makes up virtually everything, specifically air and water. It's a place where Shinwei, divine sea creatures, live everywhere, and the gods of this tower are administrators, basically giant fish, and fishermen are one of the roles of the tower. What if the tower, right? What if the tower... I don't want to say, it's kind of dumb, but like, okay, I'm just trying to get you thinking, right? Like the lifeblood of the tower itself could be Shinsu, almost like it's a weird topic. It's a weird topic, but like you have flowers, people are born from flowers in this tower. You have life-giving energy sort of in the roots, almost like their veins. It's such a weird concept that I can't really explain it, but I've always wondered if the tower was like a giant tree or something, just like a massive like Yggdrasil tree, and the Shinsu is basically like the blood of the tree, the life inside the tree, not the sap or whatever, but you get the idea where it's like its roots are everywhere, and I don't know. That to me, for some reason, has always stuck with me as like some kind of interesting thought of sort of like the energy inside this Yggdrasil tree is Shinsu. You know what I mean? It's obviously not the case, but that's just one thought I've had. Especially since like humans are born from flowers inside of this tree and inside this tower, right? I don't know. I've always thought of that. The tower's an aquarium? That's more likely. Isn't the tower referred to as a huge mountain in the distance? I don't remember that. I do not remember that. I don't know. This is gonna sound funny, but I think of the tower as like a faucet, and when you reach the top, you can get out. And somehow Jihad doesn't want that, then Arlen found a different way. Huh. Maybe. I'm struggling to sort of picture the faucet analogy. Oh, my mic. Sorry. Thank you. Boom. Mic buzz fixed. Appreciate you. I gotta get a new, like, I use my voiceover mic. It's a different mic from that one, and I just gotta, like, turn it slightly, and it'll get rid of that noise. Appreciate you. I've always thought that the tower is going to be a very small structure once it's viewed from the outside. I agree. I don't think it's, like, genuinely as big as the inside is making it out to be. I agree. A scene in season 1 where someone from the outside mentions it? The only person from the outside is Bomb and Rachel. I dubbed all of season 1, and that line does not stick out to me from Rachel or Bomb. I'm pretty sure we've never had a reference to, like, what it looks like from the outside. I could be wrong, though. Hannah has an entire, like, prison inverted tower theory where basically climbing the tower, you think you're climbing, but you're really getting to, like, the bottom, which is kind of fun. And, like, you know, floor 0 where Bomb was, or, like, Bomb was outside, but, like, maybe Bomb was in the basement, which is really the top. That's a fun theory. Hannah has a lot of compelling evidence with that one. Jihad is stopping the faucet from leaking. Legend. Let's go, Jihad. Plugging the faucet. But yeah, so you have the middle area, you have the outside, the inner tower. We don't need to get into all that. I think the idea of the nature of the tower itself is like the biggest mystery in the series. Because you have Gustang, the best scientist / researcher in the entire tower, and he still doesn't really know what the tower is all about. You know, and he doesn't know what guides are all about. Guides are somehow like, I think of guides and native ones as like the most connected to the tower. And if you look at someone, you can look at like our Towers and Gods campaign where we have characters who are like more attuned to the Shinsu, which is also in Tower of God. But like, I feel like it's explored. We kind of explore that concept of like seeing the Shinsu or like hearing the Shinsu or like becoming one with the Shinsu, which is so cool, so fascinating. It's almost like maybe the tower itself is alive. Maybe the tower is a living thing. I don't know. Why not, you know? Rachel and Bomb talk about a mountain in the distance, but I doubt it's the tower. Okay. That's weird. I don't even remember them talking about a mountain. But Haku's the lore master, so it's probably there somewhere. That's interesting. I don't know. The workshop knows the shape of the tower? Dude, we're not even gonna... The workshop is coming up on the iceberg. It's right here. You know what? Let's jump into workshop. Because I truly believe the workshop is like the #1 threat. Or maybe not threat, but like the #1 most important aspect of the Tower of God story. Because these people were in the tower before Jihad entered. They entered before him because the workshop existed outside the tower to begin with. So Jihad wasn't the first one to enter from the outside. It was actually the workshop. That's insane. Did Mixeth create the workshop on the outside or just the one on the inside? There's a workshop headquarters on every single floor of the tower. They helped develop like the study of Shinsu. Gustang helped with that as well. They helped develop like Ari-Han helped develop needles, but like everything is through the workshop. Everything is through the workshop. The workshop helped Jihad with his climb. Why? Why would they want to do that? What's going on there? What's the deeper reasoning behind that, you know? It's crazy, man. McSeth, a big mastermind. Dude, I was rereading part of Workshop because in Towers and Gods, we're at the Workshop battle arc currently. And there is such a fascinating panel. I know right where it is, I'm pretty sure. I'll be able to find it pretty easily. I just read this. It's at the very beginning of Workshop. What, like right here? No, one more. One more chapter, maybe. It's somewhere around here. No, we're almost there. We're almost there. This one? Nope. One more. Here it is. All right, episode 56 of season 2. There's this scene of Gustang. This is the first time we ever see Gustang. It doesn't show his full appearance, but this is the first time we see Gustang. Oh, shoot. How did the music mute? Ha! The music must have been muted for so long. Whoops. He's talking to somebody in this scene. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Long time no see, young. And then Gustang says, an old radio that's hard to even hear from. You still have unusual taste. Then the person on the machine says, I don't like machines that humans use nowadays. So what do you think? Do you have an answer to my question? And then Gustang says, you're quite impatient for your age. Just wait a little longer. The game has just begun. So this person is calling Gustang young. Okay, that's clue number 1. And then Gustang says, you're impatient for your age. 2 clues. One of McSeth's children is who Gustang was talking to. Ah, that's interesting. Okay. I can see that. The game has just begun. And then not long after this, I agree, Haku, it's definitely it's either McSeth himself, who definitely is friends with Gustang. There's no way they're not friends. Or it's like one of his kids or some kind of connection there. There's another scene right after this. It's got to be right when like one shot begins. Where is it? There's another panel where we see somebody. Or maybe it's after the game? Shoot. Frick, there's another panel where we see this like old man figure. And the person's like, let the workshop battle begin. And it's like this entire scenario. It's weird. It's like, who are you? Are you McSeth? Are you one of the kids? You look really old. Right? That's Flux. Potentially as well. Yep, it could very well be Flux. No, it's not this far. Frick. I don't know where it is. But you get the idea. There's somebody there. It's very mysterious. It begs the question like, okay, who in the world is this? Regardless, workshop, biggest mystery in the entire tower. They could have even like freaking built the tower. Why not? And maybe the entire thing is like this giant experiment. Why not? That's plausible in my eyes. And they created like Shinwei administrator gods, you know, and I don't know. It's like probably not the case because I don't know if they have that much authority or power, but they are in some way massively connected to the lore of the tower itself. Long white hair? Yes. It's in prologue Emily? No, I don't think it is. Because I saw it. Is it? I'm not sure if it is. I think it's after that. Maybe I'm wrong. Prologue Emily? No, it wasn't here. It was after this. It was after this. No, it's I'm trying to think Let me see if I can find it. It must have been before the Gustang scene. But it was definitely before all this. The person is a teacher? How do you know? How do we know? Sorry, let me switch my mouse so it's a little less noisy. There we go. Where is this panel? I swear this is important. I swear this is a big deal. Trust me. It's before one shot. It's before one shot. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So, okay, we have this little machine. You know, going up. Sir, we're now ready for the workshop battle. We see this person. Send invitations to the regulars. Yes, sir. That's it. Is that it? Or was there one more? Here it is. There was one more part. Come hither, those who were captured by the devilishness of the tower. We're the smiths who tap on your greed. The workshop battle begins. This fascinates me so much. Like, it might not be Mixeth himself, right? And this is season 2, episode 55. This might not be Mixeth himself, but this is obviously a high-rank workshop person. I don't remember that. Exactly. This is freaking big lore. I saw this Friday. I was reading it Friday to make sure I knew my one shot, one opportunity rules. And I was like, huh? Nani? What the frick is this? There's like 2 scenes. The translation is wrong? On what? Okay, yeah, I'm sure this is not exact, but... I don't know. All right, moving on with the Iceberg. We spent a lot of time on the workshop, but I think they deserved a lot of time because they're doing some weird stuff. Let's jump to the outside, and then we'll talk about Shinwei. Let's talk about the outside of the tower for a second here. There's a whole page in the wiki here for the outside. Okay, I have thoughts. The outside is discussed actually a lot in the series because here's my thought, right? Rachel's entire reason for entering the tower, what she told Bomb, was she wants to see the sky and stars. Now, in our eyes, we're like, okay, so if she reaches the top, literally she'll look up on top of the tower and see all the skies and stars and stuff. And it's like, okay, wow, cool. Good on you, Rachel. But then, when you read the Arlen Pocket, the journal backstory, Arlen starts talking about how when she finally left the tower, she finally brought Bomb's body outside to talk to the outside god. She specifically talks about this exact panel. She says, the sky and stars were like beautiful. The beautiful sky and the beautiful stars. We know that Rachel knew Arlen, or at least had some kind of connection to Arlen, knows about Arlen. So Rachel wanting to climb the tower, in my eyes, Rachel just wants to get to the outside. I think the outside is the goal for basically everybody in this story. Look at Gustang, who wants to find a way to get outside. Look at Yurik, who wants to find a way to get outside. And Yurik like approached Gustang, and Gustang didn't know. Arlen left and got outside. You know, everybody wants to get outside. The outside is kind of more cool. It sounds like it's cooler than inside, you know? It's chill. It's awesome. You got all these, like, cool things happening, apparently. And then when Rachel is talking about, like, the people who can go up there, right, leave the cave, she could be talking about the outside because she says, like, the chosen people. Now, I think an interpretation of that could also be chosen people equals regulars equals the tower. Very confusing. You know what? I'm going to pull it up. It's one of the weirdest segments of the entirety of Season 1. It's a very weird moment. I know right where it is. It's 76, I think. Chapter 76 of Season 1. Whoops. No. 72. It's 72. Okay. Or 73. Frick! I tried to guess it. Okay. So here we go. So we start with the flashback here. Hurry up, Bomb, I don't have time. They're playing like chess, basically. Let's stop. Okay, by the way, we also get a clue as to Bomb's intellect here because Bomb kicks Rachel's butt in chess, okay? I just want to shout out to my boy Bomb for freaking owning Rachel in chess. Let's freaking go. That's a dub. That's a dub for Bomb. That's a permanent dub. I want Bomb to reunite with Rachel again and be like, hey, remember when I beat you in chess like every time we played? Dude. Hurt Rachel's ego even more. I told you I have something important to do today and I should go early. He says, can't you go after this game? Can I go with you? I told you only chosen people live up there. AKA not the tower. Sorry, Bomb, I want to take you, but I can't. There's nothing I can do. And then when they're talking in this bubble, they continue. Me and Hannah did this entire scene. That's why I remember so specifically. For the dub. I scrolled too much. I scrolled too far. Where's it at? Right here. Bomb, do you remember the things I told you in the cave? Of course I do. The world of light and happiness. The fruits in the trees the god gave them. The god. AKA the outside god. Sorry. Festivals every day where the chosen people danced and played, a place without darkness. That to me does not sound like the tower. It sounds like Rachel wants to leave. Rachel wants to leave the tower. Hannah's commenting, Hannah's giving me PTSD. Rachel wants to get to the outside. For some reason. Everyone does. But what's weird is that she's like, oh, sorry, Bomb, I have to do something today, and only chosen people can live up there. What if she's being forced to take care of Bomb, and the up there is just like a prison, like Hannah was talking about? I don't know. Just some thoughts. I don't know. Overall, the outside is... Oh! We have some lore here that I totally forgot about. In one of Ashul Edwaru's books of the tower's weapons, Ashul Edwaru states, there's no Shinsu in their world. In their world, that's so cool. And something called air fills their world instead. That's freaking so cool. He also writes that all the weapons used in the tower are modeled after weapons from outside the tower, which were brought in by Jihad and the Great Warriors when they enter from the outside. So all weapons in the tower, or most of them, were modeled after Jihad's weapons and R.E.A. Hone's weapons. Like, R.E.A. Hone probably owned the very first sword in the tower, right? Yurik Mizuno describes the outside as a vast and open world, full of rolling skies and stars. Similarly, when speaking to Bomb immediately before entering the tower, Rachel said, if you climb the tower, you'll be able to go outside. You can see a blue sky during the day and a starry sky during the night. This brings up a theory. What if... And I've talked about this before. I forget if on the channel. What if Jihad's whole shtick, right? If climbing the tower really does lead to going outside, what if, and I think I talked about this with the Towers and Gods crew, that's why Jihad doesn't want them to go to 135. Because reaching 135 means you passed. We'll give you whatever you want and you can leave. You passed the trial, you're free to go, and we'll give you a wish or whatever. But that would mean Jihad is no longer king. Every ranker that ever finishes their climb would leave Jihad's empire, leave and go outside, and Jihad would no longer be the king of his small fishbowl, right? He's no longer like the King Minnow or whatever. I think that is such a cool theory. Yurik Mizuno, who entered the tower tracking Pentaminum, now seeks a way to leave the tower, inspired by the many tales. While Haek Song seeks the same goal, none have succeeded. According to the Great Father Mixeth, the Gong Bang, which is the workshop, also exists outside the tower. It's unknown how Mixeth can know this. According to Arlen's Pocket, she offered her child to an outside god. The outside god has its own thing on the Iceberg. Fascinating stuff. It's so interesting. Like, is the outside world just our world? And everybody, like, irregulars are isekai'd into the tower. I made a whole video saying Tower of God isn't an isekai, but SIU could prove me wrong. If, like, the outside is just our world and, like, special people from, not literally our world, but just, like, a normal world. I mean, there's, like, gods and axes and stuff, so obviously not entirely normal, but you get the idea where it's, like, pretty normal. There's a sky, space, stars. And then you get isekai'd in if you're an irregular. I don't know. Interesting. He couldn't have? The floor is locked? Well, Jihad locked the floor. Like, Jihad's the one who locked it, you know? He locked the floor after reaching there and thus trapping the that's exactly it. He's trapping everybody. Whoop. He's trapping. Oh, I thought my mic was acting up. In the tower. They can't leave. They're stuck, you know? Tom Sawyer. True. And Pokemon. Pokemon Go was brought up by Shivisu. That's very important to remember. And Endorsi knows Dragon Ball Z. She tried to do, what's the Goku instant transmission, whatever. Yeah. So that's true, Hannah. Good point. I'm just saying, you know, maybe the tower exists in like New York or something. Who knows? But Jesus is canon too. That's true. Bro, you gotta have Jesus lore. You gotta have it be like, I know JoJo does this in the manga, part 7 or something, where it's like, you gotta tie in Jesus into the lore of the tower, right? They're so funny. Anyway, Shinwei. So we talked about Shinwei earlier when I talked about the administrators. Shinwei are the creatures of the tower, not just the fish. It means divine sea fish. It translates to that, but every like creature in the tower is a Shinwei. Now, the interesting thing is when you start to mix Shinwei with humans, which I believe is how the beastkin came to be. I mean, there's no other explanation that really makes sense, you know? There's like, so if you remember from season 3, when Bomb is participating in Gacha Doseng, the cat tower game, it's one of the very first chapters, I remember. In fact, it might have been the first one? Or the second one, maybe. Where Bomb and everybody there, they have to fight through the cages. Here we go. And they fight these, like, intelligent humanoid... I guess they're humans, right? They're basically humans, or humanoid. So they're not Shinwei, right? These creatures aren't Shinwei. But then he fights, like, these weird, muscular ab-dolphins. Where's that? That's the one I'm thinking of. I need to find the ab-dolphins, please. Where are you? Oh, this is when White destroys Ureo? Yeah. Freaking decimates him. Where are the ab-dolphins? I need to see the ab... Okay, we get the Hiracha backstory. Maybe I passed it. I think I definitely passed it. It was one of the very first chapters, I remember. This is very important information, guys. Okay, basically, my point is that, like, these humanoids who are feasibly, like, as intelligent as humans, are they, like, descendants from Shinwei? Or, like, I don't know. There has to be some kind of connection there. Because there are, like, literally, like, dolphin people and... You know, and not even just like beastkin, but like straight up dolphin people. You know, not just like, oh, I have the tail of a dolphin. It's like, no, they are straight up dolphins. It's got to be here, right? Hiracha versus Hansong. Frick. Ha! Ha! Dude, I need to find this shoot, I'm not gonna find it. But you remember the dolphin people. My point is, Shinwei are basically just animals of the tower. We see right here, in addition, it is said that the head of the Lopobia family, Dramarai, is considered the best anima in the tower and is capable of controlling all Shinwei and animals and even humans. That's weird, because the wiki is implying that Shinwei are not animals. Okay, so I guess there are maybe just like, okay, there are birds. Birds exist, but birds aren't Shinwei, but there are bird Shinwei. I don't know. Wraith Razors? That's what I'm saying, bro. The Wraith Razors aren't beastkin. They're like Shinwei humanoids. You know, they're like humanoid Shinwei. Yama was fighting the dolphin people? Oh my gosh, you're right. Wait a minute. Okay. You're right. Oh my gosh, it wasn't even Bomb, it was Yama. It was Yama. I remember for sure it was one of the very early chapters, though. It was very, very early on. It was before he fights Yusracha. I need to find these dolphin people, bro. Here we go. It's gotta be like, no, this is Coon. This is Coon. This is when White friggin' pops off. Dang, these early chapters, man. That's freaking crazy. These chapters had really quick pacing. It has to be episode 70. Whoa. Traumarai can control human was debunked. Sure, well, that could be some kind of myth, right? Where it's like they think that. Here we go. All right, I found them. Okay, you're not telling me that these are just normal humanoids. All right, these are Shinwei humans, man. Okay, these are Shinwei humans. Okay, I will never forget these abdolphins because they are. My chair is so squeaky. They are very vital to the Tower of God lore. They could answer so many of our questions. Remember, Yasracha said that even the most talented anima can't control people. Then Lobi said that's why the 10 families made the Beastkin. Yeah. So like, it's almost like this right here is a myth that was conceived because people maybe saw Traumarai controlling a Beastkin and were like, oh shoot, he can control people, right? Interesting. Different interpretations of that, but you have a list of Shinwei here. I guess even the ancients are considered Shinwei. I guess that's fair. I guess I never really considered that. That's one of the weirdest freaking, the marsh worms from the second floor. Bro, look, okay, favorite Shin... Dude, how come all the frogs in Tower of God are so sick? They're so awesome. Where's Traumarai's frog? Where's my boy? Is he not here? The wiki's slacking. The wiki is slacking, bro. Cobalt. Where's Cobalt? Here we go. Bro, okay. We have Cobalt and Pollock. The coolest frogs in the tower. And, of course, Racevelger. I mean, come on. SIU? He loves frogs, man. I don't know what it is. But the coolest Shinwei are always frogs. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about the top of the tower. Actually, I feel like I already talked about that. You know, what could be beyond the 134th floor? I touched on that already. 13 months. I feel like I'll just talk about it briefly. They were created by Ashul Adwaru. I should probably look up 13 months tower. Oh, God. I think the most interesting part of the 13 months, one of the most interesting, is the fact that they are living spirits inside of them. And, basically, they form one of the keys to the 134th floor, right? And he at first wanted to give these weapons to the 13 Great Warriors. Haku, again, has a really cool video on the colors. Like, so the theory goes something like, SIU at one point said that each of the family heads, or each of the 13, had a different Shinsu color, right? He said that each one had a different color, and each of the 13 months has a different color, and these 13 months were made for the 13 warriors. So it makes sense that these colors are the 13 Shinsu colors for the family heads. Again, go to Haku's channel if you want more details, but super cool theory. It lines up really well, too. I mean, it really does. We know that Traumarai's Shinsu is green, which kind of connects to Anak having the green April, and she's potentially Lopobia Beastkin, right? We saw there were lizard people in one of the recent chapters of Tower of God who were Beastkin. The Black March could be Viol, or V, the initial V. I call him Viol sometimes, because I'm telling you, that's his name for sure. Because it kind of is connected to Bomb. For some reason, the Black March likes Bomb. Who freaking knows? There's a bunch of theories on this, which are really, really fascinating. But I'm not gonna... That's a whole stream that we could figure out the colors matching each of the family heads. And I could maybe... If Haku is down, Haku, maybe you and I can talk about that in more detail sometime. That'd be cool. Let's talk about Wall Hike Song. Wall Hike Song. We're almost done with this section of the Iceberg, and it's about to get weird. It's about to get crazy. This is the organization founded by Yurik and Baekryun. Baekryun is such a cool character. He's one of the coolest lore characters in the entire story, dude. He's sick. He basically... I mean, I made a whole video on Baekryun, but he grew up in a forest, and... Shoot, I'm kind of... I want to make sure I don't mess it up, actually. It's been so long since I've talked about Baekryun. He went to a forest and avoided contact, becoming one with the forest. Learned to control Shinsu, He picked him, but he had like this very unique way. He was such a unique person. He spent a long time looking after the forest after he became a ranker. His forest is said to have been like a living animal. And we know the 77th floor is the location of Huayamsa, which is a giant forest. Just saying, look at these connections here. Anyway, Baekryun it's his own topic of conversation. Huayamsa, this is the symbol here. They have the different wings here. I still think one of the strangest sort of points is when Yuri gives Shibisu the winged tree. That never really comes into play. But regardless, this is the symbol. Their goal, they're kind of like Fug, where they're anti-jihad, anti-families. But unlike Fug, which is like a cult, they're just like a club, man. They're a club where people can come and hang out and they want to leave the tower. That's their true goal. You know, they don't care as much about the family heads and killing them. And, you know, they want to leave, man. They just want to leave and they want to have a good time outside the tower. And honestly, who can blame them? Because Jihad's empire is fricked up. We know that Baekryun and Yurik Mizuno are the co-founders. Dude, Baekryun is ranked number 9. How cool is that, man? He's so freaking cool. And he doesn't even fight. He barely even fights at all. You know, that's how crazy he is. UJ, Hatsling, Kurdan, all these people who are a part of it. Tulalan is a member of Huayamsa. Need I remind you all? Show some respect. Put some respect on my boy Tulalan. He is the spare regular of Huayamsa. End of workshop. Kun mentions Shibisu gave the wing to Bomb. Yeah, okay. Like, I knew it was brought up again, but my point is that it never really. It wasn't that important. That was kind of I've always thought that was kind of like a slightly missed opportunity, maybe. Like, why give it to? Like, there was no point to Shibisu giving the wing to Bomb. It was just kind of like a thing that happened, you know. I guess it could point towards Bomb joining Huayamsa eventually, or them inviting him into it. My theory is that Baekryun is possibly a secret abandoned child of one of the family heads. He could supposedly control Shinsu from birth, and 10 family members are born into contracts. That's a very good point. If you're from the 10 great families, you don't have to make contracts to use Shinsu. So that would make sense. Or he's just that crazy that he has some like native blood, like a native one blood, and he just could naturally, he was that special. He wasn't from the families, he was that special. I feel like that's just as cool, if not cooler, but I think the family explanation probably makes more sense. Guides. Let's talk about guides really quick. I mean, there's more. I did see that the Red Witches get brought up later, so I'm not gonna go into too much detail. Guides, these are one of the races of the tower that are so attuned to the tower itself. It's like the tower is a game, and they have the cheat codes. They have the Game Shark. They have the walkthrough. Literally, they are human GPSs, is what SIU called them. And Silver Dwarves, their area of expertise is like immediate future and paths. So Evan knew which path Bomb had to take to defeat the White Steel Eel. He didn't think he could do it, but Bomb did it. He entered its mouth and stabbed it from the inside. Evan knew that was the way to beat the White Steel Eel. It's like immediate future, immediate paths. Red Witches are more about like long-term prophecies. Like, for example, when Huayamsa predicted that Prince would die. It was played off as a joke, but like it came true, you know? And she told Wangnan, like, if you do this, you will suffer. And he did. Like, it's like Red Witches are like, it's like long-term destinations. But it's not 100% either, because Huayamsa was also able to guide the regulars during the fights against the Shinwei. Like, there's one point where she's guiding Team Rachel, like Daniel and, Angel and Welsar Elliott, Yura, she's guiding them in their fight. So like guides have an innate ability to lead and to see what's happening, but there's still a big difference between the two races. I didn't explain that very well, did I? Let me see what this says here. A guide usually works with a light bearer. Guides have excellent analysis skills. See, I think it's just more like an analysis perspective. It's not like Huayamsa was seeing the future paths It's just that she is analyzing the creature and so giving advice to them. That's how I see that. The most notorious trait is seeing the paths of the tower and instructing someone on the paths. As stated above, Hansung describes guides as being able to foresee the future and even change it. Guides are able to find hidden things in the tower and read one's fate. Except not for irregulars. Irregulars are different when it comes to a lot of the fate stuff. The specialty of silver dwarves tends to be seeing crossroads right in front of them, whereas red witches see fate, which is long term. Also, Emily was able to somehow mess up Huayamsa's powers during Revolution Road. Dude, I love that so much. Thank you for bringing that up, Haku. Emily is basically the guide kryptonite, at least for Huayam and probably the Red Witches. Because, and the way I see that is because guides are able to see immediate futures, far futures, whatever, but because of their connection to the tower, it's because they're seeing the hidden secrets of the tower, the hidden paths of the tower. But Emily is like a workshop creation, which sort of clashes with it, in my opinion. For example, flowers and machines, right? Shinsu and machines, or whatever, however you want to look at that. I almost see guides versus like AI life form as being contradictory. So Emily is not actually a part of the tower. It's something completely like separate. And so it's able to change fate. And Huayam can't predict what this like AI will do. I think that's so cool. Like, it maybe isn't as I said there, but there's some kind of... Emily is infiltrating and messing up the way that guides see things, which is super interesting. We also see that with, like, Hockney's eyes. Hockney can't... He starts getting a headache when Jihad is in front of him, Data Jihad. He can't see the future. It's like there's these, like, irregulars and Emily. They are affecting the future abilities of guides in Hockney, which is really interesting, man. Fascinating. Well, that is that part of the iceberg. I guess we're descending more, and I gotta say, we're gonna pick up the pace, and I've talked about a lot of this stuff, so I'm gonna skip anything we've already talked about. Oh boy. Oh boy, this iceberg just, oh boy, there's still a long way to go. We're in this for the long run. Let's freaking do this. Okay. Moving on. Thug. I guess we haven't talked about Thug, have we? Thug. Anti-jihad, anti-family organization. Everyone knows that, but let's, you know, pretty interesting, right? The thing that fascinates me about Thug is that it is literally like it's like the ultimate creation of V and Arlen. Like, when we first find out about Thug, it's like, oh, these evil, like, you know, people who are doing horrible things to achieve their goals. Bomb's parents founded it. Like, Bomb's parents are responsible for Thug. And that is so cool to me. The leader of Thug is now Grace Michelle Luzlek, who was very close with V and Arlen. He has the same last name as Arlen. We don't know why. Adopted sibling, adopted child, who freaking knows? But there's obviously a connection there. Grace Michelle Luzlek basically adopted Bomb into Thug, gave him the name Juviole Grace. Grace connects to Arlen. Viol connects to V, probably. This is really interesting, man. I don't know. But Thug wants to take down Jihad and the family heads through the Slayers. And the Elders are like the top dogs of Thug, but the Slayers are like the focus of Thug, where each Slayer has a primary target. Yama's target maybe is Traumarai, but we don't know that for sure. White's target is R.A. Hone. Karaka's target is Jihad, which is really stupid, because, like, okay, you're telling me Karaka's gonna kill Jihad? But the thing that makes them Slayers isn't just their strength. It's the fact that each one of them, in my opinion, has a very unique factor in this tower. Karaka is immortal. He can't die as long as his heart is contained somewhere. Yama can create an infinite canine army. Or at least that's what Thug was using him to do, through Doom, right? Who else? White can get infinitely more powerful by consuming souls. That's kind of insane. That, to me, you could grow infinitely more powerful through that ability. and then bomb is bomb. So to be fair, to realize bomb's flare wave explosion eventually developed to look like Fug's symbol. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, this symbol is like it's literally a butterfly. And whenever we hear about Fug techniques, it's always floral butterfly piercing technique, right? Super unique, super cool. They all have rule-breaking powers. Exactly. Exactly. There are a number of people that can break the rules of the tower that don't have to be irregulars. We see that with, like, Ureo. Oh, is that his name? Ureo, who White completely destroys? Or Arya, or any of those people. I guess even, like, the giant that Karaka and Doan take out, who knows what his thing was? And then the soul guy, who, like, we never knew his name, but he was one of the other people who collected, like, the souls of Ureo and the giant and stuff. Not Fug symbol, it's Elder symbol. Same thing. Same thing. You know, this is a symbol of Fug. The Fug symbol is obviously this. I mean, the classic eye symbol. It's like, it's interesting that it's a symbol of an eye, but it's just a single eye, unlike Jihad, which has the 3 eyes. I like that. I don't know if it's intentional. It probably is. But this was obviously made to look like a butterfly, which is so cool. I think that's sick. I think that's kind of the main point about Fug. They are like a religious cult. They take it very seriously. But there's multiple divisions of it. Like, Karaka was very much against most of Fug, trying to turn Viol into the Thorn, trying to meld the two together. Didn't really work. Yeah. We know Immort is a slayer. We know Pefemamori Seto is a slayer. That's the one that Madarako worships, I guess. Immort, we only know from, like, the original Yama backstory. That's kind of the only reason we even know that name or any information about him. So let's move on. We already talked about 135th floor. Oh, boy. Okay. Fasten your seatbelts, because it's about to get weird. It's about to get weird because we're talking about the axes. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Keep in mind, all of this information comes from blog posts. All of it. Like, we know pentamenon is a thing. It was mentioned. He was mentioned in Tower of God. But as far as, like, what an axis is, entirely blog post. It's entirely a lot of it's up for interpretation. Very strange, very odd, but very fascinating. Oh, Tails user story with it. True, true, true. Is that on here? It is. Okay, so 135th floor and Tails user story. Okay. So, if you don't know, Tower of God is a part of the Tails user story, which is essentially SIU's universe of stories, which Tower of God takes place in. He did have an original story before Tower of God that was supposedly like a part of this universe, but he ended up like deleting it or whatever. Super like mysterious, man. SIU is so full of mystery. But the world comprises of several tales as its center, and these tales persist as unchangeable records. In other words, Tales user stories, the past cannot change and the future is already set. And that brings in the Axes, which are the authors of the Tales user story. The greatest variables which determine the future, and they exist outside of the tower. So Axes are like authors. This kind of reminds me of Omniscient Reader. No spoilers at all, but like just the concept of like a story. I always thought of that, like a story and an author, like what the frick. That always kind of reminds me of that. But they are the, yeah, right here. Pentamenon is the author or god of one story in the universe. In exchange for taking on the responsibility of managing the story, full authority over the events, and he can write records that cannot be erased or changed. Some people think that Pentamenon is the axis for the Tower of God story, essentially, and that's why he entered the tower and like spoke to Jihad and Yuri saw him. I don't know, man. It's freaking weird. Like, these things, axis is like the outside god could be an axis. In fact, the outside god probably is an axis and could be the axis responsible for the tower. Every axis has the power to generate space around them in which they can use a unique power that cannot be denied or negated. Under the specifications of this ability, an axis can control some aspect of reality within their own field. Jeez. Axes primarily have the ability to control the reality of a finite amount of space. There you go. That's what an axis is. A non-axis user is unable to interfere in any way. So the weakest axis could not be defeated by the strongest non-axis. They are on an entirely different level. You cannot compare them. This is not like Bomb against Family Heads. It's like author of the story versus character of the story. Random theory time: by escaping, Arlen ascended to Axis. Oh shoot. And that's why her prophecy about Bomb getting the thorn and killing Jihad is unchangeable and will come true. So is that what happens when you clear the tower? You become an Axis? Or like maybe there's more to it than that, but some kind of condition there if you can leave the tower. That's fascinating. Or that prophecy was a prophecy created by the outside god, who is an Axis, potentially. Dude, I don't know. I'm not gonna like spend hours on this because it's very much full of mystery and just craziness. Up to this point, Tower of God is the only official Tales user story in Tales user, since SIU is yet to publish any other stories. So, but again, SIU did have like some kind of previous story. It's not canon. Who knows how it fits in, but yeah, Tower of God is the only one so far. I can't even imagine SIU creating another story. That's so weird. Like, that's so weird. Imagine he finishes Tower of God, which that alone is an accomplishment and insane. And he starts writing another friggin', I don't know. I'm not even gonna entertain that thought because that's unimaginable. Yeah, so there you go. If you didn't know any of that, that is how the world of Tower of God works according to the blog posts. Not the Tower's world, but like the Tower of God overarching universe. That's right, and Enryu was a servant of the outside god. Potentially like the messenger of the god. That's straight up what he's called. Basically one of the... If the outside god is like the one true god or whatever, Enryu is like the right hand or like the top archangel of that god, you know? You think SIU is finishing Tower of God? Yeah. I think you will. I mean, it's just unimaginable to think of what comes after, you know? But yeah, I like to think positively about it. I think he will. Even if it means shortening it or having someone else do the art or whatever ends up happening. I don't want to theorize on it because it's obviously just totally dependent on the man's health, which is very sad. And I hope he puts himself first and doesn't think he needs to finish the story just for the sake of it. Anyway, moving on the Iceberg. Arc wrapped. Oh wait, no. Revolution. Huh? Wait, what? Okay, Revolution? Is this a theory about Pericule and why Pericule is always talking about Revolution? No, it's probably talking about the Great War, right? But wouldn't that just be called the Great War? Tower of God Revolution. Oh, wait, no. It's talking about the God of God. Oh, okay. I wish... Wait, what if Pericule is connected to the God of Guardians? And that's why he calls it Revolution. God damn it. Oh, okay, so the God of Guardians he was basically responsible for training the 13, or training Jihad specifically. The Great Warriors as well. Taught them about revolution. I don't really know. I don't have much to say about it. I mean, Shinwan Ryu, teaching them about Shinwan Ryu is revolution. I guess it's like a revolutionary way to use Shinsu. Is that considered revolution? I want to talk about Pericule, because like, okay, that's interesting, but like, dude, Pericule. Why is Pericule always talking about revolution? Always, right? He's the only one to do it. Revolution long term? Okay, that alone isn't that weird, right? I love this panel. Best panel in the series. But then it gets weird, because then you have Pinnacle, who obviously is from the same race as Pericule and also talks about revolution. Squeaky chair. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Pericule, Pinnacle, God of Guardians, 13 Great Warriors, Arlen, Outside God. Jorge says, what if Pericule is the outside god? It all fits together perfectly. The puzzle pieces, I mean, dude, you just put them together. It's not that hard. Do your research. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's talk about spells. Spells. Spells are such a weird concept in Tower of God, because similarly to what we were talking about with what am I thinking of? With the Evankel and Rack using their like ancient powers, spells are not Shinsu. Spells are not Shinsu. They're not bangs that are being created. Spells are a completely different form of magic in the tower, and you can basically, a lot of spells are dependent on making like pacts, essentially. Let's see what the wiki says. Spells, mysterious power that existed from the very beginning of the tower. That's interesting. I didn't really realize that. You're a sorcerer if you use spells. The caster must not violate the rules of the spell. The caster must receive help from a powerful medium or divine being. And then the rank of a spell is determined by the power of the being or medium who helped with the spell. So essentially you're creating like a pact with something, whether it's like a god or a demon or some kind of power to use spells. And in a lot of cases there's a cost. I don't know about always. Now it's funny. It's freaking funny that I'm saying this, but let's bring up Levy. Let's bring up Levy, because I actually genuinely think Levy is one of the best examples of spells in the tower, because Levy the Ever-Curious Levy is actually a master of spells. He's used 3 different spells, and I think it's said that Jihad gave him these spells. He has the question mark curse, which is freaking broken. If you answer his questions, you die. You literally die. I mean, okay, you know. SAU, there's obviously more to it. But basically, yeah, if you answer his question, you die. He has Blizzard, okay. A spell that emits a flame that corrupts the soul of the target and causes them to commit suicide. What? That's what it does? The frick? That is dark. Holy freaking God. Yo, Levy's low-key broken. What the heck? That's kind of insane. And then, okay, this is my favorite one. Hair of an Ancient Saint. A spell that causes the caster to turn into hair. It's the best, bro. Oh, it's the best. Levy can turn himself into hair. How broken is that, bro? Levy is basically just hair. Kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. Like, actually, it is kind of broken. Like, it's funny, but it is kind of broken. Out of the selected regulars from Jihad, Levy is on the strong side. God, freaking Levy, what a joke. What a joke. One of the sponsored regulars. Anyway, so spells, they have these like weird properties, right? Like you probably couldn't do that with Shinsu. You probably couldn't turn yourself into hair using Shinsu. You probably can't force someone to do things like that. I don't want to get demonetized. If you do that. So it's a very much like they have these like weird active conditions and they have these weird effects because there's like some kind of other medium at play. Another great example of a sorcerer in the story is Sachi Faker. Sachi lost his eye by making a contract. I mean, he has it, I guess, but he did say he did lose his eye by learning this ability. Right? He did say, I know for sure he said that. Yeah, he notes that he experimented with forbidden spells that deal with souls. There you go. Forbidden spells, and lost an eye as a result of a sin he committed. So spells are no joke. Don't I don't know. Is that the lesson we've learned today? Don't mess around with spells. Known spell users Gustang? Okay. Kunakardi, that's true. Kunakardi was able to speak words and summon Summon items. That was freaking cool. Okay, again, Dejan Desa. Are they, okay, I guess. Are they spell users? Doan, is she? I guess. I don't know. Joaquin is good at spelling, but failed math, bruh. Poor Joaquin failed math. Ugh, he couldn't get past algebra, man. He just couldn't do it. No, it was before algebra. He failed like pre-algebra. Oh, jeez. So it's interesting, man. Spells are really cool. The Arlen Grace was like the master spellcaster. You know, she was the spellcaster of the 13 Great Warriors, the primary one, anyway. The 13 months were created with spells, enchantments, and spells. The Bell of Dawn is enchanted. Super cool. I mean, we think of spells as rare, but it's actually pretty much everywhere in Tower of God. And it's not very explored because it's very much like, similar to Shinsu, I guess, in my opinion, there are more rules. Well, maybe not more rules, but I don't know. Which one's more flexible? Actually, Shinsu might be more flexible, but spells can do what Shinsu cannot. That's the only reason I say that. Moving on in the Iceberg, the Thorn. Oh, gosh. Ha! I haven't thought about the Thorn in so long, dude. Tower of Og. There we go. The Thorn. The Thorn is something that was left behind by Enryu to kill Jihad, basically. It fits into Arlen's prophecy very well. It's actually the fulfillment of Arlen's prophecy, because Arlen's prophecy was made before Enryu entered the tower. So, pretty interesting. There are fragments that were left behind by Enryu. I guess it's like gonna be Bomb's main thing. It's weird though, because Bomb hasn't used them like at all recently, and I know that was part of Evankel's training, but like, you were fighting White, dude. You were fighting White and freaking standing next to Traumarai, and I don't know. It's kind of weird. I kind of wonder. I hope that this is Bomb's main power. It's iconic. When I think of like the symbol for Tower of God, it's the Thorn. Either that or the Jihad symbol, I suppose. And this is what Bomb is going to use to kill Jihad. It's kind of what it boosts his power, you know? It's interesting. Whoa, I just scrolled super fast. Good gravy. I mean, there's not much to say. Bomb can activate it. He gains more power when he does. The second Thorn fragment, interestingly enough, was able to like warp him. So he was about to be killed by Jihad, the real Jihad on the hidden floor. Second Thorn activates, voop, warps him out of there. So makes me wonder, like, okay, do they also have like other kinds of abilities then? I don't know. Can they do other things? Kind of interesting. I don't know, man. Space controlling abilities. Blah, 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 blah. 4 fragments. 3 were already shipped off outside the Floor of Death. 1 fragment was delivered into Fug's hands, stolen by Bomb in the workshop battle. 1 was under granted Jaw's protection in the Spirit Room. Bomb got that one. And then 1 is rumored to be in the hands of Madarako. This freaking guy, bro. This stupid catfish looking. Why does Madarako have a freaking Thorn fragment? I kind of forgot about that. She wants to trade the Soul Stirring Ladle for the Thorn fragment, Huayamsa's Pog, and we don't know about the 4th. Interesting, man. SIU has stated that the reveal of the second Thorn was something he debated a lot. He wanted to either elaborate on the story, but he also thought about cutting the lore and going straight to the Thorn fragment. What the frick? Interesting. Not much more to say. I don't know. I see the Thorn as an amplifier. Me too. At least the first one. The first Thorn, for sure, is definitely that. Remorsefuls, thank you for the super chat. Joe, do you think Enryu used the complete Thorn to defeat the Administrator? Well, actually, probably. The Thorn could just be, like, the culmination or symbol of Enryu's power. So when he did Red Rain and just, like, destroyed the Administrator, maybe, like, though the Red Rain fragments pooled together to create the Thorns, or the Thorns were those fragments from Red Rain, or I don't know. But the Thorn is from Enryu. Enryu killed an Administrator. That means if Bomb uses Enryu's power to kill Jihad, it adds up. It makes sense to me. But interesting thought. I don't see Enryu with like a floating Thorn above his shoulder. That doesn't make sense to me, though. So there's like, I want to separate the difference there. You know, I feel like the Thorn is just a representation of his power, like a gift from him. But not necessarily like he uses the thorn. Like Bomb does. I don't know. Maybe the thorns are like a set bonus in games. You get an ability for each one possessed. So like when you have 3, you gain this, and you have 4, you gain this. That'd be cool. We've seen Bomb just transform more and more as the series goes on. I'd love it if when he finally gets everything, all the abilities, all the thorns, he looks completely like a god. I'd love it if he was just like, he has like the horns and like, you know, the sword and the shield, and like, he's just been completely devoured by his powers. I think that'd be sick. Moving on. Cursed people. I love this. I love talking about the cursed people. This is one of my favorite talking points in Tower of God. Oh, there it is. There's my video. Okay, cursed people. So, if you don't know, we got this backstory when we learned about Yura's backstory on the hidden floor, which, by the way, a lot of people hating on Yura. Bro, Yura's backstory is sick. You have to admit it's cool. You have to admit it's a really interesting backstory. Okay, thank you. Moving on. Cursed people. So the cursed people they're the descendants of people, or the original cursed people were people who traveled with Jihad, or at least they betrayed Jihad and the families. So again, like, this is after their journey ended. So these cursed people were basically like companions of Jihad, like Quadrado and Luzlek and Yana Larde, even though they weren't like a part of the 13 warriors. In some way, they betrayed Jihad. Get over it, Jihad, whatever, who cares? Jihad holds a grudge. He used a spell. Spells are being brought up again to curse them. There are 3 different curses that the cursed people can experience. The first is that, okay, they were born with a male and female side in a single body and lost their reproductive ability, or potentially did, or at least it's much harder to have children. So that's that first one here that we see here. This right here, clear reference to Akka Williams. It's not confirmed, but if you look at Akka Williams, the hair color is different and stuff, but even his outfit. I'm trying to see if I can get a good example of Akka Williams. I'm not really sure if I can get a good panel. I'm not sure, but like it looks very much like an Akka Williams kind of character. And even in the canon story, people remark on Akka, and like, you know, they're like, how do I refer to Akka? You know, like, what's the deal? You know, and clear reference to the theory. That's the popular theory anyway. The theory about the theory of the cursed people is that Akka is referring to the first part. Not confirmed, but I think it's likely. Yura's backstory is great, but Yura being a twin to separate away the male half is a bit of a bummer. I think it's cool though. I don't know. It's obviously sad. I have to read it again. Me and Amy are in Hidden Floor, so I'm excited to read that again and get a new perspective on it. But yeah, so there you go. Number 2, had their original power sealed off. If you look at this image, this is the number 2. Who does this look like? Rak Wraithrazor. Now, this makes sense to me because we know that Rak is a descendant of the Native Ones. Rak is unlocking his Native One ability, his ancient past and his ancient abilities and stuff, and like how that is all connecting and pulling together. This makes sense to me too because we know that Jihad betrayed the descendants of the Native One. I don't know if that was mentioned in this backstory. I don't think it was, but it connects. We know that he betrays the descendants of the Native Ones who climbed with the 13 warriors. And so this fits in with the curse. We know that Rak is connected to the Native One. We know that the Native Ones were betrayed, or the descendants were, blah, blah, blah. Power sealed off. Makes sense. We learn all this on the Hidden Floor. Hidden Floor is where we see that mural of Rak's ancestor. It all fits. It all fits. And then number 3, the chances of them having a stillbirth increased even if they got pregnant, so their numbers are on the decrease. That's the Yura curse. That's Yura's father, I think, right? Sparkly Yura dad had that curse. So, yeah, I mean, I guess this means that, like, Akka, Yura, and Rak's ancestors, they weren't, like, related, but they were all betrayed at the same time by Jihad, or they were all cursed at the same time by Jihad. and I guess kind of lumped together in some way. Maybe once Jihad was getting more and more corrupt, they all worked together to try to stage a coup or a revolution, a revolt, and that's why he curses them all at the same time. Not really sure, but it's super interesting, man. Love it. I think it's cool. The nature of the original betrayal is unknown, but fans believe it has something to do with the fighting alongside Arlen and V. That would be... Yo, could you imagine? Could you imagine if Rack's ancestor and Bomb's ancestors were like side-by-side partners? Wait, oh my god, I'm gonna get chills. That's so cool, actually. And they had like a similar relationship, maybe? Dude, that'd be so sick! That'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. I love this too. I forgot about this. Muntari, the goat. I'm just gonna show everyone Muntari here. The goat of Tower of God. Notes that Hayura and Akka Williams have a similar vibe. This might relate to them having bloodline from the cursed people. If that is the case, that's the coolest thing. I want to look that up. I want to see exactly where he says that. Because I've heard that mentioned on this page, but I don't think I ever actually checked the source. I'm curious. That would be so cool if he's just like, hold on. I do remember though, because I recently reread with Amy. When does he say it? He mentions a similar vibe. Maybe I missed it. I may have skimmed over it. I think I did. Yep, I skimmed over it. What do we got? What do we got? We have Yura, famous celebrity. I know you. You're Yura. Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, we'll do that. Here it is. What the? This woman. Her vibe is somehow similar to that of Soraka. So cool, man. I love that. Because, like, at first you see that and you're like, oh, because they're both strong? Maybe. But the way I see this is he would say that about Bomb then. You know, it's obviously something deeper than that. Yura and Akka are both probably descendants of the cursed people. Why wouldn't he say that about Rack? I almost called him Brack. Why wouldn't he say that about Rack? Probably because Rack's power is sealed, so he wouldn't be able to like feel that aura or whatever. Really, really cool. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Mashini's bet with Yuri. I feel like I don't need to pull this up. Mashini basically made a bet with Yuri and was like, hey, let's bet the 13 months. Let's bet our 13-month weapons. What's super weird about this bet, I know right where it is. It's right before Karaka leaves the train, so it'll be super easy to find. It's kind of weird because it's not brought up again, so a lot of people bring this up as something that SIU forgot. Because we've seen a lot of Mashini recently, and we saw Yuri at last station, and yet this was never brought up by either of them, which I agree is like a little bit funny. I don't know if funny is the right word. Odd, maybe. But I don't know. It's not that weird, you know? A bet. That's right, I want to make a bet with my Yellow May and your Green April. Whoever wins keeps both of them. For the sake of that change that you want so badly. Haven't you always wanted to make change? If you win, blah, 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 blah. I won't tell you the reason why I want it. I'll summarize the details and send it to your pocket at a suitable time. If you refuse, I'll make sure that you can no longer be on the Hell Train. And she's like, haha, take care. Never hear about it again. We never hear about this ever again. And what's weird is that her condition is that, oh, you'll never leave the Hell Train. We left the Hell Train. Hell Train is in the past, you know, we're done with that. So it's like, what is the importance of this? Is the whole reason she's doing everything to collect all 13? Does she want to be Jihad's wife? Does she want to find out what's beyond 134? Maybe, but it is a little weird that this scene kind of just gets swept under the rug. It's never really brought up again. We know that Yuri and Mashini kind of hate each other. That's always been a thing, but I think it has to do with the regular princess factions. We got that right after learning that Shiliel, Liliel, and Maria were working with Mashini. True. That is true. We did learn that. She told Chibisu that. There's that faction, Gladmary's, Roses, and I would assume Anak Indrasi is the fourth. Okay, that could be connected, but like, I still, like, the importance of the bet is still sort of swept under the rug a little bit, in my opinion. I agree. SIU always, he includes everything for a reason, so I'm not saying that he forgot, per se. But it does seem weird that, like, this was never brought up, considering Mashini's condition was like, and if you don't agree, you'll never leave the train. It's like, okay. Empty threat, because you never, you know, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. Maybe it was off screen. Maybe Yuri agreed to the bet off screen, but I don't know. I don't know. SIU blog posts. I'm not gonna, I don't know. That's a talking point that we're covering throughout the stream. So SIU makes blog posts and he talks about the lore of Tower of God. We all know this. I mean, the most fascinating parts of Tower of God probably come from the blog posts, you know? Some of the most fascinating stuff as far as lore goes, especially. Shinwan Ryu. Interesting topic. I want to talk about Shinwan Ryu specifically from the standpoint. I'm going to ask you all in chat. I'm going to create a poll. All right? I just created a poll without, okay, that was an accident. Ignore that. All right. Do you absolutely have to be an irregular to use Shinwan Ryu? Yes or no question, straight up. Do you absolutely have to be an irregular? Is that like, that is the condition to using Shinwan Ryu? You have to be an irregular. I'm curious. I guess it's a form of Wan Soul? What? Oh. And then Wan Soul is connected to Wan Solsa. Whoa, that's pretty cool. I never really considered that, but I guess that makes sense. Okay, Shinwan Ryu can be used by those who open the door. Boom, you use Shinwan Ryu, and like it's so Shinwan Ryu is not a technique. I always say this, it's a style of Shinsu. And it essentially is, it's flowing opposite to normal Shinsu. You can use it as kind of like a, you know, it's called Black Hole Sphere on Webtoon, right? You compress Shinsu into a single point and then release it as a huge explosion of space. I kind of think about it as a black hole, probably because of the line translation that then explodes. So there you go. A tired bomb was able to utterly annihilate all of them? Oh, yeah. So this is like the irregular technique in a lot of people's minds. And it's canonically the irregular technique, I would say. Pretty fascinating stuff. The weird part is this right here. Why the frick? How in the world can Ghost use Shinwan Ryu? And that's the reason why I brought up that poll, because of course you would think, oh, of course. But it's like, okay, God of Guardians, he signed a contract with the administrator. Okay, sure. Does that mean that Ghost could sign a similar contract or like could find a similar loophole to what the God of Guardians did? Or is the God of Guardians unique and Ghost is an irregular? Is Ghost V? That might be on the Iceberg. I don't know. Like, there's a lot. I agree with Haku when I say no. There are probably very specific exceptions. It's not to be an irregular, it's to open the door. Rachel didn't open the door. That's a good point. That's a fair point. Rachel didn't open the door, so she probably couldn't. Unless it was just used as a kind of like as a term for irregular, but isn't that specific? I don't know. God of Guardians and Ghosts. Right. I guess I wasn't counting God of Guardians, but that definitely would count. Most people say yes. It's almost 50-50 though. It was kind of a trick question because we know people who aren't irregulars are using it unless you count them as irregulars in this circumstance, you know? You need to break the tower rules to use it? Yeah, but that would mean that like Arya and Ureo could use Shinwan Ryu. If it's just breaking the tower rules, you know? It has to be more than that. Are ghost socks gray, white striped? I have no clue. Good question. I really don't know. I can't tell from this image. Interesting. Moving on. Hockney's painting. Oh gosh. I just reread Floor of Death, and this is probably the most confusing part of the arc for me. Hockney basically says, oh, I should probably look up Hockney Tower of God. He basically is like, hey, so my painting is pretty important to me. It's my soul. And it's like, okay, he's an artist. His painting's obviously very important to him. I get it. No, it's literally like his soul. He basically is like, so this painting, I don't know why, but it is like the most important thing to me. And we kind of learned some backstory for it. It's kind of insinuated that the painting was some kind of like description of where the thorn fragment is. But Yura also talks about like the princess of the waters or whatever, which references like Garam. Very confusing. I kind of get myself in circles about it, you know? Rachel and Yura still have it? Yes, they do. According to them, they do. And they're like, they were using it to bait Hockney / Bomb's team, kind of. But what's weird is that, like, if it was detailing the location of the thorn fragment, like maybe Hockney, before he lost his eyes, his original eyes, he was sketching the beautiful location. It's weird though, because like Gustine just gave it to Bomb. So I'm curious what the significance of his painting will have in the future. The missing piece of his painting? Right. That's exactly. Yeah. And like, it would be funny if they were lying, but I don't think they are, because they knew things. Like Yura was like, if you want to find the princess of the waters, you know, Jesus, chair is squeaky, then do this and that, you know? So it's like, how would you know that unless you had the painting? But even if you had the painting, how would you know that? I don't know. It's weird. Yo, Kun be Chad and retrieve it? That'd be sick, actually, bro. Could you imagine Kun actually gets the painting fragment back? Hockney Dorian grade himself? Bruh. I guess he did, didn't he? It's really cool. Here it is. Here it is, the red light. Also, it's called Red Light, which, you know, you have the waterfall here. Is this the thorn fragment? Probably. This is the missing part, which I guess would be like the thorn. But I would like to imagine it's more significant than that, because again, we have the thorn that was there, I think. Originally, Hockney was an underling of Heljo. Alongside Mata, he was tasked with searching for the fragments of Enryu's thorn. He became changed after finding the fragment, with his soul bonded to a painting he drew at the site where the fragment was located. Heljo was furious, took his eyes, and tried to use them to find the rest of the fragments, but no avail. And then Hockney took him to Grand Jihad, begging to restore his eyes. Grand Jihad gave him his eyes, blah, blah, blah. Love that backstory. The Hockney Mata, Grand Jihad, Heljo backstory is sick! But I don't want to get into it too much because this is specifically about the painting. So, the second thorn fragment? I would think so, because we know Madarako probably has the third one, and we have no clue where the fourth one is. I guess it's like this was before the fragments were distributed, right? Well, because the whole point of Fug and Heljo being in communication was that Heljo was finding those fragments for them. He was one of the people searching for them. So maybe there is a fourth fragment that is on the floor of death that no one can find? Hockney is the fourth fragment. Dun dun dun. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. Hockney saw it in Rachel's lighthouse. Yeah, it's definitely there. I would imagine that they definitely have that fragment. Moving on, the Red Light District. Tower of God, Red Light District. Let's make sure I put Tower of God there. This is a very interesting term. Let's go ahead and open up this image here. It's a very interesting point. So, one of the only things that Wang Nan knew from his past was that he was raised by a woman who claims that he was a prince of the Red Light District, which is heavily insinuated to be a place where people like Wang Nan were like created. No one really knows. Huayamsa said the most terrible affair left by the 10 families in Jihad. early on. That was super early on. That was when like we first met Hua Ryun in season 2, and she was talking to Iwa, I think, and she mentions that Wang Nan is like, you know, the worst mistake of the families and stuff. They have these rings. People who are from the red light district, like Karaka, Wang Nan, we can assume the boss or the multiple captains. The weird part about this, and the thing that I'll focus on, is Wang Nan, right? Because I tried to mute. Excuse me. I was trying to find the mute on my OBS. Okay, so the weird thing about Wang Nan, who's from the red light district, is that even though he doesn't have power in the traditional sense, he's not strong at all, he is virtually immortal. Now, I say virtually because, okay, I assume if you cut off his head, he'll probably die. But he's stabbed through the heart. Maybe not. Does he regrow his head? He's stabbed through the heart by Beta. Joaquin almost cuts off his hand on the Hell Train. Iwa incinerates him at the very beginning of season 2, killing everybody else but him. And yet he's fine. Every single time he goes through a life or death situation, he survives it. He always survives. And what's super interesting is, if you connect this to the red light district, this could very well mean that the Jihad clones, or like the Jihad sons, the princes of Jihad, each one, okay, that's actually, you know what, that's getting into later on the Iceberg, so I'll save it. I have a thought on that. You can probably even see where I'm going with that. But that's the red light district. I mean, Wang Nan's like surrogate mother was basically, or is that the right word? Probably not. his like, the person who raised him, right? I guess that'd be surrogate mother, right? I don't know. She was like a servant. She claims to basically be like someone who worked for the red light district, and like, you are the seed of the king, and like, she called him all these things. It's like, that's all that he knew. He just knew he was from the red light district, but he never knew any more than that. So what we know of the red light district is basically what Wang Nan knows. So it's not much. It's not much. Wang Nan is the true final boss. I can't, to be honest, I'm down, bro. He has the sword. That'd be sick, bro. To be honest, let's talk about, okay, I don't think that's true, but there are so many interesting like Wang Nan and Bomb like parallels and comparisons. I always think of this scene during it's not even during Untrustworthy Room. It is. It's like before and then after. When Viola is first introduced, the way he like walks by Wang Nan is so like, I don't know, iconic? Is that the word? There's like a point where they like cross, was it like right here or something? It's this next chapter. And it brings up this idea, Frank, I can't find it. It brings up this idea of like a Wang Nan and Bomb, like best friends or rivals or like arch enemies, or like, it's really odd because you wouldn't think of that. But you know how like fiction will always set up the big bad, but then there's always like the actual big bad. Dude, I'd kind of love it if this story ends with Wang Nan like killing Bomb. I would kind of love it. You know, it'd kind of be my favorite thing. This scene is one of my favorite scenes. Why did you forgive him? I always wanted to be forgiven. I want a wider sky. Like, I don't know, man. The Wang Nan Viol dynamic is so fascinating to me. This is one of my favorite panels in all of Tower of God. Holy frick. SIU the legend, bro. That's true. Daxfer brings up a good point. Didn't Karaka once say that the nanny Wang Nan had wasn't just a nanny? He did say that. He was like, she wasn't just a nanny. Like, she was special, basically. You're right. He did say that. He inferred that there was something unique about the nanny. Was the nanny an employee? Did the nanny also have special blood? Was it actually his mom? you know? And like Jihad found a way to have kids through these people? I don't know. I don't know, man. What about an ending with Bomb dying and Wang destroying the tower? I'm kind of down. Dude, that would be kind of sick. I don't know. I love the idea of Bomb ending up as the big bad. Because, like, we have all these parallels of the God of Guardians being like, Bomb is just like Jihad and all these things. Bomb takes down Jihad, becomes the new king. But we know Wang Nan becomes king, future king of the tower, at least according to him. I don't know, man. Rick, I don't know. It's so cool to think about, though. Wang Nan's sword is on the iceberg, so we'll save it. Okay, irregulars, we talked about that. People who enter the tower, blah, blah, blah. Three lords, that's, okay. Three lords. This is a huge, this was my very first Tower of God lore video. There's my video. Talking about the three lords. Wait, what? Yo, someone made like what the frick? Someone made like timestamps? Okay. The three lords. The three lords, a group of regents that take turns ruling every 1,000 years. So the three lords are basic. Let me see if I can find my thumbnail. I always liked my thumbnail for the three lords video. I can use that perhaps. Three? Yeah, here it is. Three rulers. Boom. The three lords are basically regents that take turns ruling for Jihad. They basically are in charge of all the affairs of the tower. They take turns ruling. The current ruler, I believe, is Malik PGR. Right? Wait, am I wrong about that? I think it's Malik PGR, right? Isn't he the current ruler? Didn't it say that somewhere? Yeah, among the three, he is currently in power. Unless the wiki's off, Malik PGR is the current ruler. So, okay. Jihad doesn't, he's inactive, right? So he basically has the three lords do everything for him. Malik PGR is a crazy fighter. He's one of the strongest people in the entire tower. He fights in an unorthodox way that just completely ignores all positions. He's a badass. Ju Chun is friends with Yurik. They go out drinking sometimes and stuff. He was born between Ari Han and a mother who is native to the tower. So he's an Ari, which is also pretty sick because the Ari family doesn't get much in Tower of God. They have like Sharon and Ju Chun. So pretty cool. And then Flux. Flux the magician. First disciple of Mixeth and one of the fathers of the Gongbang, of the workshop. An artificial life form. Artificial life forms are a real thing in Tower of God. We know Enryu can create life. Mixeth has like May, Mai, Max, and whatever, you know, and Flux, artificial creations and children. I don't know what else to say aside from all of that. I made the video a long time ago, a couple years ago, I guess. Probably more than that. Talking about the three lords. Pretty fascinating topics. Okay. Okay. Mi-Sang's parents. Mi-Sang's parents. So, Mi-Sang is a very key member of Team Sweet and Sour. One of the core members of Team Sweet and Sour, and also like one of the only survivors of the team, because Iwa and Bomb left Team Sweet and Sour. Arkraptor and Prince died. Gosang and Horyang were left behind. Mi-Sang and Wang Nan are basically the remnants of Team Sweet and Sour, as sad as that is. The thing about Mi-Sang is she says she entered the tower to find her parents. I mean, is there more info needed than that? I mean, I don't know. I highly doubt her parents are anything of any sort of crazy importance. It's one of the, I think it's what, episode 2? Where she's like, oh, why are you climbing? I want to find my parents. It's right at the end here. They get into an argument. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. He's basically like, oh, we should kill each other, blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, I will climb. I'm sorry. Don't abandon me. I need to meet my mom and dad. It's a very, like, it's a way to sort of understand this child who is climbing the tower. A literal kid, right? Like, probably like a 12-year-old kid who is climbing the tower and is trying to meet their parents. So her parents could be rankers. Her parents are probably regulars who climbed and then died, as morbid as that is. It's weird, though, because Arc Raptor basically becomes her adopted father, and I don't think it's ever brought up again. Maybe once, maybe she mentions it once later on, but I highly doubt there's anything of importance regarding Miseng's parents. Miseng's is like Shibisu's promise with his friend, only barely elaborated. Yeah, Shibisu is climbing because of a promise he made to a friend, and Miseng's climbing to meet her parents. I mean, it's... not everything needs to be important. I feel like if her parents were actually like a thing, it would kind of undermine her character, which is like, I'm a kid. I'm literally just a kid who gained superpowers when a flower was put on my head. I don't know, that's kind of Miseng. Moving on. 7 sacred swords. 7 sacred swords. I was just talking about this Friday after the Towers and Gods episode with the cast. So we've seen 2 of the 7 sacred swords before. In season 1, there's Shenhua Hong, who is basically like he's one of the fishermen who passes, unless you watch the anime, in which case he doesn't pass for no reason at all, and that pisses me off, if I'm being honest. And he has Narmada, which Dorsey steals from him and fights Quant with. Hong Danhua has Krishna, which Inuyeta steals. Inuyeta steals it and fights Ron with it. I guess the Hong family, they just like getting their ignition weapons stolen. They like to protect a lady. For Shenhua, it was Narei. For Danhua, it's Yura. I don't know. There's like a trend there. But the cool thing about the 7 sacred swords is that this ancient monster was sealed inside the swords. And so its power is within the 7 swords. And the 7 swords are based off of the 7 sacred rivers in India, I think, right? I believe that's sort of where the names come from. Yeah, the major rivers in India. Yeah. Or Hindu gods, right. So some people wonder, will SIU ever bring back the 7 sacred swords? To be honest, it seems like a weird thing to include and then not bring up ever again. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was never really elaborated on. It's still cool backstory on like Tower lore, even if it's not really explored more. But I don't know, we'll have to see. I think it's a sick backstory. I think it's a really cool concept, right? Like, was this ancient monster a demon, right? If its power was sealed inside these swords, was it done using a spell? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting, though. Really cool design as well. We may have grown beyond that scale of power. Maybe, right? But Danhua is still in the story. Danhua is still traveling with Iwa. And SIU typically doesn't leave behind characters unless they are from season 1 or unless they are like Pericule. So, I don't know. I could see it being a B-plot, like a subplot during one of the future arcs, where like if you collect all 7 swords, you can like create one crazy sword and like maybe Hots gets that sword. I don't know. I can see there maybe being something. For Hots, maybe, exactly. Like Hots has Donghei, but we also know that Hots likes to dual wield, so I don't know. There's potential for sure. And then we move on. We descend down the iceberg. How many more layers do we have? 5 more layers, good God. Oh my word. All right, let's... Oh wait, Arc Raptor's daughter. I didn't talk about Arc Raptor's daughter. I completely skipped over that. Let's bring that up. Arc Raptor's daughter. There's a theory that the person who is currently traveling with Rachel is Arc Raptor's daughter. Arc Raptor, Tower of God. And we know this because Arc Raptor's like, hey, Wangnan, you know my earring? I gave it's my engagement ring, me and my wife's engagement ring. I have one, and my wife has one. And he talks about how she may have given it to his daughter. There's an entire theory about why would the families have stripped Arc Raptor from his daughter just because she has family blood. I mean, does it matter that much? I guess it does. One theory that I've talked about is that his daughter is REA Rose Jihad, because if you look at the flashback of his daughter, You know what? Let's stick here because it's not long after this chapter that we see the flashback. We see that she has like white hair and she's being dragged away. And that doesn't really make much sense unless his daughter is someone important, which I guess the families are important, but still. It does seem a little, it's when he's fighting the yogurt auntie. Okay. Here we go. Hey kid, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. He's talking to Misang. It's up here. This panel. Like, Arcraptor has gray hair, but his daughter, I don't know. That to me, I don't know, man. Looks kind of white/silver. I'm just saying. Haku says she might be with the Pobadao, since that's where Rachel's at now. That's also a really good point. But she was traveling with Rachel before the Pobadao, before they arrived at the Pobadao ship. So I'm not really sure. But anyway, so the theory is that we see the earring with Rachel's team. There's a person with silver hair who has Arcraptor's, like an earring that looks like Arcraptor's ring. Almost for sure confirmed to be Arcraptor's daughter. You know what? It'll probably come up if I look up Arcraptor daughter. Otherwise, it'll take me all day to find it. Here we go. We see this panel and like, come on. I mean, SIU is making it obvious at this point. Because if you look at Arcraptor's earring, look at this art of Arcraptor. My word. My man is a Chad. Let me see. Arcraptor, we can see his earring kind of here and here. I'm not going to spend more time. It looks very much like it. It has like a similar sort of design. His is gold and this one is silver. So, there you go. Quick question. Is Arcraptor still alive? No. Arcraptor is... is this like a spoiler? Is this a spoiler? He's long gone, bro. Arcraptor is dead as a doornail, which is very sad. But it's the unfortunate reality. He is for sure dead. He's donezo. You need to update your Tower of God videos? That's true. I've thought about that. I want to do some updated lore videos. I think that'd be good. Especially talking about like Bomb's abilities. Bomb has gained so many abilities since I made that video. So there you go. That's Arcraptor's daughter. Okay, now we descend down the iceberg. And starting off on this next tier, we have Chang's true abilities. Ooh, I know Haku's gonna love this one. So Chang, we know Chang, he's traveling with Quattro. He's basically like, he's kind of on the B team. Like, he sometimes teams up with Bomb or Team Sweet and Sour. During the workshop battle, him and Quattro were like helping out, and he was there during like Dollar Show and everything. So they're sort of like rivals to Team Sweet and Sour, who also occasionally are allies. And there's a lot of insinuations that Chang is stronger than he initially appears. There's a scene during the... What is it? Like after Dollar Show. The biggest one is like post Dollar Show. So the biggest indication is Yuri says, this guy is hiding his true abilities. This guy, you know what? Okay, I'm very passionate about the Chang topic. So I think this is worth finding. I also know right where it is. It's right after Yuri arrives. After Dollar Show. It's like right around, would it be like here? Yeah, it's like right around here. They're taking a test and Yuri like comments like, this guy's power he's definitely hiding his abilities. And it's like, oh shoot, Chang, you're insane. What abilities are you hiding, my dude? It's like super interesting. Right here. Here we go. So Sachi, she's like, oh, what's his name? Sachi Faker. I'll keep an eye on him. We see Barrow. Also, Barrow has an ignition weapon. So keep that in mind. That's freaking crazy. Their teamwork is good. And then we see Chang and Quattro. The Yan family girl is good. The guy with the black hair is hiding his abilities. But why? And that's coming from Yuri. Now, it could just be that he's just not fighting. Like, Quattro is doing the work for him. So it's like, okay. But like the fact that Yuri specifically says there's something about this guy. Really interests the community. It interested a lot of people. And then we also see when Bomb is trying to escape Jin Sung's grasps, and he does succeed. He's able to escape from Jin Sung's captivity. Chang and Quattro, or Chang specifically, is able to stop Jin Sung for a split second. Now, the panel is weird because you could almost interpret the panel as just Jin Sung smacking Chang, and maybe he didn't stop him for a minute. But there's something about that panel that's so whoa, Chang is cool in this scene against freaking Jin Sung, you know? And so now we know that Chang is half canine. The theory was that he was one of the 3 mad dogs. We were close. He's half canine. And then after that reveal, he's instantly killed off by one of Paul's minions, which makes no sense. It's so dumb. It makes 0 sense, but I'm not going to get into it. So if he is hiding his true abilities, perhaps he survived a Rancor attack. I mean, it's possible. We know Kun survived the Rancor attack long enough for the Sweet Fish to save his life. So maybe the same thing happens here. Maybe Chang actually survived. Maybe Chang is a half canine mad dog. Maybe he is the 3rd mad dog. Dude, I'll forgive SIU for every sin, every mistake, if that's what happens, bro. He comes back and he's like, hey, I was here all along. Because there's also a scene in season 3 where it's and someone unexpected decided to help out. And it was so weird because we only see their shoulder. We don't see who it is. Is it Louis? Is it Baragov? We never know. We never found out. To this day, we don't know who that was. Dude, I don't know, man. I swear to God, SIU's excuse was, rankers are stronger than regulars. I had to kill Chang. It was bro, I had to show the difference. It's oh my gosh, it's so stupid, man. So dumb. I would assume he is still alive because of the Doom scene. Oh, that's true. Weird way for SA to reveal it. Or it's just that he assumes he's still alive and doesn't know he's still... Because, there is a Doom scene later on where he, mentions, Chang and Quattro. And it's the tense that is used implies he's alive. But I don't think he is. I really don't, because... Again, SIU confirmed his death in the blog post. And also, it's not like Doom is Chang is alive, or Chang is alive. It's just oh yeah, Chang and that guy who are climbing the tower, or something like that. Would Doom even know that Chang is alive? Would he even care? I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. It's weird, man. It's weird. Chang is one of the coolest characters ever, and the fact that he's just killed off like that. Kun is the one that sliced off his eye, or sliced his eye out. There's a lot of cool details, man. All right, we have Yuri sending Bomb to the... Ugh, voice crack. Yuri sending Bomb to the 77th floor. I don't have much to say. I mean, I guess she wanted Bomb to meet up with Yurik. That's probably going to happen soon. That might be, one of the next arcs, because we're almost at floor 77. I don't know. Shibisu's promise. This is what we talked about earlier. Shibisu is climbing the tower because of a promise he made to a friend. I don't know, man. I mean, it was actually brought up recently in the fight against Kendrick DL. Shibisu thought he was... No. No, he brought it up when Sophia was saving everybody with her lighthouses, and Shibisu was like, I can't die. I made a promise to my friend. The only time it was mentioned since season 1, chapter, I think, 13, when Leiroro is preparing the crown game. I love that. SIU remembered, bro. SIU didn't forget. That's my guy, bro. That's my boy. And I love it. So we don't know the details of the promise, but yes, Shibisu was climbing the tower for a friend. I'm guessing his friend died, and maybe his friend had a desire, and that's why Shibisu was climbing. That's the only thing I can think of, you know? His friend perhaps died. What's up, Hannah? Yes, this list is insane. We're getting to the insane stuff now, I would say. It's getting pretty wild, pretty insane. Jihad's rings and bracelets. So the rings we talked about, Prince of the Red Light District, they all have the rings and they're parts of the key to the 135th floor. The bracelet is an interesting one because Gustang really wanted this item. It was in possession of Data Jihad. Do we really know what it does? I don't think we do, right? The whole reason that the hidden floor happens is because Gusting wants that item. Rachel retrieves it with the treasure hunting stingray. It's just a treasure owned by Data Jihad / Jihad. It was said that the bracelet was the key containing the power to defeat Jihad. What the frick? I'm sorry, what? Okay. I don't know how. How does that make the Fitbit, right? The good old the Fitbit. We know that Rachel's 3 treasures were like Yurit's ankle bracelet, I think, the Fitbit here, and then the Jihad ring that Wang Nan gave her. Obviously, all of those things are important, except for Yurik's ankle bracelet. Was that one of the 3? I think it was. I don't know what the importance of that is, but I don't know. There's some kind of Jihad secret or Jihad dirt, exactly. I don't know. There's some kind of... I doubt it gives you power, but maybe like there's history with the bracelet, and it's like a key to learning history about Jihad. I don't know. Karaka's face. So the obvious is that Karaka is most likely a boss, captain, prince of Jihad, prince of the Red Lake District, Wang Nan brother, son of Jihad kind of thing. I want to show y'all a really cool fan art. I always bring this up because it is the sickest fan art ever. So freaking cool, man. It almost looks like official art. I've shown this to many people and they think it's straight up from the comic. Where is it? Karaka face? Boom. This art is so sick. It straight up looks like it's from the comic. If Karaka gets revealed in this way, dude. That's like, dude, end the chapter with this reveal, man. Perfect chapter. 11, 12, 15 out of 10 chapter. This Karaka looks like this. Like, for sure he does. He has the golden eyes. He has the ring, right? I mean, bro, I know whenever people do like reactions and they're like voicing for Karaka, it's very easy to do like this evil voice because he has like the armor and everything. But I like to imagine he has like just like a distortion, just he's speaking under a mask. He's just a guy. He's just a normal dude. Like, this is the guy that Jin Sung trained. A normal Jihad looking dude whose goal as a slayer is to kill Jihad, right? And like, he only wears the armor because Jin Sung gave it to him. I don't know, man. So freaking cool. It's so sick. I feel like we're bound to get a reveal soon. But maybe I'm just on copium. Maybe I'm hoping beyond hope, you know? I'm hoping beyond cope. Huh. Was that even a joke? I don't know. I don't know, man. But regardless, he looks like Wang Nan. The only weird thing is that he didn't recognize Wang Nan, and you think he would. But Wang Nan was also wearing a mask. He was wearing like a face mask, so... I don't know. It's anime rules, you know. Disguises are very easy in anime and series like that, so. Idure spying on Bomb and her dream. This is one of the most fascinating topics because no one really knows. Because, okay, I'm actually going to need your help with this, guys, because as far as I know, there was like a moment where apparently... there was a mistranslation regarding Idurde texting someone. There's a panel in the, I think it's post Floor of Death. So post Idurde like healing Rachel or slowing down the poison, allowing Gusting to heal Rachel. Thank Idurde for Rachel still existing, by the way. Where Idurde is texting somebody and says like, the person's like, how is it going? Like, how is the investigation going? It's very much implied that Idurde is spying on Bomb, which is so cool. Because it adds a layer to her character. It's not just like, oh, I'm a sleepy girl who happens to be traveling with Bomb. It's like, no, I have a mission. Barrow even said, I don't know much about her. She's like a mystery to me. Even though they've been traveling, you know, they've been climbing the tower for a little while. So, and I think the mistranslation or the proper translation implies that she was potentially texting like the family head. There was a whole Reddit discussion on this. But the more fascinating part of this, because that's not the only piece of like that's not the only piece of evidence that Irude and Bomb are connected. There's also the hidden floor, and this is worth finding the panel. This is worth finding it. Because it's right around here. It's right around when Rack discovers his, like, rock path. Dude, look at Rack. Look at my boy. Look how sick he looks. Oh, dude, come on. It's when Irude's sworn enemy shows up. Her uncle Irude. She destroys him, by the way. She basically, like, crushes her own sworn enemy, which is sick. By the way, this is White's sworn enemy. A bunch of swords. It must have been earlier. I think I skipped ahead. Give it to me. Where is Irude? Bro, Data Mashini, let's freaking go. Queen. No. It isn't. I didn't miss it. The frick? It has to be. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, Irude completely destroys her sworn enemy, and Barrow wins as well. Like, shout out to Barrow for beating up the toy. That sleepyhead. Dude, oh, look at this panel, dude! Look at this panel! Where is Irude? We need Irude, Barrow, Sachi, Boro. We need them to come back, bro. Please, man. Especially Irude. She wrecks him up. And then Endorsi's like, wow, has she always been that strong? How freaking sick. How sick is that, bro? Ooh, what the frick? I'm getting chills. I haven't read this in so long. I'm getting so many chills. And then she says, do you get it now? I'm walking the path that you wanted for me, uncle. I've even found the key to open the door to my dreams. And he says, what? That boy will be the key to open the door to my dreams. Bob says, why is she staring at me? So stop bothering me and disappear, although I absolutely despise you. But at least I'm living as you want me to. And then she just kills him, murders the sworn enemy. If you can hear that, my stomach is growling. I apologize. So sick. What a sick freaking, like, it connects to the fact that she's spying on Bomb, probably for the Eurasia family or for the Ponsakal family, which is Laro's family, by the way. Super interesting. I mean, what is her dream? What is her dream? Is it a dream connected to Blossom? Blossom is connected to Gustang. Blossom is connected to Eurasia Ann. I don't know, dude. To be honest, all sleepyheads are cool. The Eurasia family and their relatives. I agree. Super sick. I love the pink, the pink hair that Blossom has, and Irude and Yuride. And then the green hair that, like, Drac and Laro have. Really, really cool. Leviathan is part of that because Bomb is the master key to unlock him. That is true. I guess Bomb is the master key to basically everything, though. So I feel like it could just be, like, intentional wordplay to suggest that Bomb, in some way, is everyone's key. I don't know. Because he's an irregular who can break spells. Who freaking knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe Irude needs to break a spell? I don't know. We're diving too deep. Key of the Tower, we talked about that. Rachel's 3 wishes. Oh my gosh, dude. This was like the #1 talking point for a long time. This was like the big talking point in the community when the first, when season 2 ended. This was what everyone was talking about. Rachel's 3 wishes. Everyone always said that her first wish would be beauty. We know that Rachel has always desired to be beautiful. During the Hidden Floor, she basically created an avatar. She wanted to leave the Hidden Floor with that avatar as her appearance. So beauty makes sense to her. She values it very much. And she's always talking to Endorsi about how jealous she is about her appearance and blah, blah, blah. But power would also make sense. She wants to be like Bomb. She wants to be the person who has the thorns, who fulfills the prophecy and everything. But aside from that, those are the theories. Like, people think she wants power. She wants freaking, I don't know, what was it? Beauty. Does she want money? Probably not. I don't know. Does she want, like, status? Does she want a high position in the Pobedao family? Is that why she's chilling with them? Was that one of her wishes? And that's exactly right. I don't think she used her 3 wishes yet. I don't think so either. I don't think she did, unless one of them resulted in her having the status that she does in the Pobadao family. I don't know. Leviathan appeared to him in a dream. That's also true, Hannah. That's a good point. Leviathan did appear to Bomb in a dream. I have no clue how Leviathan connects to Irude, though. That's a very odd comparison, but that's a good point, though. I agree. Pobadao Rachel Jihad, dude. Or Bendy Straws, shorts with pockets, Gus Dagus, her new bestie. So her first wish was to get a frappe from Starbucks. That does make sense. That checks for sure. But yeah, no, there's a lot of talking points about Rachel's wishes. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't brought up. But we'll see. I highly doubt she used them. I think Rachel's probably smart enough. It's funny that I'm saying this, but smart enough to not waste them and to probably just hang on to them, save them, and play around with the idea. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be back. We're not done. We got a long way to go. Don't go anywhere. I'm excited to continue on because there's a lot of cool theories here, a lot of cool talking points. Bum, 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 bum. I'm back. I'm back. We're not done. We've only just begun. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we've only just begun. Let's continue down the iceberg, shall we? Let's see what else we got. Okay. Continuing on. Okay, let's... Talking about burrito. Yeah, well, you know. This is the new burrito. The squeaky burrito. I do like the chair, though. I gotta figure out what's making it squeak, though. See what's going on. Whoops. REA Hone's test on the 100th floor. This is a really cool... I think the reason I like this piece of lore of the 100th floor is because it's like a very unique test, right? Because most tests, it's like, okay, kill these Shinwei. You know, we see that a lot in Tower of God. It's like, kill these Shinwei. That's the test, literally. Or, you know, the second floor was more creative, I would say. 20th floor as well. And a lot of tests are creative, but this one is an extra test. You don't have to do this one. You can choose to. And if you do, you fight REA Hone. You can fight him. It's owned, so the 100th floor owned by the REA family, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the 100th floor is also unique because it's also when the family heads were granted immortality by this guardian. So that's, I had forgotten to mention that. That's really, really cool. Except for blood matter. Screw you, blood matter. You're not getting immortality. So he offered this test that's like, okay, basically, we don't know the details of the test, but it could just be like it's mentioned here, like you have to survive REA Hone's attacks for a certain amount of time. Or if it's like, do you have to defeat me? Or like, defeat me in this certain specific way. Regardless, it's a test that only 2 people have ever passed. 2. Yurik Mizuno and Hagafarion Jihad, which is a REA princess, probably the one who defeated White. Probably the one who stopped White when he was going on a rampage. The thing about Yurik is that Yurik was supposed to just last for 10 minutes, but Yurik was surpassing REA Hone, which is really, really interesting. And REA Hone is the strongest family head. And then impressed, REA Hone gave Yurik the 77th floor. Ha! He was like, nice job. Here's an entire floor of the tower, which is kind of nuts, but really cool. V was offered immortality and said no. What a Chad. That is probably the biggest Chad move, I would say. Yeah, Arlen is immortal. Arlen chose to have immortality. Arlen cannot die, essentially. But V can. He did not choose to gain immortality. Now, Arlen's outside the tower, so I doubt that applies to her anymore, because it's a contract, meaning it only applies in the tower, but I don't know, man. Hagafarion is number 36, yep. Our Hagafarion is sick, bro. If we ever see Hagafarion, it's gonna be so cool. Continuing, fairy book. I love this talking point. Let's freaking pull it up. Let's freaking pull it up, bro. Let's go! Oh, here we go. I can just go here. Oh, dude, this is okay. I love talking about this because it's like the thing where it's like fantastical and eerie and weird and cool but creepy kind of. All right. If you don't know what fairy book is referring to, it's referring to this flashback here we get in chapter 76 of season 1, where Rachel enters the tower. We're getting Rachel's perspective, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, it's Hedon!" And then she says, "Is that the fairy of the tower?" I can hear Hannah's voice. "Mr. Fairy, is that you? I've read about you in a book. There's a fairy that leads kids up the tower. You must be that fairy." "I'm Rachel." And then he's like, "No, freaking screw you." He gives her the middle finger. And then she's like, "What do you mean, Mr. Fairy?" And she calls him Mr. Fairy throughout the rest of the chapter. The reason this is like such an interesting point is because I read about you in a book. She has this idea of a fairy who lets kids up the tower. This is so cool, and it actually reminds me of a really fun wallpaper that the Tower of God M people put together. Was it Tower of God M or was it Tower of God the other one? Shoot, I don't even know if I'll be able to find it. I actually don't think I'll be able to find it. It might be the other one. What's the other mobile game called? Frick, the other one they're making? Tower of God, frick. I don't know. shoot. My point is looking bad now. There's a really cool wallpaper where it's basically like you can see Hedon like sitting on the moon, and he's all like, it's like a very childish cartoon looking, like almost like a stained glass window, and it shows him like resting above a castle, like a very fantastical Disney looking castle. New World. Thank you so much. New World. I think it was New World wallpaper, perhaps. Frick. Oh man, I can't find it. Oh man, it'd be so cool. It was you know what? Actually, I know a way I can find it. I think it was Tower of God M, but I think I found it through their website. If we go here, it'll take us to their YouTube page. No, they got rid of it, bro. They had all kinds of like ads and stuff. Am I wrong? It was definitely from here. It was definitely found here. Shoot. I don't know. They might have removed it. They might have removed it. It was such a cool shot, though. Such a cool shot, man. But it reminds me of this fairy book concept, where Rachel was somebody who we know was good at cleaning. We know knew Arlen, so was potentially like Arlen's maid, or had some kind of connection to Arlen in that way. And perhaps she read about the tower in this book. Is it possible that Arlen wrote the book? I've thought about this. I don't think so, because we know Arlen had her pocket where she detailed everything. Also, why would Arlen write that there's a fairy that leads kids up the tower? You know, it doesn't really add up to Arlen's psyche at the time and like her state, her emotional and mental state. What's more likely is that there are legends about the tower. Legends about you can get whatever you want if you reach the top, or like, you know, this or that. Make it up. Creatures and power. Even Shinsu is probably some kind of myth, right? And it's all collected in this like grim fairy tale sort of this like ancient text, I would imagine. And Hedon to her is that fairy. I mean, it's not surprising to me that there are people outside the tower who have legends about inside the tower. Oh, Viralane. Oh, let's go. Viralane coming in clutch. Wait, are you saying you have the wallpaper? There it is! Oh my gosh, thank you, Viralane. You are so cool. Yes. Let's freaking go. Shout out to Viralane. Okay, this right here. This right here is such a cool wallpaper, man. Let me see if I can show more of it. Let me put it in Photoshop. That'll help. Okay, so it's this really detailed, like, stained glass window kind of depiction of the tower. And you can see like there's like lighthouses right here. You can see there's like a lighthouse right there. There's lighthouses above it right here. There's like cogs and wheels and like crystals. That looks like the essence of bravery maybe. And you look right here and there's like swords and like symbols. There's the Jihad symbol right here. You see the Jihad symbol. And then there's the tower itself right here. It's like this almost medieval looking tower fantasy thing. And then right here is Hedon, who's resting on the moon. I love this shot of him. I love this shot of him. Because it's like this, again, like something you read in a fairy tale. You open the book and it's like, once upon a time. It just gives off these vibes, and I love it. It's so cool. So freaking cool. What is that stuff outside the tower? Clouds, I suppose. The sky, you know. What is that, like rain? I don't know. The Jihad symbol is also right here. Look at this. So freaking cool. It also reminds me of, it's on this, the Iceberg. The Jihad symbol in the cave, which is one of the weirdest things. It's one of the weirdest things in Tower of God, I would say. Not even exaggerating. It's crazy. Okay, moving on. Maybe I should zoom in more to kind of feel like where we are. Where we got, what do we got, what do we got? Only machines and plants existed before history. This is a pretty whack discussion point. I know right where the chapter is. It's kind of scary how, I mean, I'm not the only one, but I'm like, oh yeah, chapter 17 of season 5.5. Where is it at? It's during the Wong Wong flashback, when the trio is getting to know each other better. It's before this one, and yes, Racha is all like, I'm gonna interrupt their schemes. It's a very funny sort of, yes, Racha basically introducing himself, and yes, Racha brings up the origin of basically life in the tower. Where is it at? Right around here. Oh, this flashback is so good. This panel here, one of the funniest panels, bro. It's one of the funniest panels. So great, man. Oh my gosh. And then he's talking, and at first, when I first read this, I thought that Nen Nen was the one that was talking about this, but I'm pretty sure it's just Racha. So you like flowers? I saw a lot of flower pots in your room. When the ancient creature of Berserk, I found next to me a flower. What do you mean about flowers? I can't even talk. Don't look down on flowers. At least they're just better. They're way better than wicked cats like you. Oh, actually, I think this is Nen Nen. Did you know? Yeah, because yes, Racha saying I'm not interested makes way more sense than Nen Nen saying that. And then she says, these plants are like our parents. I'm so dumb. Why did I think it was just Racha? He says that's a stupid tale. Am I stupid? Why did I think it was just Racha saying this? Nen Nen is the one that gives the backstory, the background. She says, did you know, before history, only machines and plants existed in the tower? There's a saying that the first humans, aka first man, aka Cha's ancestor, were born from plants. That's why they're called the Great Plants. These plants are like our parents. And then Sriracha's like, that's dumb. He says without winds, they can't even spread their seeds. He picks it. Super cool scene. Best mom, Nen Nen, true. And then Haku says, wait. For this point, Cha's story. Oh, that's right. Cha. He told Bomb about the flower kingdoms and the machine kingdom. Plus, the purple Dementor was a machine from a time before positions. Oh my god, that's true. The purple Dementor is an ancient observer. Ancient observer that isn't really, yeah, it's not even like a real observer. It's like a monster. That's crazy, bro. Pedro the Death Eye, my guy. Okay, I kind of want to find that now. Because there's a, yeah, you're right. So when Cha first meets Yggdrasil, that's what I'm saying, bro. The tower is a tree. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bro, it all fits. It all fits. Yggdrasil. Haku messaged the panel. Haku, I love you. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Here it is. Shout out to Haku. Boom. Okay. Let me zoom out a little bit. So this is like there's a point where this is like after the walls and SIU does this like little time skip thing. So Cha told him about the first people, and again he's descended of the first man. Past kingdoms like the 5 flower nations and the mechanical nation. His master, and the little bit he knew about Bomb's mother. The frick. People in the past knew about Arlen. People in the past, like, straight up knew about Arlen. That's kind of insane, if you think about it. So this is like, the Great War happened a long time ago. Like, Great War, well, this is, okay, Great War was pre-Age of Genesis. The Great War, Doan's father fought in the Great War. And it's like a time when, it's weird though, because he's talking about these nations, but like, the first people, is this just like a single floor where there's these people? Or like, it gets confusing, man. It gets really confusing, because then it's like, the first man, are you talking about the first people in the tower? Right? I don't know, bro. I think if I was to sort of come up with a conclusion, there were a lot of people that lived in the tower, but I think he's talking about like a specific branch of humanity or a specific floor of the tower where there were these nations and kingdoms and stuff. But then again, it's like Cha, the descendant of the first man. maybe like humanity was born out of the flowers and out of these nations, and they founded the mechanical and flower nations. And that would have been a long time ago. Long time ago. I'm trying to think. It's interesting. I really don't know. My guess would be like the Donwan stuff is like Age of Genesis stuff is pretty far back in the tower's history, but like it's not like there were only 5 flower nations and a mechanical nation. It's just like they were a very important part of the tower at the time. And then current Tower of God history, the current era, they're like no longer a thing. Kane lives with like the people on the wall and stuff, so. And we know the people on the wall were the descendants of that nation. What's that nation called? Dowa or something? Yeah. I wonder if administrators count as life coming after plants and machines. I mean, I feel like humanity was birthed out of the flowers. Maybe not administrators? I don't know. I don't know, man. But like Cha's ancestors and these nations pre-Jihad, pre-ancient times, pre-Jihad, right? And Nen is the host of an ancient, and she knows about the ancient kingdoms, or like the ancient flowers and machines. Machines equals workshop. Yes, Cole. Yes. 100%. 100%. I think you're onto something there. Oh, man, dude. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. Let's move on. Let's move on. Wow. We've descended another layer of the iceberg. Let's go. We've descended another layer. We are now at, Bomb now has been stabbed with the souls of whites, of the people that White killed. Let's go. That's Pog. All right, Traumarized memories inside Leviathan. I mean, at this point, I guess we don't really know what the deal is with that. We do know that Leviathan told Traumarai, but what does that mean, right? Like, what did he tell? We know that Traumarai was scared of something. We know that Leviathan ate his memories. That was confirmed by Traumarai. Traumarai did say that Leviathan ate his memories. And we also know that Traumarai is afraid of being... Like, he was scarred by loving somebody who, like, betrayed him, basically. He insinuates that. I don't think it's, like, romantic love. I always took that as maybe Arlen and V betraying the family heads. I think many people think that. And that they were all so tight. Like, tighter than Rakenbaum and Kuhn, you know what I mean? They were, like, the tightest that you could ever be. And they started a war against them. And I feel like in Traumarai's head, he was probably very conflicted about it. So... Side note, fairies live in flowers. Maybe Hedon created people, thus creating the fairy legend? Okay! That's true. That's true. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Ha family's connection with flower people too? Huh? That rings a bell, but I can't think of why. So yeah, I mean, my guess is that the only thing I can think of is that Traumarai has memories of Arlen and V that he wants to forget, so he had Leviathan eat them, and maybe that's why he didn't recognize Bomb. But then again, he's like, oh, I've been hurt by people I love in the past, so it's like, okay, maybe not. I don't know, man. I don't know. The Leviathan thing is very odd because it's obviously very important. And Leviathan scares him, which also brings up the fact, like, okay, if Leviathan, the frick is this? the frick is this? Okay, the fact that Leviathan is like cannot be controlled by Traumarai, that could have been why Wang Wang was created. It all connects. It's all connected in some way. Oh, Yuri's Rose Shower attack. That's true. That's true. There is that connection there. Yuri and the roses. There's REA Rose Jihad. I don't know. Gosh, my head hurts. And now I spilled water all over me because I was laughing. Let's go. Haku says Leva Chad. We have Kala Chad and Leva Chad. Yes, yes. I owe my life to whoever edited that. You know what? Can I find out who did? It was someone on Reddit. Shout out. Thank you for creating that image. Leviathan isn't interesting. Like, I don't know. Oh! Also, Lecalicus, Jihad's needle, has a Leviathan form. Leviathan! The frick is this? How does that connect, huh? How are there no comments on this? Guys, this is huge. Leviathan is weird. Oh, shoot, it's a whole, like, post. Leviathan, the strongest Shinwei. I am from a trusted translator. Wait, what? I am the monster that looks down upon all. Without fear since birth, king of all things with limitless pride. I am the monster that deems all beneath him. All that is in the tower was beneath me, even those of the ancient times or even of the outside. Trauma, I caused my birth. Who caused my birth? For the crime of not recognizing him as my master, punished me greatly by imprisoning me here, feeding me the fill of his emotions. But I grew from eating that hate and became a monster that cannot be killed as long as there exists someone that hates him. Born with an armor of evil that can stand up to the king and his pack. I am Leviathan. And the person brings up Jihad's needle, which has the creature coiling around it. Oh my god. And then it ends with this image. How are you gonna, like, have this epic badass post and then end it with this? Shout out freaking Bare Bones name. That's awesome. Anyway, yeah, Leviathan's sick, man. I don't know. It's a really, the design is I still don't love it. Like, it's very cool in, like, a gross, like, monstrous way, which I'd rather have than just, like, a traditional sea serpent. But I don't know. There's something about Leviathan that I'm still like, I don't know. There's still something in the back of my head about this thing, you know? It's a cool observation. It is. Yeah, no, it is cool. People who came to that conclusion, shout the frick out. Also, Lecalicus is most likely a mistranslation of Regalicus, the scientific name for the oarfish, aka regal. Oh. You're totally right. Oh, that's totally it. 100%. And Arie Hone, what's his weapon? The white oar. It all connects, bro. It all connects. Ah! Oh, Cornell's meowing. What's up, buddy? Chapter 79, Part 1 review? Huh? Wait, Chapter 79, Part 1 review? The heck? Okay, I'm intrigued. Huh, what does that mean? Chapter 79, is this like White's past? Arya's a bit, that could have been a mistake on the person. The person may have wanted to put something there and that was a placeholder, because I don't know what that means. I mean, Arya doing Arya things, but back before she became like a background character, an extra. I don't know. Leviathan thought he was the biggest fish until he was eaten by an even bigger fish. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't consider Leviathan the craziest Shinwei in the tower. Maybe he is. Aside from the administrators, of course. I don't know. Segregation drugs original purpose. Okay, I think I know what this is referring to. Segregation drug. There's a point, I don't even know if I can find an image for this. I guess I'll just do this, the Blue Thrissa. There was a point in the Floor of Death. Oh wait, maybe I can. There's a point in the Floor of Death where Yurik says he like stole, or like he has this separation serum that can separate the Thrissa from Heljo. And I guess the formula for this like item was like taken from Fug or something. So people have theorized like, okay, why did Fug have this? Was Fug trying to separate the Blue Thrissa from Bomb? But they're the ones that like gave Bomb the Blue Thrissa. So Are they trying to separate it from somebody else? Did they know about the Red Thrissa? I don't really know. To be honest, that's a topic that I'm not very informed on. Oh, season 1. Oh, I know what this is referring to. The lost chapter, right? The lost chapter of Tower of God. Yeah. So there's a weird thing if you don't know about this in Tower of God. There are 78 chapters in season 1. There's straight up 78 chapters, right? But what's weird about it is that there was like a 79, like a chapter 79 and an 80, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, okay, so here it is. Here's the wiki. Part 1 review, chapter 79. As the name describes, this is a special chapter SIU wrote for a summary of Tower of God part 1 and some sneak peeks of chapter 2. In a way, this is considered the 79th chapter. Right. So it kind of like, that's why I think the numbers are slightly off. DM'd you something? Oh, shoot. No frick. Let me see. Let me see what Hannah has to say. Wait, why am I messing? There we go. Oh, thank you, Hannah. Sorry. I goofed. I totally goofed. I realized later. I totally forgot. I call this the lost chapter, bro. That was it. I thought you said that wasn't. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I see you, Hannah. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about this chapter. This was before my time. Okay, this is when he revealed a lot of stuff, though. SIU revealed so much during this review. We got a sneak peek of Kun Mashini. How sick is that? Sneak peek of Gosang, Misang, look at Huayang! Yo, Huayang didn't look like this. SIU, neither did Misang. Neither did He did a lot of work on these characters. Huayang did not look like this. I can pull it up. He looks I know exactly what this is referring to. It's like right in here. It's when he glances up at Viol. Or no, Arc Raptor. It's this panel, right? It's this right here. Interesting. Nia. Look at Nia. Stream delay. Yeah. Ooh, we see Viol. That's pretty sick, bro. Wangnan and the Fang. Oh, his Fang. Look at this shot of Wangnan. Season 2 characters in Season 1 art style? True, actually. Yeah. It's interesting. Misang looks like older here. I don't know. The ring. Yo, SIU giving the preview? He clarified some things. Regulars who fail the floor of test are sent to the outer tower. After the 3rd floor, they can retake tests. If they give up in the middle, they're stripped of their rights and sent to the middle area. From the 20th floor, they have the right to live in the middle area. Blah, blah, blah. Premium status rankers. Oh, yeah, so Lara was, like, based on SIU's sister, which is so cool. Later Rose dots are based off of Pikachu. Author confirms that Hansung is a man. Hansung likes all kinds of instant food. Let's go. And then he released the alternate story of Yuri and Leiroro. Yuri and Leiroro's climb. It's so cool, man. Yuri, this is before Leiroro got the dots because, again, the Radon, the lightning pill, right? Or, like, there's some kind of connection there. So cool, dude. Ooh, that's such a... Aw, yo, 2012. Shibisu. Look at Hansung-kun. Bomb, Rack, Lara, Leiroro. Where's the knock? Oh, that's so cute. Thank you all for participating in the Q&A. I want to stay longer. I'll be back in part 2. That's crazy, man. Ah, wow. I'll take 2 weeks off. He took 2 weeks off. That's it. God damn, dude. SIU the legend. The ranker position is very lavish status. They seek better positions and better jobs. That's so cool. What a cool chapter. What a cool chapter. Man. Anyway, sorry, I was getting sidetracked. That was like, it's like I was having nostalgia for a chapter that I never read. You know? Haku says, I started in 2011, so it must have been before that. Dude, Haku, you are like, I mean, you and Naya, you two are like the first ever viewers of Tower of God in North America. That's crazy. So I talked about the segregation drug. I mean, there's like theories about like what it could mean. I think it just has to do with Bomb. They wanted to infuse Bomb with the demon or defuse him with the demon. I don't know. Rack! Rack is a descendant of the Native Ones. This is all but confirmed by Edwan himself, who sees Rack's rock powers and is like, oh shoot, you're a Native One. Edwan freaks out after seeing Rack, and we see that like the Native Ones, or at least the descendants of the Native Ones, had a history with Edwan and the other family heads. We know that in the hidden floor there's a mural of Rack's ancestor or someone who looks like Rack. The Wraithrazor tribe has some kind of unique, they're special. And need I remind you that in the, need I remind you, what a pretentious, need I remind you that in the very first chapter of the entire series, by the way, the first character we ever see in Tower of God is Naray. How funny is that? We talk about like what people want: money and wealth, honor and pride, authority and power, revenge, or something that transcends all else. Huh? Huh? What do you desire, you stupid crocodile? That was kind of out of place, I apologize. What does he want? What transcends all else? Does it have to do... Did SIU had the Native One plotline way back when? To be honest, I don't think so, because he had like the Wraithrazor thing, which is that gonna be retconned? I don't know. You know, Turtles, the Wraithrazor tribe, I don't know. But regardless, I think it would be cool if he connected it to transcending all else, where it's like... Because like, here's the thing, you don't have to have everything in place from episode 1. You know, but he did introduce the concept of the Native One, which could connect to something that transcends all else, which would be so cool. It'd be really, really cool. So, yeah. Whoa! Wait, Webtoon! Webtoon added a little plug for Volume 1, like the physical edition, which, by the way, has like the worst cover. I'm sorry, this cover is trash. It's trash! Like, okay, using artwork that, I mean, it's fine. The artwork is fine, I guess. It's not season 1 artwork, but it's fine. I think it looks cool. This bomb picture, sick. It's like a redrawn, okay, the problem I have with it is the physical copies of the ones we've seen before, SIU redrew them in season 1. But this is Kun from season 3. What? Why? Why do you have Kun from season 3 there? You know what I mean? I'm popping off. I don't like it. This cover's dumb. No offense, you know, Webtoon, shout out. I like the fact that there is a season 1, a volume 1, but I don't like the cover. I don't like the cover. Pretty weird cover, especially since like this same thing in Korean, it looks better. I don't know, man. Exactly, the Korean cover is good. I forget what it looks like, but it is good, from what I recall. From what I do know. I forget exactly what it looks like, though. Anyway, yeah, I think that's enough about Rack. I just opened up Audacity. Oh, look at that. All right, oh, the Jihad symbol in the cave. Dude, I'm telling you, man, we're getting to some wacky stuff. Jihad symbol cave. I've looked up this image many times before. There's a point where there's like a Rachel flashback with Bomb, and in the cave that they're in, looming above them is the Jihad symbol. How does this make sense if they're outside the tower? It's a Jihad symbol with a cross beneath it. What if? What? Yeah, the Korean volumes do look sick. The individual ones, love those covers. What if they are outside the tower, but like in a zone where they're underground or whatever, And Jihad's symbol came from outside. Like, he copied it. You know what I mean? Like, he actually brought it from the outside almost. I can kind of see that in a way. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I see that. Because it's almost like either that or someone is loyal to Jihad where they put Bomb, but why would they do that if Bomb is anti-Jihad and like Arlen is? The cross could represent Arlen. I actually don't know. There's a lot of thoughts you could have about the symbol in the cave. Jihad copied the symbol, and that's what, so like this is like the original, or this is like Arlen Jihad symbols combined. But the fact remains that Bomb is in a cave that has a Jihad symbol in it. How, it's so weird. And they're just chilling there under the symbol. I think Jihad didn't make the symbol, he adopted it, exactly. Maybe it has to do with whatever the red horns are. The red horns, man, that is an entire, I feel like Jihad, what if Jihad himself is like a workshop experiment from the outside? Jihad and REA? Oh, like a sword? That'd be kind of weird, but maybe. Did they have a duel here? Did they have one of their duels? I don't know, man. Symbol of his village or kingdom? Yeah, well, he definitely adopted it because he does things in threes. The three orders and everything. The three lords. Everything is in threes with Jihad. What if the cross is a means to pray to the god, but since Jihad is now kind of a god, he removed the cross? Oh, so it's like, that's a symbol. This could be a symbol that represents the outside god, but Jihad became god inside the tower, so he like adopted it, but removed the... Interesting. And then Michael says, look at Arya clothes. I am so glad you brought that up. I totally forgot about this. This was mentioned when I was doing reviews or live reactions. Look at Arya. I totally forget. Dude, look at Arya. Arya's, she has the Jihad symbol and then a sword or a cross that is really long. I like to think it's a cross, even though it looks like a sword for Arya. There's some kind of meaning to this. Roku Village? Let's go, Roku Village. Yes. Everything's in threes except love. Ouch. Jeez. What if this is symbolizing the two clashing? Maybe. Does this so you're saying this symbolizes like the Great War? I don't know. But why this kind of sign in the cave near Bomb? That's the weird part. Like, it's not weird to see a Jihad symbol. It's just that it's in the cave. I think Arlen drew that symbol in the cave, and each eye represents her, V, and Jihad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They were like the tree, because SIU likes to do things in trios, right? You have Bamkun Rak, you have Anakatsu Shibisu, you have frick, who am I thinking of? Like even like Nen Nen, Wong Wong, Traumer, or yes, Racha. What if Jihad via Arlen were like really close? But like V and Jihad were rivals. You know that trope where it's like, it's shonen where it's like, we're like, we hate each other, but like, come on, you don't hate each other. That would be super cool. I'd love that. People in this tower need to learn how to count numbers after 3. Oh, the disrespect. You're not wrong. What is that what White said? I hate counting past 3. It's so freaking funny, dude. Oh my gosh. And you know, we see this symbol and Rachel says at the top of the tower, there's something called the sky. Sky, what's that? Oh man. I mean, does that have any significance to this symbol? Maybe. The first test Rachel's team took Hell Train showed us that doing basic math in the tower is a sign of high intellect. That's true. There is a test that Rachel and Yura and them, it's like a math test and they're like freaking screwed, but Huayamsa is able to solve it instantly. Oh my gosh, math is a big I mean, they don't go to school, do they? Freaking, how do they learn math? You know, it makes sense. Do they have algebra in the tower? I don't know. Do they learn their timetables? They must, obviously, because of like coordinates and stuff, but I don't know. Hannah says, is that a symbol of the key to get out? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The eyes represent the Jihad ring, and the sword represents the 13 months? Together, they create the key to leave the tower, which is what Arlen did. She left the tower! Sorry, I'm freaking out. That's dude. That is really interesting. But then, like, why would Arya have it? Well, Arya does kind of break the laws of the tower. Ooh. Wait a minute, that's sick! Oh, Liam says all the people who can count past 3 are in the workshop. Oh my god. Or they're the Pobadao scientists. Oh my gosh. That's really interesting. If you bring them there, maybe that's how you get out. Maybe you go back to where it all began. What if Bomb in the Cave is the 135th floor? And it's a time loop. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. All right, move it. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on. Okay, I love these theories. Third Mad Dog. I mean, so, okay. We know that Baragov is the first Mad Dog that we ever met. Baragov is such an important character. SIU brought him back in season 3 to do so much. Gotta love. Oh shoot, look at this. Haku, look, it's your video. When I search Baragov, let's freaking go. Shout the frick out. So Baragov is the first Mad Dog. He got the Blood Tamara from the workshop battle. His angel is Ran Mei. We know that each of the Mad Dogs has an angel that essentially like serves them / follows them. Gusting past 8th grade algebra, and they named him the smartest man in the tower. Come on, dude. Dude, it's no wonder he hasn't found a way to leave. So his angel is Ran Mei. And it's heavily implied that there's like an angel for every Mad Dog. In fact, doesn't Yama say that? Didn't Yama like recently kind of confirm that? Or am I wrong? There's like or was SIU who basically confirmed it. Because that's the first Mad Dog of Yama who was given Yama's blood, which, why is there a Pokemon ad? Which is why, dude, we need to see more of that. Yama gave them his blood. Like, how crazy is that? Which could be why Baragov couldn't be controlled by Sriracha. The second Mad Dog is Buelsar Elliot. My guy. So Buelsar Elliot's the guy who kills Muntari, Hell in a Cell, Bomb defeats him. He's the second Mad Dog. He doesn't have any canine qualities, but he is the second Mad Dog. Now the question is, and his angel is Angel, aka Raguel, who was on Team Rachel. Where is she? Right here, Angel. Angel always traveled with him, so she was like the angel to Buelsar Elliot. Ran Mei's the angel to Baragov. So the popular theory was that Changbla Road was the third Mad Dog. It just made so much sense. He captured Buelsar Elliot for some reason. He's the one who gave the initial backstory of Yama and Fug and the Slayers during the workshop battle. The first time we ever saw a silhouette of Yama, way back in workshop battle. He was the one who gave that information. And we find out he's half canine, which, like, do you have to be full canine to be a Mad Dog? I don't know. The pieces all fit together until he was killed off. And who knows, right? Maybe he survived. I hope to God that he did, but he probably didn't. But regardless, the theory was that he was the Mad Dog, and Quattro, who always travels with him no matter what, was his angel. This was Chang's angel as the third mad dog. And there's even a panel in Workshop Battle, one shot, one opportunity. I'll find it here. I love Quattro, by the way. God, Quattro should have been involved in Gacha Doseng. How cool, how much fun would that have been, bro? It's the beginning of one shot. And yes, Haku, yes, and that's actually on the Iceberg. I saw that was on the Iceberg, Quattro's gender. We're gonna get to that. There's also a question. SIU basically said we don't know Quattro's gender. He basically said it's unknown, which made it like, okay. SIU was like, who knows? And it was like, huh? Okay, why is that a big deal? It could be that also Quattro is a girl, which is why also the angel thing would make sense. Let me find, okay, it's at the beginning of one shot. It's gotta be what, like right here-ish. Yeah. There's a panel of Quattro and Chang. Chang basically makes a move against Team Sweet and Sour. It's a really cool scene where he shows up. It's right after this. It's this chapter. Chang shows up and he's like, you know, don't rush, Quattro. Let's go someplace higher. He points a gun at Arcraptor's foot and he's like, oh, I got you. But then Wang Lam puts a gun to Quattro. Kun comes up with a plan. He's like, hey, I will send you guys up because I don't want to get involved. Let's make a compromise. I'll just shoot you with the light bullets. And there's this panel here where Chang gives the middle finger. Gotta love Chang. What does Quattro say? The pieces are all there. But SIU dropped the ball, bro. I'm telling you, man. SIU had so much with Chang, as we discussed earlier with his powers. Quattro literally says, I'm an angel. Bruh, it's literally there. Like, oh man, I don't know, dude. It just makes perfect sense, combined with SIU saying that Quattro... Okay, you know what? Let's cover... I'll wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll cover that when we get to it in the Iceberg. Moving on. Enryu created the Red Witches. I've talked about this a lot. I really like this theory. I love this theory. So, we know that Enryu killed the administrator on the floor of death. And when Enryu did this, people witnessed this miracle, this like godlike freaking historic event. And when this happened, Dejah gazed upon Enryu and gained the ability to see into the future. Hackney eventually ends up with these eyes. We know that the Red Witches are from the Floor of Death, Gallstone Village. Okay. Red Witches have red hair. Red Witches have red hair. So it's like, oh, so you're saying that just because they have red hair? Well, it is a little weird that they're both from Floor of Death and have red hair, but okay, maybe not, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence. What do Red Witches do? What is their ability? They can see fate, aka the future, aka the ability that Enryu granted Dejah's eyes. Okay, sure, is that enough? Is that the only, actually, you know, maybe that's a coincidence too, I guess. You know, that does seem pretty weird. SIU said that Enryu was the hottest male character in Tower of God. The most handsome. SIU said Huayamsa was the most beautiful character in Tower of God. It's, the writing's on the wall. It's right there, dude. It's so, like, to me, this is like canon. It's so, the beauty thing, I'll admit, you know, whatever. You can throw that out the window. But, like, it just adds up so well because the only thing that does make it a little bit weird is that we know that Enryu did this thing somewhat recently. It wasn't like thousands and thousands of years ago. So are Red Witches like, maybe it was thousands of years ago, actually. But that would mean like the thorns were there for so long. I don't know. But does that mean that like the red witches are like a new species? I don't know, man. Also, when else would Enryu have gotten the chance to create life? That's true. We know that Enryu can create life. What significance does that have? Right? What significance does that have? Maybe the red witches, he created the red witches before the incident with the administrator. That's also possible. I don't know, man. Adds to Eden's harem. Oh no. Coke and hamburger duo. True. To me, Enryu creating the red witches makes so much sense. It's basically canon. Next theory. Shia needs money. Okay, I mean, yeah. Yes, Shia needs money. That's confirmed. That's confirmed. I mean, I don't know. Like, Shia's whole goal is collecting money. So the question is, like, why, right? The question is, why does Shia need money? Which is actually a valid question. It's the whole reason that she's a part of Thug. Like, her whole thing is like, hey, money. Give me money and I'm good. And she ends up kind of turning away from Thug and siding with, like, Team Novik. And kind of going on her own path. But the biggest kicker with like the Shia storyline when it comes to collecting money for the family is the character. Hey, yo, what the frick is this? This looks sick, bro. That's so cool. Sorry. Anyway, where is the, where? Oh, look at that. Haku, there you are again. Shout out to Haku. Let's freaking go. Let me see here. Shia. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's not loading. There we go. So Shia. She's from the rabbit ear race. There was another rabbit ear that fought against Bomb on the 36th floor. She's instantly beaten by him. She's not that big of a deal. But the weird thing is, Kun is like, oh, does she have rabbit ears like Shia? That's kind of weird. And this person that Bomb fights mentions that she needs to gather money for her family, for her race, for her species. So the rabbit ear race needs money desperately. The species is like in jeopardy to the point where multiple rabbit ears are like, they're out there gathering money, right? So interesting to me. Like, my theory, the theory that I have is that they are Lopobias. Because again, beastkin. I don't know, man. The beastkin, do they originate from Lopobia? Are all beastkin Lopobia? Could Traumarai control Shia? Probably. He could control Tura, who's a goat. So, I don't freaking probably. Like, it's... To me, there could be some kind of dilemma. Like, what if the branch, there was a branch, the rabbit branch or something? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot you can do with that, though. I really like the concept of the Shia family. Buy their way out of the Lopobia family. Either that, or they're in debt to the family. Exactly. And we know the Lopobia family likes to do debts, because Elaine was in debt to the family. And she worked for like 1,200 years to pay off her debt. So... And she still hadn't paid it off, you know? They weren't even counting it as paying off the debt. So, I don't know, man. It's, exactly like Elaine. Yep. It's interesting, dude. It's interesting, man. I don't know. So it's not spoilers to say, I mean, you know, I'm not going to reveal anything crazy, but in Towers and Gods, the D&D series I do, I tied this in with the rabbit ears are Lopobia, because I have a rabbit ear character who is Lopobia. I just think there's a lot you can do with this, right? Where it's like, oh, thousands of years down the line, the rabbit ear race in some way connected. It's cool. It's cool, man. Speaking of Lopobia, Anak's mother was Lopobia. I like this theory a lot. I've made 2 videos about Anak being... Oh, by the way, there's other rabbit ears. There's H14 right here. Come on, H14. There's Chatanoa, who is a member of, like, Calavan Squadron as well. So that's cool. H14. who looks like a rabbit ear as well. Oh my gosh, the wiki died on me. The wiki is exploding. There's too much information. Too much information being processed. As you can see, I don't know why it's not loading. Age 14 is also a member of the rabbit branch. What was I talking about? Mother, okay, Anak's mom. So, we know that Anak's mom was obviously a princess of Jihad. Here she is. She's gorgeous. She's awesome. We stan Anak original. The original Anak, we stan. And what's interesting is that most princesses in the tower are from the great families, right? Like most princesses are either Arié or Kun Mashani, Kun Maria, Arié Rose, Arié Hagatherion, right? You've got Lopobia Lilial, Lopobia Shilial. There's so many princesses for each family. There's Hendolot Gladmary, fill in the blank. There's so many. Hayuri. There's so many princesses that are 10 great families. They don't have to be. Like, in Dorsey is implied to not be. There was a translation that said she was adopted into a great family, but I believe it's a mistranslation. I don't think it's supposed to be great family. I think it's just a person who was trying to find a princess for his family. So, and Dorsey's kind of like an outlier, but like every other princess, like Garam is maybe an outlier as well. It's hard to say, but so that alone is like, okay, maybe. We later see that there are beastkin from the Lopobia family who look like Anak. They have like the lizard-like qualities. Another really interesting thing is that her eyes, both in the original comic and in the anime, have this and Anak as well, like Anak Jr., they have this unique quality to them. It's like a circle surrounding the pupil, and it kind of expands outward a little bit. I don't know how to describe that, but I think there's some beastkin slash members of the Lopobia family who their eyes look a little bit like that. I'm not gonna, maybe I'm wrong about that. Hold on, let me, I swear there was something like that with their eyes. There was some kind of connection with the eyes. But the fact that Anak is a lizard person, to me, it's it makes sense that she would be a beastkin. Especially since, let's look at one of the recent chapters where Yama murders the secret fourth brother. I'm just freaking, what's his name? Fights. Oh, I love this panel. And he is trying to rescue the beastkin. He punches him. Where is that panel? It's the next chapter. Here we go. Give me fight. Yep, right here. Right here. There's a panel right here. That's a lizard person. That's a lizard person beastkin who is being controlled. Are you telling me that Anak isn't related to this person? There's no way, bro. There's no way. Oh, you guys are saying Traumarai? Wait, no, wait. Wait, does Traumarai, really? Traumarai's eyes? I'm not sure. I don't think so. No, his eyes are normal. Right there is a little bit. There is some. Hannah has a theory that Traumarai is Paul's dad, right? Or Paul is from. There's some kind. Hannah has a theory where Paul is related to Traumarai, which I think is fun because they have the same colored eyes and hair, or a similar sort of pupil design, or there's some kind of cool theory there. But the Wang, I don't think so. Oh. No. Okay, the eyes with Wang are that his eyes look like Yasracha's eyes. He has the watermelon eyes. That's probably what you guys are thinking of. Yeah. His eyes are like watermelons, just like Yasracha. Anyway, that's the theory. Boom. Anak's mom, Lopobia, confirmed. Haki says, I found the moment. Season 2, episode 69. Let's look it up. It's for Shia. Let's see what we got. Okay. 69. Oh, right here. What, blah, blah, blah. He says, do you also have some personal feelings against the 10 families? And she says, no, not at all. Did you think it was gonna be some sad story? I only care about making money. He says, that's a relief. Why? Because you can hate me as much as you want. It's a relief that you don't have a sad story. Man, Palm is too sweet. He genuinely is happy that she doesn't have a sad story, but you know she does. You know she does. Oh, man. That's kind of like the first time we get the impression that she's just in it for the money. I mean, also, she's like charging for her services at the Devil's Right Arm and stuff. So. Daddy dude, Traumarai is the true. Traumarai is the father. But yeah, okay. And then Garam's complete truth on the floor of death. So this is an easy one to find. It's at the end of Garam's explanation. This is a big topic of conversation as well that people have discussed for a long, long time. So we learn Bomb's backstory through Garam. Garam, freaking Sanchez. My boy Sanchez. Is that Sanchez? I think it is. Let me go back a little bit. Here we go. Arlen Grace. Wait. What am I looking for? It's getting late. Oh, girl. Okay, yeah. So she gives like the Arlen backstory. No, I think I was at the right chapter. Because he like, yeah, right here. So she's like, oh, I told you, you know, who would know, blah, blah, blah. Good luck. He leaves. And then she says, in the end, I couldn't tell him that story. That boy may resent me later on, but right now the problem is the test coming up. Blah, blah, blah. If that boy really is the one, she says if. How could you say if that boy is the one that Arlen prophesied? We're gonna get to that. He will definitely show us a miracle. Bro, they're gonna pull the biggest plot twist. I'm telling you, man, Rachel is the daughter of Arlen. I am telling you, SIU is gonna blow our brains out. But, so, okay. What's really interesting here, that story, I personally think it just might be like further clarification on Jihad. Because Arlen made Bomb into like a murder weapon for Jihad. But what if it was like a love triangle? Like what if Arlen and Jihad were in love? Or like, or at least the three of them were like really close. And Jihad is like, his perspective is more understandable. Because from Garam's story, Jihad is like, I proposed and then she said no, so I was mad and then I killed the baby. What if she's exaggerating to fulfill Arlen's wishes? But in reality, Jihad was like the true victim of the situation. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. That's the only thing I can think of from like that story. Like what? Like the story of Jihad and Arlen. I truly believe Jihad and Arlen were really close. Whether she liked him romantically or not, I think they were really, really close. I see these like, dude, I see these fan arts that just make me like, dude, it's so interesting, right? Like, I love this for some reason. I don't know. Like, just like the way that they first met, perhaps, where it's like, bro, how cool is that? You know, this is by Shin on Twitter. I don't know, dude. It's just like, there's so many interesting like scenarios that could be the case between Arlen and Jihad. I truly think that at the very least they were really close, like really close. Well, if Jihad was the father of Rachel and he was the father of Bomb and they're half siblings, that's also, I've heard that before too, which would be super interesting and dark as well. That'd be really dark. Buddy, you want to say hi? Oh, hi, it's both of you. Hi. Come on. Come on. Come say hi. Come say hi. Mm-hmm. You look sleepy. Mm-hmm. You look really sleepy. But, yeah. You get the idea. So that's, you know, Garam's total truth. She's obviously lying / hiding stuff. So, who knows, man? Who knows what she hid? And then when we'll find out, it could be the end of the series, you know? It could be like the end of the story. Who's to say? Who's to say? Luca wants to say hi too. Luca wants to say hi. Oops, I probably scared her a little bit by knocking my green scooter around. Kitty. But yeah. By the way, their favorite character is Traumarai, oh my god, I keep calling him Traumarai, Yasracha, as we've already discussed on our reactions. Okay! Oh shoot, alright. We got 3 more layers to go! The night is young! 3 more layers, everybody! Alright. Madarako and the Soul Stir. Okay, so wait, we're at like bomb, true form, bomb Shinsu power. Okay, let's freaking go. Madarako and the Soul Stirring Ladle. So, Soul Stirring Ladle is kind of broken. It's kind of weird though, because it doesn't seem that broken. I don't know. Basically, Haruun has been trying to get the Soul Stirring Ladle. It can basically, it can bind souls and stuff. It was used in the spirit room. Who freaking knows what it'll do? Madarako has been hankering after the ladle. We know his whole thing is the ladle. He wants the ladle in exchange for the thorn fragment. My theory is he is a servant of Pefemamori Seto. That's his like god slayer, who's like sealed or like something. In fact, let me see if I can find that. Seto. Yeah. He went to sleep. So Seto is sleeping. What if the ladle is needed to wake up Seto? And that's why Madarako will do anything to get the ladle, right? Because he wants to wake up Pefemamori Seto. That to me makes total sense. This is Madarako's god. He's willing to like give up a thorn for it? For sure, dude. Seto wants it? Well, like Seto is like sleeping or whatever. So like, I feel like Seto either wants it or needs it. Maybe Seto chose to sleep and is just chilling. And maybe like if he gives this to Seto, Seto is gonna pop the frick off. I don't know. But regardless, we know that he wants the ladle. It stirs the pot. True. All right. Pentaminum told Yuri about... Have I... Wait a minute. This is interesting. Okay. So this tackles 2 theories. This tackles 2 talking points. If you're wondering what this means, Pentaminum entered the tower and like slaughtered Jihad's guards and like stormed in and just like spoke with him. But according to SIU, Pentaminum spoke with Yuri. Like a young Yuri who was at the castle, and they spoke, which is like so weird. And Yuri like insulted him or whatever, and Seto like laughed. I don't know. There's like, I don't know exactly how it goes, but they interacted. And people have always wondered, I've been seeing it more recently especially, how in the world, how did Yuri know the instant Bomb entered the tower? Because the instant he entered, all of a sudden, she was right there on the first floor, like, Evan, he's here, and it took her like 5 minutes, and she all of a sudden was there. Like, she was there in an instant. How did she know that Bomb had entered the tower, and like, why was she that close to the first floor in the first place, right? It takes time to travel. Like, it takes them so long to get to the freaking, like, they get the Wall Hike Song members, and they're trying to get to the second floor. It's like a whole journey. It's a whole journey to get there. It takes time, you know? So how would she have known? Pentaminum is an Axis, aka an author, aka perhaps the writer of Tower of God's story, aka Fate, aka freaking Enryu, or I don't know, and the Red Witches. Perhaps he predicted Bomb's arrival, which is why Yuri was so excited about it. And in that chapter, by the way, I really like this theory. This is so cool. It would explain how she knew, like when and how, and interesting. Right here, chapter 2. My lady, what are you trying to do on the first floor? An irregular has stepped into the tower. He has opened a gate. Someone opened the door. How does she know this? Jihad doesn't know this. How does Yuri know this? He's with Hedon. The test will begin. This is like early Tower of God as well, where SIU, he like knew what he was like. Okay, sorry, he still knows what he's doing. I love SIU, but like as far as lore goes, this is when like he was developing like the Pentaminum lore, for example. We see this is kind of a cool thing. But then she's like, she mentions secret power, beam shooting up between their legs, like, oh my god, it's graphic, Yuri. A monster like Yurik. Evan brings it up, right? The irregulars till now have all been strong, like Pentaminum or Yurik. Like, they mentioned Pentaminum. Like, SIU knew who Pentaminum was in this chapter. Like, that makes so much sense. It makes sense. Straight up. Love it. Love that theory. Here we go, Quattro's gender. This connects to the theory we talked about earlier, so I'm not gonna spend a ton of time. But for some reason, SIU has kind of kept up this mystery regarding Quattro's gender, which to me isn't that much of a mystery because, like, you know, who cares, right? It's Quattro. Quattro is fun regardless of their gender, but like, it's weird that SIU went out of his way. It's probably in the trivia, right? Is it not? Where is the, really? I know this has to be on here somewhere. Here we go. His gender is currently unconfirmed. There's a blog post where he mentions this. Like, so the gender for Quattro is essentially, it's mostly translated to just mean he. But I think the pronouns have been like, they're like gender neutral in like the original. Am I okay? I don't know exactly, but there's some kind of, I know for sure SIU mentioned in a blog post, like, who knows regarding Quattro's gender. And that's like the only reason people have really even talked about it, is it's like, is it even a big deal? I guess, so people assume Quattro's a guy. Is Quattro a girl? I don't know. Quattro is Quattro. Yeah, like, Quattro is Quattro. Like, who freaking cares? Exactly. But it could make it interesting if Quattro is the angel to Chang, and can angels only be girls? I don't know. Freaking, I don't know. But that is a popular theory. People discussing Quattro, like, you know, Quattro's gender. Where was Evankel during season 1? This is it. Okay, I love this talking point too. This is a fun talking point. Evankel. Shout out to Quattro, my favorite gender. True. Yes. Okay. Best girl Evankel. So we know that Evankel wasn't present during the events of season 1 on the second floor. And Han Sung is like the stand-in floor ruler while Evankel is gone. He's the test supervisor, and he says Evankel is gone. Evankel is like busy. Evankel is not here. Specifically mentions that Evankel is like doing something. So people have always wondered, right here. During the events of the floor of test, Evankel had to depart from her floor due to work, leaving all duties to Han Sung-yu. Now, my assumption was just that Han Sung planned this, right? Because, yeah, I agree, this jacket is sick. Because Han Sung wanted Bomb. Evankel couldn't really be there for Han Sung to enact his plan, so maybe Han Sung set up an excuse that maybe Evankel finally had to get some work done, is like, okay, fine, I'll go do this. Either that, or, what was my other thought on that? Oh, no, okay, that's the only thought I have, that Han Sung set it up. But another possibility, because Evankel was gone for a long time, we see her come back before last station. She like arrives again to save Han Sung. Okay, I don't know. We do know that Evankel worked with Lei Ro, because Han Sung says, you're really tall. You just didn't look tall compared to Evankel. And Lei Ro's like, oh yeah, Evankel is huge, you know? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys are going crazy. You heard the Quattro, come on. Oh my gosh. But yeah, anyway, that's the only thing I can think of, man. Evankel was preoccupied possibly by Han Sung. Otherwise, it just worked out really well that Han Sung was in charge when Bomb arrived. I don't know, we know Hedon is connected to Fug, and Hansung is in Fug, so it's all kind of like blah, blah, blah. Evankill didn't know that Hansung was in Fug initially, so I don't know. Okay, this is a good one. This is a good one, man. Aguero knew that Prince and Arkraptor were dead. Yes. Yes, I hope this is true. I hope Kun knew. For the drama! Okay, so if you don't know what this means... let's see. If you don't know what this means, there's a point where White tells Bomb... So White wants to fight Bomb, like, really, really badly. And Bomb's about to leave with Arya, right here, and he says, Viol! There's a reason why you should fight me. Arkraptor and Prince. I killed them. I was so hungry. This is one of my freaking favorite panels in the series. Oh, wow, I haven't seen that in a long time. Oh, dude. So good. So good. Anyway, so then we cut to Bomb's reaction, and Bomb flashes back to a conversation he had with Kun. Kun says, oh, and yesterday, since I woke up and I wanted to see how things were, I called Wang Nan's team. I had to tell him about Iwa, and you seem so worried, Bomb. Wang Nan said that he and his team are climbing the tower just fine, so don't worry. Arkraptor and the others are all doing well. You don't have to worry about them. The way that this scene is portrayed makes it seem like Kun is lying. This right here, showing Bomb in this way, he's like, no, Kun would never lie, like Kun is telling the truth. It's done in a way that makes Kun look like the bad guy. And to be honest, I think so. Kun looks like a mom. Let's go. I mean, sure, but he looks good. It's like he... Okay, so there's two possibilities. Either Kun, there's like three. Kun knows and is lying to keep Bombs going, right? To keep him going. Or he doesn't know, somehow. Or Wang Nan told him to lie, which I think makes sense because Wang Nan isn't climbing. Like, for sure, he knows that Wang Nan went down to wake up Huayang, and Wang Nan's involved with Kasano and all this stuff, you know, and Karaka, it's crazy, you know, so much stuff happened with Wang Nan. He's lying. Wang Nan and the others, this is a lie, man. Unless, okay, so the thought is Wang Nan could have lied to Kun. But Kun can see through that, man. Here's my biggest point. Here's my biggest point. This is the biggest thing, right? There is a scene where Boro and Sachi and Hockney reunite with, like, Misang. And she's, like, crying. I wish I knew when it was, but I would have no clue where it is. It's sometime before, after Hidden Floor, before Last Station, I think. And they say, let's not tell Bomb about the deaths yet. Boro and Sachi and Hockney say, let's not tell Bomb yet. It's not a good time. You're not telling me that Boro and Sachi know about Prince and Arkraptor, but not Kun Aguero Anyez, the mastermind tactician light bearer of the tower. He knows, man. He knows. And we've had this, like, set. We know that Kun will do anything to protect Bomb. We know that Kun has, like, hid things from Bomb before. Like, this is so in character of him. It's so in character. The only thing is Bomb didn't, like, express anger at Kun afterward. Hi, you hopping up here? But it was also during the war, he's saving his master. I would love it if this was brought back. I would love it if it continued the drama. I saw this on Twitter the other day. I think it's possible, man. I think it'd be super interesting. I think there is setup for Kun and Bomb to clash and for Bomb to get into a huge argument with Kun. I think it's possible. I feel like Sachiboro and Hockney totally had an excuse when they were like, we didn't really know them that well, and this is a bad time, but Kun had no excuse. Right, I'm not really blaming... Hi, Luca. I'm not really blaming Boro, Sachi, or Hockney. Like, I don't think they really had an obligation to tell Bomb. I think Misang had an obligation, and Kun would for sure. Definitely. So, yeah, man. I think Kun for sure lied here. I think that there is going to be consequences. I hope anyway. I can't say I know for sure. But it's the fact that he says Arc Raptor. Like, why'd you have to pick out Arc Raptor? You know what I mean? He didn't say like Wang Nan and the others. He's like, Arc Raptor and the others are all doing well. You freaking liar, bro. You're such a freaking liar, coon piece of garbage. Maybe I'm giving him a hard time, but dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. You're so cute and fluffy. Oh my gosh, you're so fluffy. Okay. Arc Ryung is an irregular. If you don't know, Arc Ryung is the Korean, it's like the Korean name for ghost. Ghost and Tower of God. So we know that Arc Ryung, or Ghost, can use Shinwan Ryu. He uses it against Bomb, and it's very weird. We know that Ghost is a spear bearer, and all of a sudden he's busting out Shinwan Ryu tech. It's like, what the frick? Only irregulars can use Shinwan Ryu. So why in the world can Ghost? So the theory is that he's an irregular. I don't think he is, unless he's V, which is another popular theory, that Ghost is V. I think that would end up kind of explaining it. He's like the resurrected corpse of V. The other thing is, Ghost has human eyes. Bomb specifically says he's got human eyes, and then he starts talking to Bomb. He has yellowish golden eyes. What color eyes does Bomb have? I'm just saying, man. We know that V was also a very skilled Shinsu user who would have known how to use Shinwan Ryu. It's like, it's weird to us because it's like, Ghost being V, what do you mean? But Ghost is also part of Thug, which V is too. And I feel like it would be, again, like the resurrected corpse of V after he killed himself. It's just, it makes so much sense. It really does. It would make so much sense. So otherwise it's like, oh, he's Ghost isn't an irregular, but he can use Shinwan Ryu. It's like, what? That's a little kind of a weird loophole. But Bomb even says, is he an irregular? Like, Bomb is wondering how he can use Shinwan Ryu. Bomb has never seen that before from another person, aside from like the God of Guardians, you know, and Jihad. This Luca is making my job harder because I have to hold her while doing this, but we can do this. Oh, you want to get up? I would almost prefer it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She can stay. I'm just joking. I'm just saying you're making it harder to go to the video because you're so cute. Okay, Endorsi's real name and family. So we know from Name Hunt Station, Endorsi has a real name. So her name that was stolen in Name Hunt Station was not Endorsi. Endorsi is a fake name. We've known this for a while, actually. We've known that she had a fake name for a long time. It was in the blog posts. And again, it's basically confirmed in Name Hunt Station. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. We have the GIF. Lesser known waifus on Tumblr. What the frick? So we know for sure. Let us see the cat. Okay. You insist. So she has a real name. And she's a part of a family. She was adopted in, the snake charmer and all that, right? And she had to destroy the other, beat out the other girls in the competition and eat the food at the table. I have no clue what family she's in. If she is a part of a great family, she would be the only princess, so it couldn't be Hendellock. I have no clue. I don't think it's a great family. No clue what the family is. Some ranker, he's the only ranker in the family. Some family that's wanting power, you know. Her real name, though, is Beth. For sure. I made a skit about this. Her name is Beth. And Dorothy? Yeah, I know. That's one translation of the name, right? And Dorothy. And Dorothy. So weird. So weird. In season 1, she's saying her branch family was poor, but something weird is her family likes to adopt people. Right, yeah, because they wanted a princess. That was kind of like the whole thing. Man, there's hair everywhere now. What did you do? It's really interesting. I mean, you know, Hendellock, right? But the problem is, she said that like the leader of that family was the only ranker, and we already have a Hendellock princess, so that doesn't make any sense. It's the only one that comes to mind though. We know though. I think there's like a point in Name Hunt Station where Bomb is like, "Oh, your name," and she's like, "Don't see it" or something. I swear there's some kind of funny line about her real name. I swear there is. I tried finding it one time and couldn't find it, but maybe it's like the Mandela effect or something. I don't know. Or maybe it was the skit I made, making fun of that. I don't know. Okay, Sealed N and her parents' secret. I'm not really sure what this means entirely. So, okay, Eurasia N was the number 7 ranker in the tower, Princess of Jihad, and she was the Adori Jihad is now the number 7, but she's sealed, right? And this is where Garam found the pocket of Arlen Grace because Eurasia N had this pocket. And then the whole thing is, she's the daughter of Pobedao Gustang and Eurasia Blossom, because the two of them were like madly in love at one point. And then they broke up in a bad way, and people make fun of it in the tower, apparently. It's kind of like a phrase. It's like, oh, you just pulled a Gustang. SIU, I swear he talked about that. He talked about how their relationship is made fun of in the tower. But anyway, so secret of their parents? I wouldn't really know what that would be. In Dorothy is the SIU confirmed version that neither translate. Wait, SIU said it's in Dorothy? No. It's I'll take Andrasi. I like Andrasi, but not in Dorothy. Please no. Please not in Dorothy, bro. Please not in Dorothy, right, Luca? But anyway, so I don't know, like her parents, like, I mean, she went crazy. She basically went crazy with all the things that were happening. Other princesses were going crazy, killing each other. She knocked down and killed many rankers who chased her, but even Anne couldn't defeat all the countless waves of rankers. She was eventually caught. Uni's Jihad and Rebecca Pon Jihad were killed. Rumors that Jihad himself had to interfere. Jeez. Jihad was disappointed. He couldn't decide to kill her. Sealed her. I don't know what the secret would be. Like, are they saying that her parents, like Gustang and Blossom, there's something deeper going on there? That would be cool. But I wouldn't really know what it is. Haku sent a message. Let me see here. No. This is an SIU blog post. And Dorothy. This is the biggest mind-blowing part of this stream, if I'm being honest. Her canonical name is Anne Dorothy. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. SIU, you're wrong. You're factually incorrect, SIU. It's not Dorothy. It's not bad. And Dorothy's fine. It's basically in Dorsey, just said differently. It's just, I don't know. I think of like Dorothy. I don't know. It's weird. That's weird. Thanks, Haku. Appreciate that. All right, next tier of the iceberg. Holy freaking crap. All right, we're on the second to last. Look at how much ground we've covered. Talking about just, you know, Shinsu and rankers. Then getting to like Hockney's painting and the 7 swords. Rachel's wishes. Madarako. Leiro. Oh, okay, here we are. Here we are. Han Sung-yu's connection to blood matter. One of the most fascinating aspects of Hannah's like, you can retcon it. Yes, please. One of the most fascinating aspects of Han Sung-yu is the fact that a long, long time ago, SIU said, what is it right here? That, according to SIU, Han Sung is deeply connected to Hendo Lock blood matter. Deeply connected. Not just like connected, but deeply connected. And not just the Hendo Lock family, but Hendo Lock blood matter specifically. Which is so interesting. Blood matter is for sure one of the most interesting family heads. Someone who he wanted immortality. It's not like V who denied it. He wanted immortality, but was denied it by the administrator. Why? Why was he denied the freaking, why? It makes no sense. There's no we don't know why. So Han Sung being connected to blood matter automatically makes us think, is it connected to the immortality thing? And in a recent Tower of God, because SIU is goated and an absolute freak of a legend, I can find the panel. It's right when Traumarai first arrives. It's before this. I can smell dog. Jeez, Traumarai, your nose is too sensitive, my guy. It's before this too, right? I'm gonna find this. I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna freaking find this, bro. It's a really, really important series of panels. I forgot about a lot of these chapters are much more blurry in my mind than before and after. Oh, yo, Jinsung versus Perdity, let's go. Frick. Oh, then it's before the Nen Nen backstory? I guess it would be. Huh. Oh, here it is. Lopobia Traumarai, here it is. Elaine. The one time she appeared, the one time she had dialogue, let's go. Sorry, I had to appreciate that 1 second of screen time that she got. So here we go. He basically is like, kill him. So Perseus starts choking out Han Sung. Say another word and I'll twist your neck. I might as well twist it now. Traumarai didn't order this He kind of did though, didn't he? He was kind of like, whatever. Okay, this is already gonna be weird because there's a bunch of translations for this. For now, I'm just going off of line. I know there's a billion, this was a whole thing when this chapter came out. I know there's other translations, but the fragment for the contract of immortality. That man told me to. This is the part where a bunch of translations, Han Sung says, it's me. Right? I swear to God that's one of the translations. Not that man told me to, but like, I am the one. He says something about me, right? And then Traumarai says, stop. Take that creature to the ship. He's the one my friend is looking for. This was mind-blowing because the only connection we knew between Han Sung and Hendelok family or blood matter was the blog post. SIU telling us in that blog post. This is the first time it's ever even remotely hinted at in the entire series. It's so cool, man. It's so cool. So regardless of the different translations, Traumarai spares Han Sung because of his connection to Hendelok blood matter and the contract of immortality. Blood matter still wants immortality. He's still searching for a way to be immortal after all these years, man. How crazy is that? Also, during the last station, Evankel and the Han Sung flashbacks, Han Sung says that he doesn't plan to live forever, but he plans to change the tower before he dies. Good point, Haku. I do vaguely remember that. My theory is that before Han Sung dies, his plan is to have Bomb touch the immortality contract and break it like he does every other spell. The family heads not being immortal anymore would be huge. Yeah, Bomb for sure can bypass that contract, so that would make a lot of sense. From a blog post. But it is a fact that a certain legal document exists in the possession of the sealed princess and Jihad that contains a secret about the two. What the frick? Going back to the sealed secret. Oh, interesting. Thanks, Hannah. I didn't realize that. Okay, now that I see that, vaguely rings a bell, but barely rings a bell. Maybe I'm just imagining it. So what would be the secret then? That they like plotted out everything regarding Eurasia Ann or the princesses? I have no clue. I'd be curious to know what you guys think in the comments or in the chat, depending on how you're viewing this right now, because I really have no clue. It could be like the two of them created something, the two of them knew about the pocket with Arlen. I really don't know. The guy had a ton of children. Yeah, Hinderluck Blood Matter, as still only appeared one of them in the story. Someone please just give the guy some break. Yeah, true. Yeah, there was only one. We've only seen one Hinderluck, and it was some random kind of strong dude, Belberino. It apparently was in Gusting's blog profile. That's really cool. That's really cool. Don't know if this is mentioned, but they mentioned in the Hidden Floor, Han Sung could have been a princess if he was a girl. I do vaguely remember that. That's so cool. I love that. I love that tidbit. If Han Sung, in a different timeline, you're a princess of Jihad, my dude. Moving on. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, Chapter 12, Beta, Tower of God. I don't know. I don't really know what that means. Was there like a beta, beta Chapter 12? Like an original Chapter 12 of Tower of God? Or do they mean beta from Tower of God? I really don't know. The untrustworthy room is the oh, no. Give me season 1. Give me season 1. Is it not on here? My cat is cute. Thank you. Appreciate that. She is a cutie. Let me see. Can I find like the list of chapters? What are you doing? I know they called you cute, but still. Bruh, I don't know what that... There's a beta chapter 12? Really? I don't know what this means, and I've been reading since season 1. Wait, this is fascinating. I want to find out what this means. Hold on. There's a list of chapters somewhere on this wiki. Yo, I love this. Book 9. This is not probably the best way to get there, but I'm doing it. Oh, Han Sung looks so sick. Han Sung looks so freaking badass. Luca. Oh, I love this one. Look at Serena in the season 3 art style. And Anak, baby Anak. Oh, love it. Okay, it would be book 2. All right. Chapter 12. Here we go. That was the weirdest way to get there, but we got there. It is the 12th chapter of volume 1. Okay. Yep. It's preceded by chapter 11 and followed by 13, as would be assumed. You're being a troublemaker? You're trying to bite my pens? Zoop. She's in paradise. She's just having a good time, huh? All right. Gallery. All of these images. Rack Kamehameha. Wait. Didn't he like breathe fire? That's probably another panel. This all looks right. The test is actually made for telling Kun's story. I felt it would be needed before the Crown game. He was talking about the Crown game way back when? Jeez. Kun is a character I am personally attached to. He's the most human out of the 3 main characters. Oh, this is so cool. Agnes is his mother's family name. Yep. Lots of sons. The royal bloodline gives him power. Tower of God is a story in which I use tests and games for a bigger story. There's nothing on here about a beta chapter 12. Oh, Vera Lane coming in clutch. Vera Lane, let's go. Patron chat, because Vera Lane is an awesome patron. Okay. What? Wait, what? Huh? I am like trash it. What the frick is this? This is like ancient, like pre-episode 0. The Crown game was in the field instead of like Yo, the art is so different. This bag is called Marvin Barandina. This is so bizarre, man. This is so bizarre. Also, like, it seems like everything was out of order as well. Who the frick are you? Is this Novik? Is this like freaking like Alpha Novik? Beta Novik? What the frick? I'll give Bomb a signal while wearing the fake crown. So a lot of the same strategy is employed. And then I'll sit on it with the real crown. The rules do not say the crown holder must sit on the throne for the very beginning. This is very weird. SIU started Tower of God during his military service, so there's probably a lot of drafts. I'm guessing this was a draft. Look at, oh, look at Sarita. Look at this person. Hot. So this was back when like everyone was competing at the same time in the crown game. Kunsi should be wearing the crown. You all tried. I'm sorry. Bomb was so different in this beta. Idiotic turtles. The crown game is won by us. Ah, boring. Okay. This panel is exactly the same though. This one is straight up what he used in the current edition for Evan Kell's Hell. The crown game is complete. The winners are Kun, Rack, Bomb, done. What the frick? What? Bomb in this comic uses same formal way of speaking in Korean, but uses them to be more arrogant? Huh? Whoa. I don't want to, you know what? What the heck just, I am clicking away. I am clicking away now, just in case. This is bizarre. I feel like I'm having a fever dream. Hurry, stop, wait. Wait a minute, what is this? True, this is kind of like a blonde Huayamsa. Also, yes, thank you, B12. I really have no clue. I feel like, dude, are there more versions? Are there like other copies of this for like other chapters? Look at oh my gosh. So this, I think he separated the initial test on the second floor and the crown game, but maybe initially they were like merged. Yeah, Bomb is riding Rack. True, dude. It's a fake. Kun had the real crown. I can't get over a knock. I can't get over. Oh man, it's so. But they still had the bet with like the Green April. Leiro Ro is still here. By the way, Leiro Ro looks normal here, which is weird because in current Tower of God, Leiro Ro looks really weird in his first introduction. Where is it? Come on, here we go. Leiro Ro looks super goofy. His legs are like, they're like bow-legged, and I don't know. He looks odd. Anyway, wow. What are you doing? Beta Tower of God reactions, literally, dude. That was an experience, man. Wow. Hi. I am banishing you to the top of the booth. She knows how to get down. Colonel hasn't learned how to get down, but she knows how. So, okay, here we go. We're getting into some territory, man. That was a really fun ride. I am in shock. There's a bait that. Thank you, Vera Lane, for blowing my mind. Let's move on. Wangnan is immortal, so I talked about this earlier. I'm just 5 seconds. Wangnan, he's got stabbed through the heart. He got cut, almost had his hand cut off, and Iwa should have killed him, but he survived for no reason when everyone else died. So the theory with this, the theory that I have, is that if Jihad does have like clones, or like this theory down here says, it's very possible that he split off his power, right? Or parts of his power. So like Karaka, in a way, has the black hole attacks. Maybe that's not a good answer. He has like the heart, and like Wangnan is the immortality without the power, is my point. And it looks like one of the boss or captains has like the horns and the fangs. My point is, maybe if Wangnan just has a piece of Jihad's power, it's just the immortality part. Okay, Yurik chasing after Pentamenon. So apparently Yurik claims, or we stated at some point in a blog post, that Yurik entered chasing after Pentamenon. So Yurik was some kid who saw Pentamenon and was like, I'm gonna get you. And he was in the tower all of a sudden. I don't know, I guess. Pretty weird, but I mean, I shouldn't say weird. It's cool. It's actually a cool detail about the Yurik Pentamenon irregular relationship or whatever. I think that's pretty sick. Repelisa and the Zygonus flower. So, I forget the details on this. Basically, there's some kind of connection between Yuri wants to know about Bomb, Repelisa's like, oh, I can give you info, and then Yuri's like, I need a favor or whatever, and then Yurik knows about the Zygonus flower, so it's like Repelisa was like the intermediary between Yuri and Yurik when it comes to the Zygonus flower. That's why he's in the Zygonus when Team Sweet and Sour show up. I'm not going to go deeper than that because I feel like it'd get complicated. But that's sort of a general gist of what happened there. So, not as thick. Literal Road did get downgraded, let's be honest. SIU knew it'd be too much. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. It is almost 2 a.m. That's freaking wild. Rachel was Arlen's maid. Okay, so this is a big one, right? And I think I know the exact chapter number because I've referenced it so many times. I want to say it's like 243, something like that. There's a panel of Rachel that is a little bit weird. It's a little bit sus, I guess you could say. Is that cringe? Proud to say? I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit sus that she says something a little weird. Okay, actually, I don't know the chapter number. I thought it was this one, but I guess it wasn't. I want to say it's before this. I want to say it's like, like around here? No, I don't know. Anyway, there's a panel. If someone has the number, let me know and I can find it. There's a panel in Floor of Death where Rachel's sitting there and she's folding clothes, right? And Wangnan's like, you're pretty good at that. Because I guess he just noticed. And she was like, oh yeah, I've had lots of practice. Or something along those lines. She says like, oh yeah, I'm pretty experienced. She insinuates that she's good at folding clothes. Maybe it was like a job or like it was something that she's used to doing. So you connect this with the book that she found. You connect this with, like, she says right after that, Arlen, I know about the prophecy. I'm the one in the prophecy, not Bomb. Blah, 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 blah. Which doesn't make any sense because, like, you're not her daughter unless you are. So then it's like, okay, then you cut later and it's like, she has all these connections to Arlen and she has her pot. She found out something. It insinuates that potentially she was working for Arlen. Arlen sent her into the cave to take care of Bomb. Rachel was Arlen's maid. Confirmed. You're right, Haku. It's like during the art... Dude, I can't believe this chapter is a thing. How freaking weird is that? Okay, so let me see. If it's right after the Arlen drop, the Arlen backstory, it has to be... So it's after Arlen, but so it's like right around here then. 240? Yes! Yeah. Haku legend, let's go! Here it is, thank you. Yeah, also, same chapter as the Arlen reveal. Wangnan, is something wrong? No, you're just more skilled at tidying than you look. Oh, thanks for the compliment. I've been used to cleaning and tidying since I was a child. Very detailed panel when she says this. It's not like some spin-off goofy comment. He focuses on half of her face when she says that. Don't get me wrong, I was insulting you. Okay? Then she walks away and says, Arlen, I don't care what Bomb is to you. I'm the one from the legend who will obtain the thorn and make your wish come true. She's Arlen's maid, confirmed. This is like the most popular Rachel theory, that she is Arlen's maid. she maybe read the book while she was working for her in her castle or whatever. I don't know. It's weird, but okay. Lei Ro and Yuri climbing together. Y'all have probably heard that, we talked about it briefly, that Lei Ro and Yuri were confirmed to climb the tower together. They were 2 regulars together on the floor of tests, and they're the only 2 from their group who became rankers. And what's crazy about this is that SIU had a scrapped, deleted flashback between the 2 of them. Right here, where Lei Ro's like, oh, he sees her. Whoa. And she smiles. So we know they didn't like climb together. They could have actually initially, but they would have eventually split off. Yuri probably climbed faster than him. They didn't climb the entire tower together. That's not the implication. They were just together on the 2nd floor. But I'm telling you, man, there's some romantic tension here, bro. There's some romantic tension here. At least from Lei Ro. Look how stunned he is, bro. He's like, I don't know, man. This is a really cool deleted flashback. I wish it was there. It'd be so cool if this was in the comic. But it is canon that, like, they knew each other. So, at least blog post canon, if it's not retconned, but... So, because of this little tidbit, there are a lot of shippers for Yuri and Lei Ro. Right here, really like this art here by Norin B. Shout out to Norin B. You know, look at these 2 climbing the tower together. Like, okay. You know, there's a cute little one here. Happy Valentine's, you know. It's super cute. It's super cute freaking, you know, Lei Ro and Yuri fan art. It's adorable. It's freaking adorable. I mean, look at this one, you know? Some of them get a little saucy. I mean, it's adorable. It's super cute. It's super cute. Unfortunately, Yuri likes bomb, so haha. Okay, next theory. Angel and Welsar Elliot are still inside the White Heavenly Mirror. All right, White Heavenly Mirror is the item that Kun won during the Crown game for shooting the most regulars with light bullets. You know, and it makes sense because Kun was able to shoot virtually all of Team Sweet and Sour, plus Chang and Quattro, because of the deal they made. Kun probably made that deal partially so he could earn the White Heavenly Mirror as well. So, he earns the White Heavenly Mirror, and it's able to seal people inside of it. He uses this to save Hua Yun during the Reflejo fight. He's able to, like, store her inside the knife. He's able to store Wangnan and Iwa in the knife and then throw it into the Hell Train when Rachel escapes at the Train City. And then the most recent use, the last time we ever saw it, Chang and Quattro seal Welsar Elliot, the second Mad Dog, and Angel inside of it, and they walk off. I don't think they're still inside of it because during the chapter where, like, Chang dies or whatever, or, like, right before, he's talking to Shibisu and Hots, and he basically says that he learned stuff from them about the cage. Well, he knew about the cage. He basically says they gained info or they traded info because of Welsar and Angel. I doubt they're still inside of it, or they are, but Chang doesn't have it anymore. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, I don't know. It's funny though. I really do like the fact that Chang and Quattro. Oh, okay. This does remind me of another thing, by the way. I gotta freaking find this. Regarding Chang and Quattro, sealing them into the White Heavenly Mirror. Again, with SIU setting things up, but the payoff being lackluster. Oh, look at little Joaquin, the little cute sociopath, psychopath killer. This is when, like, the game is over, Dollar Show is over, everything is up in flames and lava and is friggin' it's nuts. It has to be this chapter. For sure this chapter. If you remember during Dollar Show, a bunch of people were hostages, right? So, like Kasano and Traveler and Prince and Misang and Chang and Quattro, they were all like hostages. Look at Traveler, bro. And they escape through Yura's teleport, leaving Chang and Quattro inside the cage. Whoa, that girl's amazing. She disappeared. So what should we do, Chang? It looks like the game is over. Should we leave? I thought you were interested in those two. See these two? All right, we have Angel and Chang. Bang! Of course. Let's pack up and get out. Dude, they were letting themselves stay in the cage. They could have broken out at any time. I love this shot of the two of them. Because they're just like, they were literally playing cards with like Arc Raptor and stuff in the cage. And they're like, I guess we can leave now. He just goes, bam! Busts open the cage. And then they seal them up into the White Heavenly Mirror. And then they just kind of walk off. And it's badass as hell. It's so cool, dude. Haku says, Season 3, Episode 10, I think is the chapter. Okay, thank you. Yeah. This is important because I think he brings up Welsar and Angel. Or at least, maybe he references it. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't want to read this. Is this when he dies? Please, no. I don't think this is when he dies. Here we go. He sees Quattro. I was told to catch you silently. Quattro Blitz. I'll burn you down. But then, that was a hologram, because Shibisu is an expert scout. He kicks him in the frickin' face. Deadly kick. But then Chang is like, oop, never keep your guard down. But then Hotz is like, that's right, never keep your guard down, frickin' loser. And there's this cool sideways panel where they're all like lined up. Okay, what does he say? If you don't mind me cutting your head off, my friend's a total psycho. This guy charges in. They run away, the four of them. Dude, I'm telling you, man, they're like buddies. Quattro and Chang they're like a part of the team. So what are you guys doing here? You aren't canine. I'm half canine person. I was raised by a canine since I was very little. Good lore. Good lore that's wasted, but at least it's good lore. Not many people know about this, but there are canine people who are thrown out and live in the shadows. I was helping them come back to the cage. There will be a coup in this cage very soon. Are you serious? Yes, Yama. Dude, Chang knew all this because he was working for Paul this whole time. Chang was working for the Starbucks trio who was working for Paul. That's so sick. He locked up his brother. I was raised by the younger brother's henchmen, Paul's henchmen. They were always, which is so sad because then they kill him. It's like, it's so dumb. It's so stupid. Because then, like, Haku brings up, it's like, Paul is all about, like, protecting the innocent canines, and, like, he's all about, like, restoring the canines, and yet is okay with killing Chang. It's so stupid. The cage, blah, blah, blah. But I got the mad dog from Fug on my side, and figured out the code and location. His angel was always in charge of delivering the information about the cage to Mad Dog. That's it. So I don't think they're still in the White Heavenly Mirror, but he did use them / their information to obtain info for Paul. Really cool, man. All right, I'm glad this was not the episode where he died. I do not want to ever see that again. Yeah. I still think he's alive. Doom's flashback with Paul's regulars wouldn't make sense otherwise. Okay, but again, I saw that and it gave me hope, but it's almost like, why would Paul know? I don't know. I mean, maybe that contradicts what I just said. See, the problem with it is, okay, when does he die? Chang, TOG. Frick, I gotta read this chapter. God, it's probably the least favorite chapter. All right, 16, okay. 16. Here we go. Tall, what should we do about the human kid working as our spy in the cage? You mean Chang? I agreed to set him free. Yes, we can't have him telling anyone about any of this. So I shall give him real freedom. I'm still tracking the coordinates of his pocket. Got it. Pew! What now, Chang? Well, now that we don't have to follow those mad dogs around, let's just climb up the tower, nice and easy. We only live once, right? Just enjoy our... And he gets killed by Tall, or was it Grande maybe? Chang! Chang! And then she says, he's gone. Yeah, good work. Now let's take over the cage. So, unless she lied, unless Grande coming in clutch and lied to Tall, because Tall's a jerk, let's be real. Tall, deserved to get his arm shot off by Jordan. Unless she only, like, stabbed him in the shoulder or something. Because, and, like, it's like a misdirect. But then, okay, but look at this. Tower of God, Season 3, Episode 16. Sorry, Season 3. Wiki. Can I look up Wiki? What chapter is it? It's freaking, oh gosh. Chapter 433. So, Tower of God, chapter 433. Wiki. Please, Wiki. List of chapters. Let's freaking go. Season 3. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Volume 3. Okay. This is SIU's blog post about this chapter, right? On Chang at the start, I wanted to show how the power technique gap between Ranker and Regular actually brings anticlimactic deaths or result. It's sudden and very monodirectional, but this is the realistic version of what happens between Rankers and Regulars in a fight. I feel like he's confirming it. You know what I mean? I feel like he's saying, oh yeah, Regulars die all the time. No, SIU, you haven't done this before. Very sudden to do this. And from a story perspective, it's very lackluster. I don't know. The only thing is, there is a point where it's after, like, the canines get exterminated by Yasracha. So what would it be? Like, there's a point where it's like, but someone helped out. Someone they didn't expect. And it shows their shoulder. Probably Louis or Baragov. Moving on, Yama's original backstory scrapped. This is one of the biggest retcons in the series. Not like from like a bad perspective or anything, but this is one that people like to talk about because Yama as a character was completely shifted. Completely, his character was completely changed from the blog posts. So, in the initial blog posts, SIU said this: Baylord Yama was one of the pit bulls that battled in Bay Road, and it is said that he was the strongest mad dog of all time. He was the god of death, Yama the lord of the dead. He killed his own keeper, became the only mad dog to escape Bay Road and climb the tower. Emort, one of the slayers, helped him. Becomes a ranker, returns to Bay Road with Thug's power, kills the owner, becomes the new king of the mad dogs and slayer of Thug. The final condition to become a slayer, and it's rumored that he is currently using the enormous revenue made there as a weapon to build mysterious pleasure and entertainment facilities throughout the tower. He has never shown his face since becoming a slayer. It's fun, and it's a cool, like, oh, he killed his owner, like, how sick. It's a really cool backstory, but it's way less, like, if you just take it at face value, and I said this in the Naya stream recently, this by itself, not as interesting as what we got with, like, Wong Wong and Nen Nen and the Beast Kin and the Little Pabia family. Way more interesting. I think this could have been super interesting, but as it is, it's just a cool little, like, maybe, like, people talk about this as kind of like a legend, like a, you know, oh, have you heard about Baylord Yama? Like, I heard that he's, like, you know, that's how I see this almost. So, yeah. Haku coming in clutch. What do we got, Haku? What gift have you given me today? Oh. I never saw this. This was... Someone tagged me with this? Oh my gosh. I didn't see this. Hello, Dr. Bonehead. I have a theory that you may like very much. I'm listening. Chang's death was in Chapter 16 of Season 3, and Doom first appeared in the story in Chapter 17 of Season 3. This means that Doom and Chang have never met. Okay. Okay. I'm retweeting this. So how did Doom talk about him as if he met him with Yama? Let's just try to believe in them. All we need to do is focus right now on getting stronger. I know, but there must be a way. Remember, Yama? Remember what those arrogant regulars working for Paul said before we came here? Yeah, I remember. That's right. We know the secret of the mad dog. Oh my god. Wait. Luca is on my legs. I can't stand up. Don't give me this hope, please. No, don't give me this hope. Holy, dude, I swear if this is real. It actually makes sense though. Unless SIU made a mistake in like the timeline, you're right. Doom would never have met him. He would never have met him. Oh my gosh. How would he know? I know there must be a way. Those arrogant regulars, because again, they would know because Baragov. We know the secret of the mad dog. Welsar and Baragov. Dude, I swear if this is real. I swear if he's alive and SIU pulled the biggest Uno reverse card in history. The tweet continues. And how did he get the secret of the mad dog from him while he was dead before breaking the seal of doom? This is the panel. The answer is, Chang didn't die at all, but somehow survived. And it seems that he is the one who appeared in chapter 51. This is right here. Yes! Baragov told Yama he was liberated from Yasrach's power. And yeah, because Baragov wasn't affected. And immediately set out to discover its secrets. Baragov. This is the big one right here. And another unexpected person took part in the research. And this right here, it was a theory that this was Chang, but like it could have been like Louis. Bro. She's sweating as well, maybe because he was working for Paul. Also, when Grande killed him, it was like ... he's gone. She really could have just stabbed him in the shoulder. Oh my god. In the same chapter, Quattro appears in front of Kun and seems to be helping them too. So I remember this one. Quattro is there for the plan. Quattro is chilling with the plan. I feel like Quattro wouldn't be there doing this, just chilling if Chang died. There we go. Everyone, after 5 hours and 20 minutes, we are at the bottom layer of the iceberg. This is where it all gets real. Sorry, that may have looked... You know what? I apologize for that. Okay. Okay. I saw this when I grabbed the iceberg and I was dying, bro. I was dying. I cannot wait to talk about that. Okay. We're at the bottom. This is it. This is where it gets weird, wacky, and wild. Trigger warning, maybe. I don't know. That hurt my... I'm sorry. That was probably a little bit too... Especially if you're in the dark. I apologize for that. Let's go. Let's freaking do this. Wangnan, Karaka, and the boss are Jihad clones. Okay, that one honestly should probably be higher. I guess it's like... you know, Jihad clones is weird. Like, they're just like a bunch of Jihads. Split up the power. We've talked about a lot about the clones. Okay. Here we go. Aguero and Maria were lovers. To be honest, I kind of low-key believe this, in a way. It's kind of like... It's one of those things where it's like, probably not, but like... kind of. There's like some weird... Okay, so let me find the panel. Alright, this is the Kundak story from chapter 12. Did you hear? Lady Maria was chosen as a princess. Oh, so the power's all hers, huh? So Kun betrayed his own full-blooded sister to allow Maria to become a princess. He somehow manipulated the system because he was a little smart boy. But then everyone starts like talking trash on him. And someone's like, garbage, trash, how could he? Blah, 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 I pity him. Grovel. But did you hear that rumor? What rumor? Princess Maria and Mr. Kun are actually nasty siblings. Gross, nasty, that's crazy. What nasty siblings? I guess Maria used Mr. Kun. Gross. Did you hear? In love? They are in love. Gross. It's so, okay. You could interpret this two different ways, right? Kun did not like anyone in his family, so he could have just like become more attached to this half-sister that he barely knew. He was like, this is one person I can actually like and like get along with. But because the Kun family or whoever is talking here, they're just like, they take everything like too far. You know, but like it's like this whole section is all about it. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever really know, but like it is definitely, yeah, Hannah, that's right. Hannah played Kun's mom right here. My Aguero. Yeah. Regardless of like the specifics, Aguero was very attached to Maria. We see that flashback later on where he's like fishing and she sees him fishing and he's like, I have a ton of siblings or something like that. There's some kind of comment about that. Let me see if I can find that one. I'm kind of for this one. That kind of thing happens a lot in mythology and fantasy. Yeah, I mean, like it's such a huge family with all these people. I don't know. It's not like I've always kind of been like, oh, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. Let me find the name hunt. It's in name hunt where we get like the Endorsey flashback and then we get like a Kun flashback. Yeah, I want to say it's like here maybe? This is too far. This is probably too far into the... Suspicious blog post, but the SIU had to specify wasn't sexual. Wait, really? Wait, really? I don't remember that. Uh-oh. I have a feeling Haku's gonna be sending me something. Is it of the two of them? Hold on, let me see. I swear. Okay, no, it's after this. It's when they're like on the boats. Let me see. I'm gonna find this flashback, bro. This is a suggestive blog post. Uh-oh. We're diving in. We're at the bottom of the iceberg. We're at the bottom of the iceberg. This is the time. It's now or never. Okay, it has to be sometime after this. I want to see that scene where it's like he flashes back to he's like fishing and he sees Maria. And like in Dorsey talks about the snake charmer. Here we go, snake charmer. Has to be something. Oh, it's after the Kun Kisea stuff. Right. Okay, we get Yura here. We're gonna find this scene, bro. Jihad. Is it right here? We see Kisea's data. No, it's before this. It's before this. I'm almost there. I've almost pinpointed it. Dude, Asensio versus Jock is low-key a sick fight. But no one talks about it. Palace of Spears. Dang it, it's before this too. Frick, I'm so close. I know I'm close. Oh, this is the Yura backstory, eh? Yeah, the cursed people. Okay, it's not here. Tell me who you are. I think it's right before this. What would we do for Kun's character? Oh, that's interesting. Here we go. Kisea, she's my younger cousin. Okay, here we go. Your cousin. Yeah. We have different parents, little siblings. Kisea looked at my little sister. Jihad's princesses. I grew up with expectations from my mom. Not so much about expectations about me, more like expectations as a strategist. To raise my sister to the position, Kisea knew. She told me she would help my sister. Kisea had remarkable swordsmanship. A problem arose. My sister's greatest rival, Maria. She approached me in order to beat my sister. I accepted her proposal. I can't tell you why, but I had my own reason for doing so. I think she was the only one he connected with. Then ultimately, I got my sister disqualified and succeeded in Okay, Luca, you are the biggest troublemaker ever. Come on, get out. You're banished. She knocked over my trash can. Okay. She loves to do that. As a result, my sister took her life. Kisea hated me. And then we get in Dorsey backstory. Is it not here? Frick! Okay, all that was wasted. Where is it? Messaged it? Okay, what do we got? Oh! Oh! Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, I was expecting way worse. Okay, so SIU later tweeted that they were just getting dressed for a party because of comments people were making. This was in Name Hunt Station. That's not weird at all. Okay, I thought it was gonna be like some kind of weird pose or something. Okay, that's not weird. You're just getting dressed and she's in the background? That's not that weird. But the fact that SIU had to like make a comment kind of proves that there's no confirmation if the two of them were romantically involved, but Maria did use Kun. Would she have done that? Maybe. I think it's kind of up in the air. Like, the implication is that it was possible. That's all we know. That's all we know. That's all we can really say. He had his own reasons. I kind of doubt it, but I don't know. I mean, understandable. This isn't that weird. I mean, I don't find that picture weird. I mean, I don't know. They're just getting dressed for a part. Okay, but I guess if it was like out of context, I guess if that picture was out of context and it was like, and it was just like, you know, just him putting on his shirt or whatever, it's like, the frick? So, that is my thoughts on that. Okay, here we go. I'm so excited to talk about this. Travelers and Ryu, bro. Dude, think about it, right? Think about it. It makes total sense. I have heard this theory before, though. This is not the first time I've heard this, believe it or not. Boom. We have okay, you can't really see him. Boom. Enryu. The most beautiful man in the tower, right? Boom. Traveler. Also, the most beautiful man in the tower. Haha! They have like similar hair and stuff, and the color is similar, and he hides his eyes. Dude, please. And he's in love with Emily. Is there anything else I can think of? He made explosions. And Ryu cleaning Andraste's floor. Yep, that's true. He's cleaning the floor with like a toothbrush or whatever. He's cleaning the floors and he's I don't know. It all makes sense, bro. It all makes sense. This is canon. It's canon. And he has a weapon that looks like, he looks like Ichigo. People think he looks like Ichigo. SIU said he didn't base him off of Ichigo, but people think he did. And he's in the story a lot for no reason. Oh, it's confirmed. I mean, confirmed. It's definitely confirmed. Naya made a video on this theory. Oh my gosh. It even commented Dr. Bonehead would lose his mind if this were true. Bro. Bro, come on, man. I would. He's right. I would lose my mind. And, look at him. He's a handsome hunk. He's a handsome hunk. And Ryu fell in love with a robot. Let's go. Appreciate the super chat, remorseful. I didn't know that, so that's fun to hear. That's really fun. SIU pulls the biggest plot twist. Let's go. Let's go. Confirmed. Canon. Bomb and Traumarai become allies. I thought that said lovers at first, and I was like, well, we are at the bottom of the iceberg. I don't, Traumarai is a pretty freaking messed up person. He kind of had a comedy panel in one of the recent chapters, so, like, he's redeemable, maybe. But no, they're not going to become allies. I mean, unless Bomb learns to use his position as the husband of Elaine, I'm down. And he, like, uses, like, the son-in-law card, and he's like, hey, Traumarai, can we, like, maybe, like, you know, do this? You know, I am your son, after all. I would love that. That's the only way I see that working. Bomb will consume the tower? What the frick? Bomb will consume the tower? Yes, please. I talked about this with, like, the ending with Wongnan. Oh, dude, that panel of Bomb made my heart skip a beat. Bro, I would freaking love it if at the end of the story, Bomb is corrupted. He's corrupted, and Wongnan has to strike him down. Oh my gosh, and then the tower crumbles. I would love that. I don't think it's gonna happen, though. I think it's too much of a sad ending, too much of, like, a tragic ending. Dude, I'm a sucker for, like, bittersweet endings. Bittersweet endings? I love it. Where there's tragedy in the happy thing that happens. We need it, man. This one doesn't seem that weird, but I doubt it since it seems like we're building up to Yama being his endgame opponent. Right, like Traumarai versus Yama. It seems like it's gonna happen. But, like, maybe before that, they could be, like, temp allies through Elaine. Please let Jinsung's plan be Elaine. Please, bro. I will, dude. I need more Elaine. Second best girl. Like, for sure, second best girl. What was I talking about? Consuming the tower. I'd freaking love it, dude. There's so many hints that Bomb is, like, corrupted, and I feel like SIU isn't capitalizing off of it enough. Where it's like, you know, dark change, dark twist, and Bomb just kind of, like, hits white a few times, and that's the dark change, I guess. I want Bomb to, like, lose his mind. I want him to become corrupted. We got a bit of that in Season 3, and even with Viol, where he was killing canine dogs left and right, dude. And he started swearing as well, which Bomb had never sworn, or I think once he swore. He was talking to Calavan. He said, cut the bullshit. I remember that in Last Station. But other than that, he was like he had a very pure and clean mouth. Bomb would never swear. Are you kidding me? Are you okay? Remember we thought Louis was gonna be the new protagonist, bruh? Look at Bob, he looks so good. Where's the panel where he, like, starts? Yeah, okay. The combat dogs charge in. It's Bong So, is that his name? Some dude shows up. Here we go. Right? The canines show up. Shialulu. Would you mind stepping back? Just as I heard, these combat dogs are under Yama's command, fighting puppets that do anything he says. It hurts me to have to kill you guys. I'll try to make it as quick and painless as possible. I don't know, man. He starts just executing these puppets. Well, they're like alive. They're just, I don't know, being controlled or whatever. He just starts assassinating these puppets, bro. I swear, he starts like, the way he's talking is so different. How can you be so useless? You have no right to lead anyone. Get down from there. How about I come up there? I thought he started swearing. I don't know. I remember Bombs starting to use some language and I was like, let's go. You disgust me. You're incompetent. Fug doesn't need assholes like you anymore. It's very minor, but like, I don't know. Bomb would never have said this. Fug doesn't need assholes like you anymore. How freaking cool is that, bro? Oh, man. And we get Cliff Hung with Kun. Anyway, good stuff. I'd like to see some Bomb going crazy. Rachel is the daughter of Jihad and Arlen. Yeah, Chrono? You want to come down, buddy? You don't want Rachel to be the daughter of Jihad and Arlen? I get it. That would suck, man. That would suck, Chrono. Come on, buddy. Come on. You want to say hello to the... You want to say one more hello? Hello. Hello, everybody. Ooh, hello. Alright. This Rachel theory is very popular. Ever since that chapter with Garam talking about freaking, you know, what's the, it's late. It is late. It's late, but it's fun. When she's giving the Arlen backstory. Is it like right here? 240. Yeah. Arlen Grace. She was already engaged. She ran away. Another life. That baby was... No, that child was murdered. It was killed right in front of her. Pain. She lost her sanity. She tried to commit suicide but couldn't die. Unable to stay at sight. V killed himself. I don't know, return. Wandered the tower. Okay, so the right here, the vast sky and shining stars, which are so much like my own home outside the tower. It doesn't matter. My dead child, to offer this child's body. Like every time, like look at this. The face is being hidden always. The fact, you know, this child's body, not his body. This child's body, the face is always hidden. Always hidden. Okay, he shall destroy. But Garam could be twisting the words a little bit, bro. Garam could be Garam did say she was hiding stuff. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Then she says, you are the child. This theory gets debunked when Jihad says, those eyes, I thought I killed you before. And Gustang is like, oh, you are just like your father, you know, or like your mom, I can tell it's you. I don't know. Gustang also says something similar. It's not true, but it's a little, like so many people come to the same conclusion. Because then look at this. You were destined to come to this place. Cuts to Rachel immediately. The frick is up with that, huh? The hand of Arlen, which is pretty sick. I don't know, man. It's like, there's something there. Even if she's not the child in the prophecy, like Hannah said earlier, she could still be a daughter of Jihad and Arlen, just not the one, not the child. And that could be why she thinks she's the child. She could be like, hey, I'm one of the children. You were wrong. It's not Bomb that's gonna do it, it's me. Because they're both children of Arlen. She has the golden hair and the golden eyes that Jihad has. I did make a video about this, that she could be a daughter of Jihad. I don't think I considered the Arlen thing. She's like a Walmart Jihad, you know, princess. Because if you think about it, right? The only person who probably could have had kids with Jihad is like one of the great warriors. My theory is that Yanhana was in love with him, which is why she hates men now. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a little bit, I don't know. I would low-key love it. I mean, it'd be really dark, depending on the circumstances. It would make for a really interesting story, though. I think it would be so fascinating if there's a big reveal that Rachel is Jihad's daughter. I don't think it's true, but there's like a chance. There's a genuine chance that I believe it's true. Rachel is Cinderella, forced to clean serving Arlen, who loved Bomb, who then becomes the beautiful princess. 10 out of 10, better than Disney. No, actually though, Haku, that's a really good point. It's almost like a reverse story where like the maid doesn't become the princess. It's almost like if you watch Cinderella and the stepsister becomes the hero of the story. Cinderella grows jealous, festers, has to pretend to serve him, but in reality hates him. Or like has this weird like complex, you know, like, do I hate him? Because like Rachel's thing, it's like, did she really hate Bomb? I don't know. Because when Bomb showed up with Hedon, she was like, don't do it, Bomb, don't go. But then he succeeded and then she freaking she got so mad, you know? And then Hedon's like, I can make you the heroine. And in the anime, he says, I want you to kill Bomb. In the anime, Hedon tells her to kill Bomb. Who knows if that's what he said to her? Maybe he did, but it was still Rachel's decision, right? Moving on, it's confirmed. Rachel is the daughter of Jihad and Arlen. All right, here we go. Wang Nan has to kill Bomb because of his sword. I knew the Wang Nan sword. I knew the Wang Nan sword was coming in at some point. Oh boy, oh man. The Wang Nan sword theories are the only thing keeping the Wang Nan hype train alive. If SIU didn't include this little sword Wang Nan detail, freaking, I don't think people would have really cared about Wang Nan. Like, people would have forgotten that Wang Nan existed. People still forget about Wang Nan, so. Oh gosh, what's the chapter? It's gotta be somewhere around here, right? The bracelet. Oh man, all the data gets destroyed. Oh, okay, so it's before this, because here's Wang Nan with the sword. Ah, oh, shoot. This is the first time I think it's confirmed he grabbed the sword, though. He agreed. He agreed to take the sword. I love this plotline with Wang Nan. Here it is. That light? Ah! And it's shaped like the Jihad horns. Hey there. You with the seed of a king within you. Fate really is scary. You tried so hard to escape, and yet I somehow managed to drag you into this cradle. Prince of the Red Light District, I've waited a long time for you. Who? Holy crap, it's a talking sword! Is this real? Blah, blah, blah. It's like Excalibur. Always sad, but with a smiling face. Yo, that reminds me of Damien from Towers and Gods. Sure, that's how you lived. But at this rate, you'll end up losing even more things. Let's make a deal. Promise me that you'll kill just one person I want. Then I'll give you the power to protect everything. Your friends will all die. Promise me you'll kill just one person. Then I'll give you the power to protect everything. Take me. So he saves everyone. He warps everyone out of the floor of death, or at least I think he does. He helps with it. In his mind, he lost Prince and Arkraptor, right? I think there's a decent chance he would have taken that. And the sword wants him to kill Bomb. I think that would be the most beautiful. And that could also be why Wang Nan and Bomb haven't interacted since Dollar Show. SIU might be setting up a really future far climactic conclusion to the Bomb/Viol Wang Nan. Oh my gosh, I want it. I want it to happen. Because like what? Oh, it's Karaka? Karaka is a second place. That would be decent. But like, who would the sword want to kill? Bomb makes sense to me. No one else really adds up. I don't know. She seems more worried about something she knows about Bomb. Like she says she's having floor of death and after hidden floor that make it seem like she knows some darkness about Bomb. She knows some dark. Oh, like Rachel knows some darkness about Bomb? I think you're right. That's true. Oh, Hannah sent me something. Hannah sent me something. No, that's a good point, though, Haku. I mean, obviously, Rachel, there's something... Okay. He was quite brave. You, on the other hand. I don't think you deserve to go up the tower. She starts crying. Why? Why Bomb? That boy, why? Why was Bomb chosen? I was the one who wanted to go. Why? Why was he chosen? Why? Bomb took everything from me. I mean, that could just reference the fact that she thought she opened the tower, but it was really Bomb. He stole the spotlight. But if there was a half-sibling dynamic, I really do think that would be really interesting. Because Bomb also has, like, golden eyes. I'm just saying, bro. I don't know. All right. The last theory. The last theory. Near the bottom of the iceberg. White knows about the darkness as well. True. But that's true, Hannah, though. I feel like it could very well mean that. But it could mean a lot of things as well. All right. You, Rachel, canon. I mean, it is. Let's be real. It is. I mean, like, I'm not even kidding. I ship it so freaking hard, dude. I mean, Yura doesn't deserve her. But, okay, Yura Rachel is straight up canon. Like, actually. It's canon. I mean, like, at least from Yura's perspective. Which is so dumb, because, like, Rachel's, like, scum, but for some reason, Yura is, like, definitely, like, a little bit too, like, you know, pro-Rachel, where it's, like, why, though? You know what I mean? It just fits. I don't know. I mean, it's probably not true, but I ship it, bro. Come on. Come on, I ship it, bro. I do think, though, even outside of, like, the... Hannah says, no, why not? Actually, like, okay, the only reason I wouldn't is because Rachel's a piece of garbage. Aside from that, I mean, Yura, like, so, okay, from Yura's perspective, she likes Rachel, okay? You thought it was a Rachel that connected to the Han Sung? Nah. This is about Yura and Rachel. It's one of the biggest ships in Tower of God, and it's... Yura... Okay. You can interpret it different ways, but, like, the relationship itself is really good because we know, based on, like, end of season 2 stuff, when they leave the hidden floor, Yura gives Rachel, like, a weird look. Like, she kind of, like, gives her, like, a side eye, and it's like, the frick are you on about? It's gotta be, like, right after this. And throughout the series, we see Yura progress into, like, doubting Rachel more and more. And, I don't know, Yura has never shown any interest in anyone else except for Rachel. Like, nobody. Literally nobody. You know? Plus, it's just cute. Come on, it's just cute. Is it after this? I swear there's like a panel right after this where she's like, no, I wanted to be beautiful. Does Yura even say, like, you look fine, like, I like you as you are? I swear she says something like that where she's like, you are fine as you are. I think she, that rings a bell to me, man. I swear she does. My body, my face, they're back to normal. No, damn it, this can't be. Look at Yura. Yura's like, Rachel, you good? Rachel? No! Rachel just screams. Oh, man. Oh, man. I think it goes to the parallel that Bomb has Jinsung, Rachel has Yura. They both have Haas to help them, but hey, I could be wrong. There is a Ha parallel there, but who's to say the Ha parallel can't be romantic? Okay, we're at the bottom of the iceberg. We gotta make mountains out of molehills here. We gotta make do with what we can get. The princess arc before ending? Oh gosh. Ha! I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. You want me to go longer? I'll say one thing about that, because that deserves its whole discussion. I don't think that, we talked about this in the Naya stream, I don't think this next arc is going to be the princess arc, but I do think it will be a princess arc, with a lot of princess interaction. That's all I'll say. Yuhan Sung could be connected to Yuhana, though. That's true. Hana Yu. Shout out to Hana Yu. They do have the same last name. Whoops. Hana Yu? Yeah, Yuhan Sung. Yuhana. I mean, why not? You know? Also explains why she hates Bomb following Rachel so much. Yura does get very protective of Rachel. whenever anything bad happens to her, she's always like, Rachel, no! And she's always like saving her and protecting her. And she does seem a little jealous of Bomb, I will admit. Only 6 hours, get the frick out of here. I just did a quarter of a 24-hour stream. Bomb has 2 Haas in his corner and they're both badass. True. So at the end of the day, I ship it, but Yura deserves someone better. Let's be real. Anyway, holy frick, that's the Iceberg. We dove deep today. We covered every topic there is to cover in Tower of God. Every theory, every freaking crazy idea, every lore, every blog post, every chapter, basically. This was nuts. Oh yeah, Yura has abs in season 3 as well, so friggin' just saying. Very true. This was wild. A wild ride. Super fun. We went from Bomb in chapter 1 to freaking crazy, freaking nuts Demon Bomb. This was super fun. Thank you all so much for watching. My voice is dead. I'm pushing it. I'm gonna give it some rest. I love y'all. This was so much fun. Take care. I would add timestamps, but like, I don't even think YouTube will support this many. Plus, there's a lot of freaking work. Y'all take care. I'll see y'all later. Tuesday for God of High School, I believe. And more videos coming soon. Take care, everybody. Friday's Towers and Gods. Bye-bye. See you later. Take care. Holy frick, man. Wowee.